Hello everyone, welcome to this supply chain management course by Intellipaat. The global supply chain management market is expected to double in size over the next 3 years. Yet, 56% of companies worldwide, including those in the US, Dubai, Canada and India, face a shortage of qualified supply chain professionals. Even if you go on Google right now and search for the supply chain jobs available, you'll find out that there are 24,000 plus supply chain jobs are available within India itself. If you go and search for USA, you'll find out that there are 2,03,000 plus jobs are available. And the same holds true for the other supply chain management hubs across the world that I mentioned earlier. Let's talk about the salaries. The entry-level industry salary for supply chain managers ranges between 10 to 30 lakh rupees, which can further climb up to 50 lakh plus with few years of experience on the back. Well, if this sounds good and interesting to you, then making career in supply chain management is the ultimate choice you can make right now. This course is an icebreaker which is exactly designed to get you into supply chain management domain. We have prepared this pre-supply chain management course after doing a lot of analysis of what is expected out of beginner supply chain professional in the industry right now. If you follow this course till the end, I'm sure you'll build a good understanding about disciplines and will become eligible to apply for entry-level positions in the supply chain management. First of all, let us look at the agenda that we have at hand for this particular course. This course we are going to start off with by getting introduced to the term supply chain management. Then we further discuss the different stages involved in the supply chain management process alongside concepts like Bullwhip Effect, sustainable supply chain transformations, what is circular supply chain, etc. Next up, we understand what is inventory management, different inventory management models and frameworks alongside procurement technologies and supply chain logistics in detail. Alright. I hope I'm clear with the agenda that we have for this particular session. Now before we begin with the course, I'd like to urge you guys to subscribe to our Intellipaat YouTube channel to come across more free training videos like this one. So let's get started without any delay.
What is supply chain management? A supply chain is the network of all the people, businesses, resources, tasks, and technological advancements involved in the production and distribution of a product. An entire supply chain includes distribution of raw materials from the supplier to the producer to the final delivery to the customer. Why do we call it supply chain management? We call the process as supply chain management because the physical connections between a chain's links are minimal, just one on the input and one on the output, and are scarcely indicative of how our current supply systems operate. The chain's links can rub against one another when it is in motion because they are actually tugging against one another. Why is supply chain management important? As we all know, systems for supply chain management efficiently reduce costs, waste, and manufacturing cycle time. A just-in-time supply chain, where retail sales automatically transmit replenishment requests to the manufacturers, has become the industry standard. Retail shelves can be refilled virtually as soon as the product is sold. Efficient supply chain management adds value to the supply chain cycle in the following three situations. Recognizing potential issues. The buyer may complain of poor service if they order more stuff than the manufacturer can provide. Manufacturers could be able to foresee the shortfall through data analysis before the customer is dissatisfied. Dynamic pricing optimization. Products that are in season have a short shelf life. These goods are often discarded or sold at steep discounts towards the end of the season. Prices are frequently dynamically adjusted to suit demand for perishable products by airlines, hotels, and other businesses. Similar forecasting methods can increase margins even for hard items by applying analytical software. Enhancing the distribution of merchandise that is available to promise. When an order is placed, manufacturers can confirm a product delivery date. You may be wondering what companies use supply chain management. Well, companies like Unilever, Amazon, Cisco Systems, Intel, Nike, H&M, Starbucks, Apple, and a lot more are using this supply chain management to improve their businesses. Want to know about the types of supply chain management? There are 6 models of supply chain management. Continuous flow. The continuous flow approach is centered on productivity. It provides stability. The firms who consistently provide the same product with little variation or modification are best suited for this traditional model. Fast chain. The responsiveness of the fast chain concept is perfect for producers who often alter their product lineup. The manufacturer that can flood the market in this instance before the trend cycle is over is the winner. Efficient chain. In highly competitive businesses, where end to end efficiency is the ultimate goal, the efficient chain model is appropriate. Agile. The agile manufacturing methodology is perfect for companies that produce customized goods. This model has been precisely adjusted for production in small batches. Less automation and more skills are needed for that. And as a result of that extra value, companies using this model may charge more for their products. Custom configured. The goal of the custom configuration model is to offer unique setups for production and assembly. Flexible. It has the ability to respond to peaks in volume demand. On the other hand, can adapt to and withstand periods of low or no demand. Toggle it on or off as necessary.
All right, so let's get started, right? This is a very interesting course. Now, with that, let's start slowly. Now, let's see what exactly we are talking about when we talk about supply chain, right? So, the primary need, right, doesn't matter whatever the industry is, whatever the company is, whoever the stakeholder, the primary need here is every single person in the supply chain, be it individual or be it like a firm or be it an organization, every single stakeholder who are involved in this supply chain is working towards completing a customer's request, right? So customer is the end goal. See, we know by definition we have suppliers, manufacturers and all, but if there are no consumers, there will not be any manufacturing, right? Or there may not be any supply, right? Or there may not be any logistics things, right? So every single stakeholder, that we need to understand very clearly, that in supply chain, every single party, every single stakeholder who work towards it, they are working towards one single common goal, and that is to meet customer demand or to meet or to complete a customer request, right? There can be some stakeholder who are directly working, some who are indirectly working, but that's the whole point of supply chain, right? Now, some of the key stakeholders of supply chain is we have suppliers, we have manufacturers, we have logistics and all, right? So those folks are there. Now, these basically, right? So all these stakeholders, right? When we talk about manufacturers or suppliers or maybe retailers, anybody, right? So all these stakeholders combinedly kind of maybe one or two stakeholder combinedly can work, or some of them can work individually and all. They work towards some of the functions, right? Or some of the stages of the supply chain. Basically, typically, like somebody would, manufacturers would be responsible to manufacturer, right? Then some logistic partner would kind of work with manufacturer as well as maybe warehouse to kind of transport the goods and also everybody have their well-defined responsibility and roles that what they would want, right? Now, apart from these, there are some peripheral activities also. I think one of you mentioned that there are some of the information flow. It's not just the logistics or goods flow. Along with that, we have some of the basically information flow, right, in the supply chain. So there are some peripheral functions as well in the supply chain when we talk about, right? And those things include, very important thing is new product development. Let's say, for example, if you are owning a firm, so first you need to develop those products which you need to manufacture, or basically you need to kind of ship it to a warehouse or wholesaler or retailers or to customer and all, right? So those new product development is a part and parcel, right? Then of course, marketing and operation. Marketing is like, okay, yes, you can manufacture whatever you want, but unless you do not market, there's no need, right, of the supply chain. Because why? Because the result, as a no marketing, customer may not be aware of that, and hence there'll not be any customer demand, right? So if there are no customer demand, of course, there'll not be any supply chain associated with it, right? That's how it works, right? So, and then of course we have the finance, the customer service, right? So customer service may not be directly in any of these process, but at every gate, we have customer service where, like, okay, say for example, what if your order is running late? Do you want to track the order? Do you want to track the manufacturing, right? So, and then of course, finance being the most critical. Like, so say for example, when supplier supplies the raw material, you need to pay to the supplier. When manufacturers ship it to the warehouse with the logistic partner, they need to pay to the courier service, right? So those finance also, these comes automatically along with the supply chain system, right? So what happens when you start working on supply chain, right, in the real world and all, you will notice and you'll realize that you should not be surprised at all that, okay, I was supposed to work on a supply chain, but why my all the systems are getting integrated with finance? Why my systems are integrated with CRM? Why my systems are getting integrated with product management? Why my systems are getting integrated with marketing and operations, right? So your system, so even though you'll be a supply chain management expert and professional, you are expected to work with all those integration channel or integration layer of different systems as well, right? So supply chain in itself is a huge thing, and it is very tightly coupled and very tightly integrated with other functions as well. Okay, think of this way, supply chain is not for manufacturing, it's for every single business. Okay, I'll tell you one thing, a very uh, harsh reality basically, which majority of the world realized is, we all are familiar, like, okay, how bad we were in situation during the COVID time, right? So earlier what we used to think that, okay, yes, supply chain, okay, by default everybody was taking supply chain for granted. But during COVID, when the lockdown happened across the world, right, the uh, aviation sector stopped, flights stopped flying, the trains stopped and all across within India as well as outside India, every single sector was hit because directly or indirectly their supply chain process was impacted. You pick any industry, let's say for example hotel industry, simple, I'm saying hotel industry, or let's say for example simple IT industry, okay, or for that matter anything, let's say for example your construction industry, everybody needs some hardware or some goods for them to operate, right? Think of this way, hotel, in order to run, they need lot of inventory of food and the snacks and everything. Nothing was getting transported, even though somebody was ready to manufacture. Due to lockdown, nothing was getting moved from one place to other, right? There was like a cross border state, there was a lockdown, right? Nothing can move out. Okay, even the hardwares within the IT industry, laptops and all, but nobody was able to move it, right? Think of this way, in the construction, cement is there in cement factory, but it cannot be moved to Bangalore, right? There was a shortage of cement, there was shortage of bricks, right? So then people realize, and it's not just this, even in the pharma industry, right? The medical in the hospital industry, the medicines and the equipments were not able to kind of move, right? So it's not just the supply chain comes into manufacturing industry. You pick up any single thing from the very small example, a nearby retail store, you would have noticed during COVID time, why the stock was getting vanished from the shelf. Of course, yes, one thing was there that, okay, a lot of people were hoarding those stocks, like they were kind of buying a lot. But at some point, we were not able to match the customer demand with the incoming demand. So, okay, customer took all the, let's say, for example, vegetables and rice and all the grains and everything, or the snacks item, but the one who are producing are not able to send it to the retail store, or even though the distribution center is there somewhere in the city, it's not able to reach to the retail store, right? So it did impact pretty much majority of the industry that time. And that time, last 4 5 years, you would have realized, 3 4 years to be exact, supply chain industry took a huge bump. Like people realized the importance of that, how critical it is for every single function to work within this world, right? So we would need supply chain. It cannot be taken by default or by granted that yes, oh, supply chain will work and all. It doesn't work like that, right? So those were some of the things. Okay. All right. So we talked about enough of supply chain. Let's understand with an example. Everybody familiar with Walmart? Walmart is like a large, or I would say largest uh, retail store, right? Based out of North America. So primarily US and Canada. Typically, they have like you name anything and everything would be there in Walmart, right? That's what it is. Like from the food to cosmetics to home things, home house related stuff to the automobiles to everything, pretty much snacks, everything, pretty much the clothing, right? The fresh meats, the veggies, and everything, right? So on the left hand side, so think of this way: as a customer, I am a customer, or you are a customer. Let's say, for example, you want to buy maybe bathing soap, right? Let's say, for example, you want to buy a bathing soap. So what do? You go to a nearby store. For our example, we have taken Walmart. So as a customer, I wanted a bathing soap. I went to Walmart store. I picked up the whatever soap I wanted and all, and I did. So I placed an order. It's a customer order, and then now the question is, if you're familiar here, let's say, for example, you go to any shop, let's say, for example, More or Reliance and all, right? And then you go and you pick, let's say, for example, a Dove soap or a Head and Shoulders shampoo. Do you think that More or Reliance Fresh or any ABC store or XYZ store, they manufacture that or they produce that? They do not, right? So here, what we have as a customer, I wanted a bathing soap. I went to Walmart, I bought that. But does that Walmart store or a retail store directly get it from the manufacturer? No. They would get maybe from a wholesaler, maybe from a DC. These are distribution center. So we have a lot of distribution center. So think of this way, that each of these retail store will get it from the Walmart or any third party distribution center. So think of this way, this block is more like a wholesaler, right? Now, this wholesaler will get it from the manufacturer. So let's say, for example, I wanted a Head and Shoulders shampoo or a Dove soap, any bathing soap. So I'll get it from Procter and Gamble, right? Or maybe it can be a Hindustan Unilever, right? Or any other manufacturer. So I'll get those from the manufacturers to my wholesale store, basically the distribution center. Now, this manufacturer, do they have everything to create that product? Okay, let's say for a bathing soap, what all things you think would Procter and Gamble would need to manufacture? They need those raw materials. It can be for manufacturing the soap, it can be for packaging, it can be from the bulk boxing, right? So anything, they would need to reach out to some of the raw material supplier, right? So they will reach out to maybe Active Corporation. Think of this way, they manufacture paper. Okay, or for some matter, they will reach out to plastic producer. They will reach out to chemical manufacturer, right? Different. Now, Active Corporation is the paper manufacturer, say for example. Now, they might not have tree at all because tree is required to manufacture paper. So they reach out to in turn to another timber manufacturing company, right? So this is why I'm bringing this point that we talked about lot of terms right now. Think of this way. What we spoke about, customer, right? Then retailers, then we have say wholesaler, then we say manufacturers, and then we have the suppliers or raw material suppliers. So think of this way, all these you see, right? All these is my, say for example, my raw material provider. Again, this is again raw material provider. This is my raw. So these are my supplier. Supplier for whom? For PNG. Is that correct? So for Procter and Gamble, PNG, they are the supplier. Okay. But think of this way. If you see from Pactive Corporation, they become the supplier, but they are the manufacturer because they are manufacturing paper. So they in terms play a role of manufacturer also as well as the supplier also, right? So again, it depends how you kind of categorize it, right? So these are the bucket of basically our suppliers. Now, this is your manufacturer. This is your distribution center or wholesale. Now this is my retailer. And then you have the last one. What you have is your customer. So these are some of the key stakeholders for the supply chain management, right? End to end when we talk about supply chain. Now, I'll give you a warning and a heads up that every block here, if you see, in itself is one module. So when you say supply chain, it's a huge thing. Okay. In all likelihood, you might be studying and you might be training yourself for everything end-to-end supply chain. But in all likelihood, at one given point of time, you will work only on one of the sub process of supply chain. You may not, unless you are at a very senior position and you have a team of maybe say about 50 or 100 people and you are managing instead of directly working, then you might oversee the end-to-end supply chain. But when you are working as an individual, in all likelihood, you may work for one or two process at any given point of time, right? So think of this way, when we talk about customer and Walmart store, it is nothing but the customer order. When we talk about Walmart to this third party logistics or basically delivery center, this is nothing but the logistics moving from wholesale to store. Here we are talking about manufacturing, right? Here we are talking about supplying, right? So all these are different sub modules within supply chain. All right. Okay. So now with some background on very high level, what the supply chain we often call SCM, right? So what is supply chain management? So supply chain management is nothing but we spoke about supply chain. Now different phases are there, different stakeholders are there, different processes are there. Making sure that all these individual processes work hand in hand and in coordination is called supply chain management. Simple. Think of this way that let's go one level up here. We are talking about this is my supply chain. Let's say customer ask, I'll go back to my COVID example. Did you all hear the news that, okay, in lot of shelves on the Walmart store, the diapers or the toilet rolls and all those things were getting out of stock in US and Australia and everywhere, right? Yeah. Okay. So we were often hearing the news, right? Why it was that? Because customer demand was high, right? Customer wanted to hoard those items into our in our home, right? Considering the uncertainty, right? We were not aware that okay, how long this will go. So customer wanted to more. And then what happened? Customer purchased a lot of goods. Walmart needed some of the things, but the manufacturer or the suppliers were not producing in line with what customer wanted. Why is that? Because March it started till February, everything was going smooth. If customer was buying 100, Walmart was requesting for 100, manufacturers were producing 100, and same way they were asking for the suppliers also. So everything was in sync. Any one thing. So what happened? Customer wanted more, but the production was less. So there was a shortage. Had it been other way around, think of this way. Let's example that okay, customer wanted, let's say for example, in March and April and May, customer wanted 100 times than what they wanted. So all the manufacturers and all they started producing 100 or 100 times and all. Suddenly in August, they came back to the original scale that okay, whatever they wanted pre-COVID, they again started buying that way. What would happen? Manufacturer will continue to produce at 100 times and all. So what will happen? Overstocking will happen in the distribution center. So overstocking will happen. Now what happens? Both overstocking as well as out of stock, both are bad for supply chain management. Both. Can anybody tell why? So extra stock, what happens? Think of this way that, okay, yes, we procured a lot from our supplier or manufacturer. So of course, we made the payment to them, right, to buy. Then there can be other scenario there. If there are consumables, it may get bad also. It may get expire. That can also happen, correct? If it is electronics, think of this way. If you electronics, what happens? They get the model gets outdated very frequently. Like if you are a customer, would you, and if you want to buy a TV, would you go and buy a 2023 TV now in 2024? You'll never buy that, correct? So if you had overstocked in your distribution center and wholesale and all, you might have to take it out, and maybe the time has gone, and then it may become an outdated model and all, right? So you'll incur loss on that as well, correct? Talk about supply chain management. So what exactly you're talking about supply chain management is that there are a lot of processes and a lot of modules are there, and what supply chain management defines is that each of these processes, each of these stakeholders, each of these party work in sync, right? Work in sync, work in coordination to make sure that, okay, we are working for a common purpose, right? Rather than not like it's not in out of sync, right? So that's what we talk about supply chain management. Okay. Now, what is benefits of supply chain management? So I think in bits and pieces, we touched upon that, okay, supply chain management is important because it does help us to achieve the overall, our objective. Think of this way that, okay, if you're not, I've just listed on a couple of examples just to get you some more insights, but the same thing what we discussed before coming to this slide itself, that if we are controlling the manufacturing process, it will improve our product quality, reduce the risk of recalls and lawsuits while helping to build a strong consumer brand. So think of this way. Having a very controlled manufacturing process. What does that mean? That whatever P&G is manufacturing, we have to make sure that, okay, it's manufactured as per the specification. No defective things are there. No bad products are there. So the quality is always maintained. And when the quality is maintained, there will not be any returns, right? Say, for example, if you manufacture, let's example, maybe iPhones. If you are the manufacturer of iPhone, and if you manufacture 100 iPhones per day, out of which if 5 get into the defective, what will happen? It will go to the store, it will go to the customer will purchase it. After using, they'll realize that it's a defective, it's not working. They'll return to retailers, and retailer will in turn return to manufacturer. So there are loss of business, right? The recalls are there. So you are incurring the cost of return logistics and all those things, right? And then of course, if very frequent customers keeps on seeing that, okay, these are the defective items are coming for so and so brand. So of course, the customer brand, that consumer product brand also takes a toss, right? Or takes a hit. Similarly, think of this way. If a shipping procedure, right? So if shipping can be controlled, shipping is one of the parts. Shipping is nothing but logistic. So if shipment can be controlled, or if you have a very specific shipment guidelines, think of this way, what it will help. If you are a customer of Amazon, let's say, you order something on Amazon, they say that, okay, you will get it by tomorrow. If you do not get it by tomorrow, instead you get it maybe after 5 days, would you ever buy the same item from that place? It removes your trust that, okay, they commit one day, they deliver it in 5 days, right? So it does not improve your customer satisfaction, right? And then what happens? This is from the end customer perspective. Think of this way, take one step back. Let's say, for example, if P&G said to the Walmart wholesale distribution center that, okay, I will ship all these 10 trucks of bathing soap by tomorrow. And let's say, for example, they did not deliver it by tomorrow. What will happen? You'll run out of stock. Yeah, it's a shortage. That's what you're saying, that, okay, it will be shortage. And think of this way, another thing, that if P&G said that, okay, they will deliver it by Friday, and instead of Friday, they deliver it on Wednesday only. What will happen? Is it good or is it bad? Even the early deliveries from your end customer perspective, in like if you are ordering something for your home, it may be good, but think of this way, from the distribution center and all, it may not be good always. Think of this way, what if I do not have space on Wednesday? My warehouse, so we have to understand from an SCM professional perspective, these warehouse spaces are very expensive, very expensive. So I might have planned something that by Thursday night, my shipment will go off from this warehouse, and on Friday, new shipment will come. So I'll restock that. What if on Wednesday it comes and I do not have space? What will I have to do? I have to ask that truck guy to put it somewhere else, or I have to pay for additional charges to hold the truck for 2 days and all those things. So those will come into picture. Okay. Now tapping on each of these phases or each of these gates to optimize your supply chain management. That's the whole point. As a SCM professional, what do? You streamline all these processes to make sure that each and every lever, each and every segments, each and every process are working in sync with each other, right? Okay. All right. So let's move to next slide. So we touched upon, right, these things, right? The typical supply chain, what it does, it involves customers, retailers, wholesalers, manufacturers, and the raw material suppliers, right? These are my critical processes, right? It may differ depending on the process and business and all. There are some other stages like planners, returns, inventory, etc. as well, which we will discuss once we move further. Okay, clear so far? Again, this is more like a snippet or the summarized uh, terms, what we discussed so far. Then we spoke about the different processes, right? The customers, retailers, wholesaler, manufacturers, and then of course there are some other stakeholders as well. Now, this topic had come, right? So this here I'm trying to depict like the at a very high level. There are of course other stakeholders, but let's take one by one example. Now you see here customer, right? Now customer, of course, the very straightforward is customer can interact with retailers, right? That way they'll interact with retailer. There are certain cases where customer directly, if you see this one, interacts with distributor. So we do purchase, right? At times we remove the basically manufacturer themselves become directly a seller to me, right? So basically they, as you said, directly become a seller. But one thing you would notice, there is no line from customer to raw material supplier, right? Raw material supplier, there's nothing you can see. So customer, what it does, they can buy it from customer. When we are talking about finished goods, right? So customer takes retailer, customer takes it from distributor, makes it to manufacturer, right? Now, if we talk about retailer, from retailer, the downstream is customer. Customer, that means retailer can sell it to customer, but retailer buy it from distributor. Retailer can directly buy it from manufacturer. At times, retailer can buy directly from the supplier as well, right? So directly the suppliers also can directly send it to retailers, right? That's how it works. Similarly, now distributor, when we're talking about distributor, the downstream distributor can sell it to retailer. The same way we talked about the customer buying from distributors, or distributor can sell it directly to customers, and distributor procure it from manufacturer, distributor procure it from supplier, right? So you will always see it's always n+2 at max it's going, right? Manufacturer, again, it gets it from supplier. Manufacturer can give it to distributor, manufacturer can give it to retailers, and manufacturer can give it to the customers, right? So it basically at a very high level, it shows that how we are like at times the role changes, the flow changes. So if somebody says that, okay, every time, whatever be the process will be, okay, raw material supplier to manufacturer to distributor to retailer customer. Yes, that's a sunny day flow, the golden flow, golden transactions, but it may not happen always. There are many processes where it happens like, okay, different supply chain comes into picture. And then what happens based on the scope and based on the requirement, you have to improvise on those. Okay. So by now, we discussed a lot about these supplier, manufacturer, distributor, retailer, customers, and so on and all, right? Now, let's see. So when we talk about, we saw these processes in supply chain, right? What were the processes? One was customer was placing order. Then we were kind of taking it from the wholesale, the distribution. Then we are doing the manufacturing. Then we are doing the raw material supplying, all these things, right? So there are different process views of supply chain. There's a concept of process view. So what we do is typically we map these process into different views. Now, what these views are there, that the two important or two, you can say more famous or talked about views, what we are talking about, one is the cycle view and other is the push-pull view. Okay. So cycle view is, think of this way. What it does is different processes are there, right? So the customer order cycle, the manufacturing cycle, the supply cycle, each in turn is basically an independent cycle. So once one cycle gets complete, then it triggers the another cycle, then the third cycle, like that and all. That's called cycle view. And push pull view is basically the overall supply chain processes are there that has been kind of uh, divided into two sections. One is the push and other is the pull. So pull is nothing but when the customer places an order, then that time those process gets executed. But push is something where customer has not placed an order, but we are anticipating, we are forecasting that customer may place an order, and that's how those process gets kicked in, right? So I'm trying to see, put this together in a with the help of a diagram. Hopefully this will help you. So you can see here, these are the 5 things you see: the customer, retailer, distributor, manufacturer, supplier, right? So these are my 5 stakeholders, correct? Everybody aligned? Now, when we talk about customer going to retailer, right? What they do? They will place an order, customer order. So it's a customer order cycle which comes in. Now, this customer order cycle will be between customer and retailer, right? Now, when the retailer basically retailer has to stock those items which customer is buying, so they, between retailer and distributor or wholesaler, they will have a replenishment cycle. So this would be between retailer and distributor. Now distributor has to get it from the manufacturer, so between distributor and manufacturer we'll have a manufacturing cycle, that okay, in order to replenish we need a manufacturer, right? And then in order to manufacture, I need some of the raw materials or some of the components. So between manufacturer and supplier, I'll have a procurement cycle. So each cycle, if you see, is dependent on each other. So even if I break one cycle, the entire cycle will break. Think of this way: customer places an order. Okay, that order cycle works fine. Replenishment, retailer replenishes from distributor, that cycle works fine. But what if distributor is not asking manufacturer to build something or to manufacture anything? So then this cycle gets broken and then entire supply chain cycle gets broken, right? So this is basically nothing but the cycle view we are talking about. The same 5 stages I have tried here on the left hand side. You see, it's nothing but the push and pull. So what is push and pull? So pull is something is when customer orders. So when customer orders, that is the pull process. So once the customer, so think of this way: unless customer does not order, customer order cycle will not kick in, right? Can you create a customer order without customer actually placing an order? It's not possible, right? So that's why it has to be initiated by customer only. So once the customer wants to take those items, that's how the cycle gets kicked in. So basically that would be, so those customer order will come into the pull process. But the process related to procurement, manufacturing, replenishment, all these are into push process. Why it is push? Because you anticipate. Think of this way: would you do that when customer comes to your store, then you ask manufacturer to manufacture something? No, you do not do that, right? What do? You anticipate that, okay, next month 100 of a customer will come and ask for this particular product. So ahead of time itself, you ask manufacturer to prepare or to manufacture those items for your customer, right? Or you do not wait for customer to actually come and then you ask manufacturer or suppliers to supply those things, right? So these processes are more like in the anticipation of your expected business, but this one is when the actual business happen. Okay. All right, let's quickly move to the next slide. So now, and let's not get into the very detail on these things and all. We will have some of the dedicated sessions here and all. Okay. But why I wanted to kind of give you an insight here is there are some of the macro processes, right? What happens? So supply chain, so far, what all processes we heard, I'll not say learned, we just touched upon those topics, right? We spoke about procurement, we talked about replenishment, we talked about customer order, right? So these things and all we talked about. So all these processes, there are a bunch of processes in supply chain. So there are 3 macro processes. There is one called customer relationship management. then other one is internal supply chain management, and the third is supplier relationship management. Now think of this way, it's a very simple process, as the name itself suggests. So what happens all these processes when we talk about, right? So any firm will have the three departments on a very high level, of course, within which we'll have multiple other sub-components, sub-process and everything. But typically it's one is customer relationship management, the other is internal supply chain management, and the third is supplier relationship management, right? Now I'll quickly go to the next slide, which will kind of summarize and give you more pointers what you have. So if you see this one, right, hopefully this gives you a better clarity. This is a firm in between when we're talking about, right? On the right hand side, we have customer. On the left hand side, we have supplier, right? Now, when we talk about the SRM, so anything related to source, that from where we need to procure, anything related to negotiation, that on what rate we need to procure, when related to buy, that what we need to buy, that okay, where, how much, where, what to buy, design collaboration, basically that who all would be my manufacturers, who all would be my designers and all, right? And then the supplier collaboration, that if I'm getting it from supplier, that okay, how we want to collaborate, do we want to collaborate basically on do you want a workshop, or do you want like how the communication works? So any kind of sub collaboration and all these would be part of your SRM team. When we talk about ISCM, so the planning, right? Nobody outside your firm will do the planning for you. You yourself have to manage the planning, that how much you want to procure, right? So the planning team has to be within your internal supply chain management team. The demand team, that okay, planning is one, the demand is basically how much customers are buying. The demand planning is somebody within your firm only have to do. The supply planning, they have to do. Fulfillment, that okay, are we fulfilling our demands, right? The field service, that on the ground how it is working, all those are part of your internal supply chain management, right? And when it comes to the CRM, of course, one by default, the customer order we are talking about, but who are our market, who's my target user, what price we should sell, how much to sell, who are my customer, how the customer support is working, right? How the orders are managed, all those would be part of the CRM. Okay, so this gives a very holistic picture of the macro thing, what we are talking about, this macro processes, right? So all these processes, what we talk about, will lie either between SRM, ISCM, or CRM, right? That way. Clear so far? So we spoke about the three macro processes, right? Basically SRM, ISCM, and CRM. SRM, as the name itself suggests, right? It's a supplier relationship management, right? So anything to do with like what to buy, from where to buy, how much we should pay to buy, how should I collaborate, how should I interact, all those will be done by the SRM team or the scope of SRM division. The ISCM is nothing but, think of this way, your internal systems or internal subsystems within your supply chain, like how much you should procure it from the supplier, like how should the planning do. So basically, in order to uh, SRM will take a feedback basically from your ISCM, that okay, how much we should buy. So they will ask your planning team that okay, boss, what is my demand planning, what is my supply planning, and also ISCM will take care of the planning, say the fulfillment and all. And these are just some of the examples. It doesn't definitely contain everything and anything, but these are some of the example of your internal supply chain system, right, within your system. And when it goes to CRM, anything applicable to customer orders, fix that the market, that which market you should buy, you should sell, what should be the price, right? What should be the sell, and all those also would come as part of CRM. Okay. So definitely CRM does play a role, right? To kind of find the early analysis and early need, that is that product even needed? If yes, what would be the market size? What would be the target customers and all, right? So new product development has new product development in itself is one subject, what we have studied, right? As part of our product management, we study one single subject as new product development, which basically takes care of that what market, for which market you need to develop the product, right? For which, what price you have to develop, where you want to sell, right? How the processing, so all those, definitely CRM plays a big role on that one. Okay. All right. So with that, let's quickly move next. So when we are done with this, we move to the next part, which is supply chain complexity. Order management is what? What do you think of order management? Think of this way. You are a customer, right? You go to Chroma for electronic store. Okay, you go to Chroma and you purchase one laptop. Okay, so for that, a order got placed. Basically, a unique order ID gets placed. Correct, right? So when you go to Amazon or place an order request, so what happens? An individual order gets created for a particular item which you ordered. Correct? It will have a unique order ID which you need to track and all those things, right? So now when you place an order, it generates an order. Well, let's example, you go to Amazon website and you add something in your cart and you place an order. So it generated an order. Now that order was sent from Amazon to the details of that was sent to maybe whoever the seller is, right? What Amazon does, it takes your order and sends to seller. Now what seller will do? It will pack that item and it will ship. Once the shipment is done, you get a tracking number and you start tracking those orders. Then after maybe a couple of days when the delivery was intended and all, it will be out for delivery and you get the order and it gets delivered. As soon as you get the order and you say that, yes, I have received it, in Amazon, when you go and check, you say that order has been received or closed, correct? So this is the order cycle, order life cycle of customer order, where customer places an order, seller ships it, seller delivers it, and customer receives it. So, and then order gets closed, right? So this order cycle is called order management. How you are managing the order. Clear so far? Now, when we go to the demand management, right, or demand planning. So now you as a one customer ordered one laptop. There would be hundreds of people like you who would be ordering the same item over the week of, let's say, over the period of 1 week. So the ISCM will take the input from CRM team and say, okay, the demand for this item is 100. They don't care about individual order, that when it was tracked, when it was shipped, they say how many orders were placed. So that they do a demand that, okay, this item laptop from Amazon has been bought 100 times. So that means they take a input. That's what we call the demand planning or demand management they are talking about, right? So basically the idea is that it's a method to take some input from your order management system and based on that, pass it on to the forecasting team that how much they should buy. So what Amazon will do? Amazon will keep that item which is getting frequently in demand by the customer, they will buy it more, right? And it may change over the period of time and all. So that is just one factor of demand. So forecasting does not work just from the demand, n number of thing, but that is what the difference between, and that's why the order management was between the firm and the customer. That's why it's on the CRM side, but the demand management is, even though the CRM inputs is there, it's for you. Even if, let's example, you as a firm do not do demand management, does customer care? It doesn't impact the customer, right? It's your internal process, how you want to do the planning. That's why that is in your ISC. All right. Okay. So this fulfillment is more like how you are doing. This is like the data of your internal supply chain system, that, okay, how you are fulfilling the orders. So think of this way. Say, for example, 100 customers places an order, and out of which you were able to deliver maybe only 80 of those customers. 20 customer you could not deliver because of shortage, right? So that's a pointer to your internal supply chain system on the fulfillment planning, that boss, your fulfillment is only 80% accurate. Correct? That's why it is your internal thing. So think of this way, all these you will see, it's all on the volume level. You are taking like, okay, that are you doing fulfillment correctly? Are you doing the supply correctly? Are you doing the demand correctly? And all those things and all, right? So that's why these are your internal system. And fulfillment again cannot be just from the customer perspective. It can be from your wholesale to retail also. Let's say, for example, you have a warehouse. Say, for example, if you are based out of Delhi, so Delhi you have grocers, right? Where you basically order your groceries and everything, correct? Grocers may have the smaller unit in every locality, right? Which sends, which delivers to your address, but there may be a wholesale or basically a big distribution center of grocers somewhere in the central Delhi or something, right? So now each of the grocers locations in individual locality in Delhi would be telling those wholesaler or distribution center that, okay, I need 10 kgs of mango, 100 kgs of potato, 100 kg. Are they able to fulfill the demand of the retail outlets also? That is also your internal process that has to be managed, because if that is delayed, the delivery to the end customer also gets delayed, correct? Source is like example, there can be 10 suppliers, right? All of them are your source, correct? For any items or any components that you want to procure, right? They are the source. Now you define that which one is your priority one supplier, which one is your priority two suppliers. You might, based on the negotiations and based on the relationship and all, you might have some high priority suppliers that who are your first priority always, but can they fulfill all your order? No. So you might have want to keep the multiple source also in your back, right? That okay, if this source, if this supplier is not able to fulfill, they'll be able to do the other, you'll reach out to the other suppliers, right? If somebody else is able to supply, well and good, right? So you have to have basically that define that you cannot roll out, think of this way, like for every sub components, you have to define source, right, for your system, right? So that is why basically the sourcing becomes important, right? That what exactly, who are the source, from where you want to buy, what pricing you want to buy, and all those things, right? So that's what basically that you want to do this. Now, when it comes to strategic planning, so think of this way, strategic planning is more like your internal decision on, think of this way, that do you want to even procure this item? Maybe think of this way, uh, your store, let's say you are a owner of a firm and it sells 100 items, out of which 10 are not in getting in much demand. You might, your leadership level, you might define that, okay, let's discontinue these 10 items. I don't want to do any planning for these 10, right? Because it's not giving me good cash and all those things, right? Or maybe some of the things can be there, that some of the hazardous goods you have and some other audit reports are coming that, okay, you cannot sell these. And also you have to take a decision that, okay, does this item impacts my environmental guidelines, right? On all those things. So all those basically where you define the objective, that what to buy, do you even want to buy, do you want to even sell it, and all those things, those all come into your strategic plan. But that's your internal decision. Here suppliers are not involved, customers are not involved, you as a firm, you are only the decision maker, that do you want to do the planning for that item or not, yes, no. Or think of this way, that during a festival period, do you want to do a planning for more, right? So all these are your strategic decision, right? Or think of this way, you can say that, okay, maybe the government is changing, you might get less demand for this. So all these are your internal process. So there's no one factor on the strategic planning. There are n number of factors which will keep on coming based on different firm, different organization, different sectors, different industry, and those all will come into strategy. Okay. Field services is like you want to do some field studies, right, on the ground. Think of this way, that your think of this way, that you want to, so you want to get a pulse of customer, you want to get a pulse of your internal sectors, you want to get a pulse of your employee also. Think of this way, everything might be good, but your if of all the places, maybe some of your equipments are not working. some of the employees are dissatisfied, and all those also impacts the firm's things and all, right? So all those basically come into the field service management and everything, right? So basically it's kind of, think of this way, studying all the company resources, right? All the company resources. It can include your customers, it can include your SRM and all, but you do not directly reach out to them, but you take those input and you study. But then again, the company resources, like the employees are, let's example, you are planning a lot, okay? You have to do a lot of sell and all those things. Are you overstaffed? Are you understaffed? Right? Let's say, example, during festival time, you said that, okay, we want, instead of 100, I want 10,000 orders. Okay, fair enough. But do you have even people to work in your retail shop to fulfill those 10,000 orders? So that basically you have to get those head counts, right? That are you understaffed to fulfill those? Let's say, example, okay, you say to the supplier that, okay, instead of 10 trucks, you have to send me 100 trucks. Do you have laborers to unload those 100 trucks in your warehouse? Who will? Supplier do not care. You ask them, they will supply. But do you have a labor? All those things, right? So all those will come under the field services and all, right? Think of this way. Okay. The call centers will have a very wide scope, not just like during the orders, but during even the after sales also. It depends on, basically think of this way, those are more like a customer support executive and all. So even the after sales and also, think of this way, you sell some items which has the service warranty.
Okay.
Think of this way. Let's example, you sell television sets or laptops or fridge, right? So it's not a fire and forget thing that, okay, you sell a fridge and after that you forget it, right? If it has a 2 years warranty, if customer faces an issue, they will call centers, correct? And
Correct.
that would come as an after sale, right? But the same call center would be reported also in that time where like customer placed an order and you are not delivering, your shipment is getting delayed and all. Same call center will get reported there also, correct? So the call center becomes very wide. Again, it depends upon the type of product. If you are selling a vegetable, there are no after sale call centers, right? So it depends upon the products, right? What exactly you are doing that. Okay.
Yes. Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers supply chain management course in collaboration with EICT IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you will learn technologies such as procurement, logistics, supplier management, and practical exercises, which are mentored by our industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of supply chain management.
Okay. One question. Can anybody define, give me some idea, what is bullwhip? If I say this term bullwhip, what exactly bullwhip means? So we often see those, like it's a whip, like it's a kind of a rope which people like kind of swing at animals. You might have seen at times in some of the animal shows also, or in the bullock cart or the horse cart and all those things, right? So bullwhip basically, and how's the shape of the bullwhip? When somebody swings it, what do you see the shape? So typically what happens, bullwhip goes something like, maybe if I draw it here, it will be something like this, right? Something like this, correct? If I draw, like it's a rope, and then it will be something like a sine curve or something, but it will not have a uniform, like it might start from the lower amplitude and then it goes high and all those things, right? Something in that fashion. All right. So bullwhip effect when we talk about, right? So yeah. So what happens? A bullwhip effect when we talk about, right? So a bullwhip effect when we talk about. So what happens? It's a situation. Think of this way. By now, all of us, at least, we have some idea that what do we know? That it would be like, say, for example, and when we talk about supply chain, then what happens? So we spoke about different stages, right? Like it starts from customer order, then it basically goes to the retailers, then the distributors, and then it goes to manufacturers and then suppliers, right? Now, what Bullwhip talks about is basically that what it does is it's a situation where what happens, we try to evaluate the situation of one stage, that what is the situation of my supply chain process at a particular stage, and how does that impact the overall processing of some of the other stages. So basically how the effect propagates from one stage to another, right? So what does this mean is, like, say for example, as if customer demand increases, what happens? The retailer will also buy, get more from distributor. Then the distributor also will go and ask manufacturer to manufacture more, and the manufacturer will also ask the raw material suppliers to send more items, right? So it's, you can see the navigation increases, basically how we proceed, and it's the other way around also, right? Say for example, if the demand decreases, so and so on, it basically keeps on getting decreasing. Now, what happens is, when we talk about the supply chain management end to end, a very important thing is that each and every stages are well coordinated with each other. What does this mean? That if, say, for example, customer order demand increases, the exact information that the increase of the demand or the decrease in the demand has to be effectively and timely manner, it has to be shared to the upstream and downstream systems, right? So as soon as, like, say for example, the demand depletes or demand increases, we share the same information to the upstream system or the downstream system, and then accordingly they will process that information. Accordingly, they'll also have to share the same information to their corresponding system. Now, what does mean it means is basically that, say for example, the demand increases and you do not share that information correctly to the previous stage or the later stage, they will continue to manufacture, they will continue to supply based on the previously shared information. And that will result into breakage of your supply chain. It can be either shortage or it can be overstocking, right? So this lack of coordination, basically what different each stages which it happens, it can be because of multiple reasons, right? It can be because of multiple reasons, that okay, the two departments or the two orgs or two stages are not well connected. Their failure basically in the information sharing process, or basically maybe customer demand increases or decreases every 15 minutes, and you share the information to the to retailers maybe once a day or twice a day, right? So it's not on timely manner and all those things, right? So there can be n number of reasons, and then all those things we will start seeing in each of these stages. But this is what basically what happens. Like last classes when we were discussing that supply chain is a very, okay, we discussed that, okay, yes, customer ask, retailer fetch it from the wholesaler get it from manufacturer fetches from the suppliers. Then where is the complexity, right? It's a very simple process, there's no issue, but in reality that doesn't happen, right? The demand keeps on diminishing or increasing, and there that actual well coordinated supply chain management comes into picture, right? So as a supply chain management folks, SCM professional, you have to make sure that each stages work in tandem, right? So this is what we call bullwhip effect, right? So you can see here, we've just tried to kind of pictorially signify this. Okay. All right. So let me give you some quick background. What happens, what bullwhip effect talks about is that any fluctuation in the previous stages, right? In the first stage of the supply chain, which is customer demand, basically, if say, for example, the customer demand increases, let's say, example, 2 times or goes down 2 times and all those things, the impact or the effect of those in the subsequent stages will be much higher magnitude. So if you can see here, what it says is the slowly as you move towards left, so rightmost side is the towards the fag end of the supply chain, and right hand. Okay, let me go back to one of the previous slide which we had covered in the previous one. So if you see this, right, that's what I was talking. So if you go on the from right to left, any fluctuation in the demand on the right side of the stages as you move towards left, it keeps on resulting into higher volume basically. So say for example, this is what it depicts here in this one. Let's see, customer demand is increasing slightly. It says, if you see here, if you can see my cursor or laser, from 200, and it's all bullwhip effect. All these things are over time. So it's always plotted against time. So basically think of this way, all these four graphs are plotted against demand versus time. So the first block is nothing but the customer demand, right? So you can see from first day to second day, it moved from 200 to 250. What it resulted in, that retailers, they move from 200 to 350. It does not increase in the same level, right? Similarly, what happens when it goes to the wholesaler, it may go even further, right? And then basically, if it goes to the manufacturer, it will go even further over time, right? It may not be on day one. Reason is because when you give the signal on day one, the moment, like by the time manufacturer will start replicating those demand in their system, it may be day 2, day 3, day 4, and all those things, and so on with the supplier. So basically what the point here is with the bullwhip effect is that whatever changes you see on the right hand side of the supply chain, basically the customer demand, you do not see the exact same thing being replicated on the left side of the stages, basically on the retailers or wholesaler or manufacturer. It will be on a different quantity as well as on the different time window as well, right? So that is what basically the bullwhip effect talks about. That if you see the impact on the extremes right, it will be very low. But as you keep on moving towards left, it keeps on increasing basically, right? And that is what the bullwhip effect. So if you can see here, right, what I have just documented, the outcome of lack of supply chain coordination is bullwhip effect, right? Because what did I say? That it may not be propagated within a day or within a 2 day and all. That's why you not see the on the same day the same thing and all. If everything is a very idle state, as soon as customer demand increases, within a second you pass it on to retailer, within a second retailer pass it to wholesaler and all, everything would be insane. But of course, due to multiple system being involved, multiple orgs being involved, multiple people being involved, right? And of course, there are certain limitation of the suppliers, softwares and all. What happens at times, the system has to be, sometimes it has to be in the kind of out of sync or lack of well coordinated data, and that causes the bullwhip effect basically. And what it causes, the fluctuation in which the order increases as they move up the supply chain from retailer to wholesaler to manufacturer, it will keep on changing, right? That is what the bullwhip effect is. Okay. Remember, if we all remember, there was something called push and pull. Remember that from retailers and then wholesaler to manufacturer and all those were basically, if you see here, those were coming to basically all these push process, correct? That was done, all these processing was done in anticipation, right? Say for example, on day one, customer said that retailer told to wholesaler that, okay, customer asked instead of 200, 250. So they anticipate that, okay, maybe for next whole week, it might be 250. So they anticipate and then they pass that information, right? So all those things, that's why the whole point here, the bottom line is that key takeaway, that the customer order, the way it fluctuates or varies, cannot be always same for the wholesaler or manufacturer or the supplier, right? That's the whole point. And what to order, how much to order, and all those things we will see when we individually go to individual modules, right? That, okay, when we go to inventory, when we go to logistics and all those things. But this is just like a very high level thing that you can see the supply chain complexity which happens across stages. And that is what the name has been given as bullwhip effect, right? Now, one question we all know, right? So when we talk about supply chain, right? Supply chain management, supply chain, what is exactly we are trying to do? We are trying to, as a customer, we need something, and then some of the entities, some of the orgs and all are working towards fulfilling that need, right? That's what we learned from the previous session, right? So that means lot of manufacturing is happening, lot of productions are happening, right? Now it can range from anything to everything, right? It can be your fashion wear, your apparel, your cosmetics, your food, your automobiles, you can furnitures, the electronics goods, right? Agricultural goods, anything for consumer goods, right? Anything and everything, everywhere supply chain is involved, right? Now, we all know what state we are in right now, right? And this sustainable or sustainability, what we say, it has gained a lot of traction. Trust me, it has gained a lot of traction in last maybe a decade, where every single orgs are audited, monitored, and all that, how much their processes are adding to the environment in a positive or negative way, right? So sustainability, right, when we often come across how we impact the environment and all those things, right? So those things does contribute. So how can we see the end goal is, what is the end goal of supply chain? So far, what we learned, the end goal is we have to meet customer demand. We have to make sure that we are doing the optimization in logistics, optimization in production, optimization in manufacturing, right? And at the end, of saving some of the cost, and of course, maximizing the benefit, right? We all work, all the business, every single business in this world works towards maximizing the profit, right? That's what everybody, every single company, every single institutions are working towards, right? Maximizing shareholders' wealth. That's the thumb rule, right? The end goal of every single org is to maximize shareholder wealth, right? So yes, that is the priority, but this sustainability helps us to remind that in the race of maximizing the profit, we should not start harming earth, right? The nature, the environment, right? That's what the whole point of sustainable supply chain. And why I'm bringing this is why I'm bringing this topic at the very first, that from here onwards, when you start learning individual modules, keep a mind of sustainability in every module going forward, rather than learning this topic at the fag end. Try to pour in or try to match these thoughts in every module as you learn, right? So that should come by default in your process, by default in your practice, by default in your systems and all, right? So that's what we are going to learn towards that sustainable supply chain. Now, what we are going to learn is here. So you can see, why do we need supply chain, right? Why do we need sustainability in supply chain? Some of the pillars of sustainable environment, introduction to triple bottom reviews, some of the key metrics, and then there is something called circular supply chain, right? So very important. What do we mean by when we say talk about sustainable supply chain? So sustainable supply chain is a strategic business decision, right? So it's a decision made by the individual orgs, right, to include sustainable sourcing, production, packaging, and responsible delivery of produced good. What does this mean? When you choose a supplier, take a conscious decision that which supplier you want to choose. Are they also sustainable? Say, for example, there are two suppliers. One was kind of, let's say, you are reaching out to the timber suppliers, the wood suppliers. One who is kind of growing the wood for commercial purpose so that they can cut and yield and all those things. Is that your supplier? Or some other supplier who's cutting down or maybe converting some of the jungle or forest land into a barren land? Do you want to choose those suppliers, right? And then you'll get the same product, but which supplier you would want to choose, right? So your decision or your business decision, business priorities, business processes should involve what kind of source suppliers you should choose, how you should produce, right? You can produce by creating or emitting less pollution, or you can say, for example, the byproduct, should you release it in maybe nearby river? Is that a viable option? Or how do you treat those sewage, or how do you treat the wastewater, right? The packaging, are you packing it in a plastic thing or maybe something biodegradable item, right? And then of course delivery, are you using maybe one packet in one truck? Is that a viable or good option on the environment? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe you might want to may have the truck full of deliveries so that the same emission takes care, but it delivers more and more package, right? So all these constitute towards sustainability in supply chain, right? It sustainability does not include only your core process. All the boundary process also should be equally sustainable to make yourself sustainable. See, you can't be blindfolded by the peripheral system. Say, for example, you are a manufacturer. You say, oh, we are very much sustainable. All our machines are audited and very nicely done. It doesn't produce a lot of emission and all those things. But your logistic supplier, logistic providers with whom you ship those items, they use maybe a very dated, old vehicles. They are not making sure that, okay, their vehicles are optimized and all. They are causing a lot of emission. So who's responsible? You are responsible because they are at the end, they are delivering your package. At the same time, your supplier may not be sustainable. So who's responsible? You would be sustainable, right? You would be responsible because they are not sustainable, right? So your business sustainability will not be restricted only to your org, but pretty much all the peripheral systems where sustainability would be required. Then only your end-to-end process becomes sustainable, right? So each supply chain, however, is only a small part of world. That's what I was talking about, right? Maybe a logistic provider or a supplier and all. Everybody has to contribute towards that, irrespective of whether it's a small, big, major stakeholder, minor stakeholder, doesn't matter. Everybody has to contribute positively to make sure that they are contributing to the environment positively. Why? Of course, because we have to protect the health of entire planet, every human being and every living organism in this world, right? That's what the whole point is, right? So it is thus important to expand the goal of supply chain beyond the interest of participants, right, to other affected by supply chain decision, right? So there are some indirect the stakeholders also in your supply chain also, right? So they should also be equally affected and equally responsible for the sustainability, right? This is what so in order to make sure that everybody is impacted and all, we need supply chain. So very important concept to understand. How does this impact, right? When we talk about the sustainable development or sustainable supply chain, we have three pillars, right? When we talk about, one is economy. Economy is, of course, the most important because at then everybody is working to maximize the profit. We are working, we are manufacturing, we are supplying to create asset, to create wealth, to create job, right? So all these is on the economy. So that's definitely one pillar of supply chain. The other is the society, right? That, okay, how's the health and safety? How's the workforce? How's the communities and all those things, right? So these are the society. And the third and very important part is environment. How we are impacting the water, how we are impacting the climate, the natural resource, right? So this pillar is equally important. You cannot only be dependent on economy and society and you said, okay, my supply chain is good enough. Okay. Just factoring economy and society, you may have a decent social equity. Everybody might have a good wealth, but will that be a healthy environment? No. Will that be sustainable for long term? Can this model sustain for another 50 years? Maybe not. We already see how the polluted environment has become. The rivers are polluted, the air is polluted. Can it sustain for another 20 years, 50 years? Maybe not, right? So each pillar equally plays an important role to make sure that your supply chain overall process is sustainable, long running, and without impacting the environment negatively, right? So these are the three pillars what we want to talk about. Okay, we have to maintain a balance, right? And we will come back to some of those parameters, but the bottom line is, irrespective of, see, you cannot go all in just for development or you cannot go all in just for sustainability, right? And that's what the whole point is. Had it been just a black and white, why do you think that sustainable SCM folks would be paid so much, right? It all boils down to the kind of your business expertise, your business acumen and all, so that at least you take a conscious decision to maintain a balance. And there's not just one parameter. The logistics, why I brought that example, because that everybody can synchronize with that because they can visualize. but there are n number of parameters, and some of the critical parameters we will discuss, which are, trust me, logistics is one of the least concerning. Reason is because logistics, even if you keep the sustainable factor out, the org tend to lower down the logistic cost because it requires costing, right? So they will always try to do the FTL, not LTL, and all those things, because they will try to optimize. So that comes by default. So no, trust me, logistics is the least concern from sustainability. There are other bigger parameters which we will discuss as we proceed into this session. Okay. So let me quickly give one example here. Think of this way, or let's say, for example, PNG, correct? We were discussing PNG, that okay, they manufacture, let's say, for example, diapers, right? So when they manufacture diapers, what happens? They'll have some factories and basically the mills which will manufacture the diapers. Now, what do? They'll have to, what all things they would be using it? They'll be using it water, they'll be using fiber, they'll be using maybe plastics, they may be using wood or paper, because for diaper they may need paper, right? Now there are some things that, okay, yes, you can use water for industrial purpose, but what kind of water you should use? You cannot use drinkable water. There are some other types of water which has to be used, and it has to be this much percentage only, it has to be used or something, right? When they manufacture, they run the mill, so they emit lot of gases. There are fixed limit by the government that only this much emission you can have. And then also, and we are going to discuss those parameters, don't worry about that. Now when they uh, pick the fiber, when they procure fiber, is it a natural fiber? Can it be biodegradable, or can it be synthetic? If it is non-biodegradable, there is a certain limit that they can use only this much percentage of their synthetic fiber, and that is also year on year it has to reduce. So every year it should reduce by 10%, the uses in terms of percentage, not in the absolute. So whatever, say for example, today, this year they use, say for example, non-biodegradable fiber, maybe 50 metric tons per site. Next year, they have to use only 45. Next year, it has to be 41.5, like that and all, right? So those are some of the guidelines for each of the metrics which has been provided, right? So from the example perspective, we will consider Procter and Gamble. And if they want to maintain a sustainability, basically comply with the sustainable guidelines, they have to make sure that when they are procuring all these raw materials, it meets the sustainable compliance guidelines. When they are using during their manufacturing process, when they use water, it has to comply. When they are emitting, their site, their factory, their mills should emit in terms of the guidelines. They should be well within the guidelines. And we are forgetting one very important thing. It's not just, many of us, when you are working in some of the orgs and all, you would have noticed that each of those orgs, these are our directly sustainability. But apart from that, some of the orgs also work towards making the life, or basically impacting social life to some of the underprivileged kids, women's, and everybody also better. So that's also some of the guideline that everybody has to contribute towards social impact. So say for example, you would have noticed many of the orgs, many of the big firms and all, they adopt some of the village, they take up some of the project, like how they are impacting the life of somebody in Africa, right? How the women hygienes are being maintained, how the child hygienes are maintained and all. So that is also one factor of social or sustainability. So those are one of the parameters as well, that okay, how many lives you are impacting. So that's basically social impact. So it doesn't, this sustainability does not revolve only towards the emission or the least use of petroleum and all those things, but all the other things as well, right? So we will discuss those factors when we go further, and then you will have to you will get much better clarity on that. Okay. So when we talk about these sustainability, right? So these are basically, when we talk about this sustainable supply chain. So what we talk about, three things. the end goal is three things. One is, of course, prosperity, right? We all are working towards profit, right? So prosperity, making everybody's life better in terms of goods, in terms of money, in terms of everything. Of course, people should be happy, people should be healthy, people should be in a livable condition. And the third is planet. Planet is basically, we all know, whatever we do, we only have one home, right? We destroy, we are destroyed, right? With planet Earth, we are also destroyed. So we have to take care of planet. So the bottom line category for all these sustainabilities are basically well-being of people, well-being of economy, and well-being of planet, right? That's what we talk about, right? So that's basically, they say, triple bottom reviews also, basically, which expands the business. So when we talk about business success metrics, in terms of if it is an automobile manufacturing company, what do we say success metrics? Okay, every day 10 unit manufactured. If it is say for example, uh, let's say for example, electronics manufacturing company, you say that okay, every day 100 units manufactured, 50 units sold, 50 profit of this much percentage, year on revenue grew by 100%, 20%. All these are success metrics of business. But along with that, these are the indirect metrics. How many people you impacted? How did you contribute to planet? How did you contribute to the prosperity, right, of the society? So all these are also some of the success metrics. And that's why nowadays, pretty much every single big orgs, when they generate the annual report, annual review with their stakeholder, the shareholders, their annual report and all, it's not just limited to the financials and the numbers and all, but it also has a mention of all these details on the planet, environment, people, prosperity, and all those. Those are also some of the indirect success metrics. So two companies, say for example, generating the same revenue, one is contributing maybe 50 CO2 tons emission, the other is contributing 10 CO2 emissions, right? The second company is doing much better. They will have the shareholders, the investors will have much more confidence in them. The government entities, the government regulations and all will be more scrutinizing this first company, even though they're also earning same, but they are not contributing as positively as the other company. So they'll get more sanction, they may get higher interest rates and all those things, right? So those things also contribute to the success metrics of an organization. Okay, so that is what, and again, this is, if you see the same thing what we talk about when we talk about people, right? The three pillars what we're talking about, right? So the three categories. So people, when we talk about people, consider all stakeholders. So stakeholders, and there's a big difference between stakeholder and shareholders, right? So you can be a shareholder of a company, or you may not be a shareholder, but still you can be a stakeholder, right? So stakeholder can be direct, can be indirect. Say for example, if a manufacturing firm is there, okay, who are the stakeholders? Suppliers, manufacturers, logistics provider, wholesaler, retailers, customers. Are there only stakeholders? No, there are n number of other stakeholders also in the locality where their factory is located, because they are living in that environment. If you make the air polluted, they get impacted. So they are also the stakeholder of your firm, correct? Right? The river with which you are using the water, all the people dependent on that river, they may be also. So any community, it can be the government, it can be the neighboring community, anybody, right? Even the future generations who are not yet born, who are going to live there in that, they are also some of the stakeholders, right? When we talk about people, it considers pretty much everybody in that. Okay. All right. The second part is, if the second part is planet, the planet is basically, planet considers the relationship between an organization or a business and the natural environment, right? So when we talk about the forest, the river, the air, right? Everybody which you are impacting, these would covered under the planet part, right? So everything that would cover under the planet. And then we talk about the prosperity, right? So prosperity is nothing but, we all are clear that what exactly this prosperity means, right? The prosperity is considers the economic indicators over which organization or business has influence, right? So Are you paying right? Are you sourcing it properly from the right sources? Is the health of your workers at the mill are not compromised, right? Are they working in the healthy environment? All these are contributes towards prosperity, right? So these were like the three uh, bottom line categories when we talk about people, planet, and prosperity. Yeah, so there are certain rules, right? There are certain rules on the CSR that you have to contribute a certain percentage of your earning and revenue onto CSR. So these are some of the rules. Now the rule vary from country to country, right? So it's not a one global rule, but from the like a country-wise perspective, and then basically how it people do, it does become some of the countries. So especially when you talk about India, right? So it has mandated, I think in 2014 or 2012, I do not remember exactly, but India was the country which mandated CSR basically. So it's legally mandated that every country, every org basically, which are basically, so there's something called Company Act. Okay. So it's a Company Act. It's a legal term. It's a financial term. It's a director, all the independent directors and all they use it, right? So as per Company Act, this has become a legally mandated section, basically. So in India, again, there are some countries which do not mandate and which is perfectly fine. But by now, all the major economies and all, they do mandate it. All the CS are exempted from tax and all. So whatever you spend and all, I think it's 1% or 2% of their total net profit. You can go more than that, absolutely more than welcome. But I think 2% or 1%, I don't remember the numbers, but that of that minimum, that has to be contributed towards the social CSR activities, and that would be all taxes exempted and all those things would be there. So nobody is going to tax you on those things and all. CSR not only it does impact a company brand also to a bigger extent. Think of this way: as an organization, if you do some good, it creates a brand positivity also towards that. In India, many of us treat Tata as a very good brand, right? Very ethical brand and all those things. One of the primary reason is Tata does spend a lot in CSR. You will see, right? All the Tata hospitals might be not very pricey and all. So they do a lot of CSR things and all, right? It's not just one, right? So that's why Tata has a different brand image compared to some of the other brands in India, right? So that's why the people, or basically orgs right now, the awareness across people is so much that everybody knows what every company is doing, right? So these activities or these actions not only is mandated or legally mandated in India and all, it does include a brand awareness for that brand as well. Think of this way, it's a free publicity as well, right? You adopt a village and then you put something and all that these things are organized by so and so. It's a free publicity as well. So that's why company also, they preferred investing some of these net profit percentage, and these are very marginal percentage, 1-2% doesn't matter, and they do that in for the CSR activities. Okay. And we do have, it's not like, okay, things are not being taken care. It has already been implemented at war scale level. Many of these things, many of these parameters are being monitored for every org very minutely, very minutely. So there are auditing team and all, and I'll cover those points, that what are those key parameters which are the most important. Like these are the parameters which everybody must follow. If they do not follow, they are penalized, their license gets suspended and all those things. We are going to cover some of those factors as well, purely focused on sustainability. But again, we all know that, okay, last maybe 50-60 years, or since the time all these industry revolution and everything has started and all those things, nobody even factored these things. All these things have started getting traction in last maybe a decade or 2 decades or so at max, right? So things are started to slowly kind of getting up implemented. Many of the people or many of the orgs are getting aware, right? The awareness is spreading and all. People are realizing the impact, the negative impact if not being followed and all. And of course, these orgs are even forced also to follow some of these things and all. So hopefully, just give me some time when we cover these parameters, because whatever we are discussing, these are more like a story that, okay, yes, we should follow this. But how can I keep a check? When I say, let's say, for example, Vikram, Ranjit, Abhishek, Amit, and Anil own 5 different manufacturing firms. I tell all 5 of them to make sure that, okay, your emission is under control, your water is under control. But unless you all know, right? Unless we do not quantify, you cannot measure and you cannot penalize, you cannot put a check, right? So we have some of these parameters that what needs to be followed, how much needs to be followed, and all those things, and they have to report it. So there are governing bodies where they have to report it as per Company Act and all. If they do not, they get fined or they get penalized and all, right? So those things we will cover those to some. But again, we all know the reality. Many loopholes are also there. Some of the things are still not being followed and all those things. And of course, it's not something which a government only can mandate. It's responsibility for every single person, not just government, not just organization, not just manufacturer, not just suppliers, but pretty much every single person who was directly involved or indirectly involved in this process, right? Okay. What do we have in our planet, right? We are talking about the air, the environment should be clean. The water should be there, right? If Earth does not have drinkable water, we are all doomed, right? We do not have any place to stay. We are all gone, right? The air should be breathable. The water should be drinkable. We should have a place to stay. There should be ample amount of forest should be there, right? And we agree or disagree, all these industrial revolution, all these organization, all these factories and all those things are negatively impacting this planet, right? All the industries in and around Yamuna River and the state of Yamuna, what do we have, right? It's not a river anymore, right? The way it was there maybe 40, 50 years back, it's no more a river. It looks like more like a drainage or something. Primarily because all the leather factories, all the industries in and around Yamuna, where they had their outlet, the wastewater and the waste chemical and everything being drained into Yamuna, right? So if everybody starts doing that, if every river in that state of where Yamuna is currently, that means our planet is gone. There is no river at all left, right? Same way we know, if you are from, let's say, for example, Bangalore area, we all know that, okay, maybe 20 years, 25 years, 50 years back, what was the state of Bangalore? How many lakes were there? How many green belts were there? Now, many of these places are a concrete jungle. Their lakes are gone because of industrialization, because of setting up the supply, our industries and all. And why those are being done? To meet customer demand. So of course we have to meet customer demand, but there has to be a protocol that, okay, you cannot cut down jungle, you cannot cut down forest land, you cannot pollute river water, you have to take care of your wastage, how you want to do that. All those things has to be taken care of. If not done, that's how the sufferer is only one thing, and that's your planet. Basically, that's us, right? All right. So with that, let's quickly with the 3 categories what we discussed, right? On the 3 bottom line categories, people, planet, and prosperity. We move to the next part. These are some of the very critical. When I say these are some of the very critical parameters. So when we talk about some of these things, so the first and foremost thing is the social impact. What do you mean by social impact, right? So basically that how you are improving the well-being of people in need, right? Now, there are certain guidelines that a company of this size should impact this much millions of people, right? Now, when we say, let's say, example, many of the, you would have heard like in the companies in North America and all, they go to African villages, right? They say that, okay, I'll improve the improve of life of the childs of these many childs, or something like these many childs and all, right? So they do basically work towards improving the social life of multiple folks, right? So it can be children, it can be women, and all those things. So that's one of the very key thing. And there, basically, we have all those CSR thing coming into picture, right? That where you are impacting the lives of people in need, right? Now, of course, which geography you want to pick, which geography you do not you want to target and all, it all depends upon your preference and your personal choice and all. But there are certain targets. So what happens, every single manufacturing org or every single organization, right, what they have is they put together their sustainability target for next 10 years. And the target defines that this is their plan for year on year, that this year 2025 I would impact maybe 25 million lives. Then maybe 2026 it will be 28 millions, like that. And also they have to kind of release, and what company, and you just try to Google search many of these things, like, okay, the sustainability target for some of the manufacturing firms and all those things, right? 10 years sustainability target or 2030 sustainability target and all, you'd get a lot of these results, right? So company release their target, right? And they release, there are two things. One, when they release it, of course, it's accessible publicly. All the shareholders will have the access to it. And then they have to abide by that. So they have to show the projection as well. That, okay, yes, they had projected that by 2030, they'll start impacting maybe 30 million lives. How they are trending? Are they trending right? Are they trending positively in the right direction and all those things, right? So that's basically one major thing, that, okay, the social impact. And many of these companies, they try to achieve with this CSR activities, what we talked about, right? That how they can improve, right? It can be maybe picking up some government schools, it can be picking up some women hygiene care and all those things, right? So those things depends upon the company priority, company vision, a company target and all, right? So that's the social impact. Now, after that, what happens, you can see, as you see on the screen, you have the four major thing, right? Forest and fiber, waste and recycling, energy and climate, and water, right? These are very quantifiable things. Okay. There is a concept called landfill. What does landfill means? So they all where the waste is dumped, right? Now, let's say, for example, if that landfill is a biodegradable landfill, let's say, for example, that will never be a landfill, because eventually what happens, that degrades and it will never be a landfill. But imagine electronics waste, the landfill. Do you think that it's ever going to get degradable? It's always going to be there, correct? Every electronic manufacturing company, they have an electronic waste disposal and all those things and all, right? That creates a landfill. Now, every company, every manufacturing firm, let's have they have a plastic as a waste, that creates a landfill. Electronics, that creates a landfill, right? Every manufacturing firm, they have a target that they have to reduce manufacturing by so and so percentage. So every manufacturing firm, that they cannot continue to keep on uh, doing the landfill year on year, and all those things. They cannot. So at least, like, what they will have, that, okay, they have to reduce the landfill by 150,000 metric ton year on year. That's their target. Again, of course, these targets are defined by the legal and companies and legal bodies and all those things. And that will not be same for every company. It will vary depending on the company's volume, company transactions and everything, right? The bigger the company, the bigger the target and all those things, right? But every single company has a target of that you have to reduce the landfill. Gone are those days that, okay, you can keep on doing the landfill year on a year, and nobody cared. It cannot be done, right? Now, so how can you do how can you reduce the landfill? Reusing some way or the other, right? Road construction is one of the process. Okay. So forest and fiber, when we talk about, right? So what does forest and fiber talks. Like, so say, for example, in majority of time, it would be like how you are sourcing some of the raw materials, right? It can be from the forest or basically any kind of fiber and all, which you try to use it, right? So the sustainable goal, right, or the sustainable target, right, for your orgs would always be that, okay, you have to reduce the forest footprint, basically, right? What we say NFF and EPF. So there are two factors on forest footprint when we talk about, right? So one is basically like is NFF, and basically natural forest fiber, and then other is EPF, which is environmental preferred fiber, right? So these are the things which typically which are being tracked very closely, right, by anybody, right? So typically what happens that the target which are given is in a 10-year window, you have to reduce the natural forest fiber uses to maybe by 50% reduction. So if, say, for example, right now you're using in, let's say, example, 10 metric ton, and in 10-year time, you might want, you have to, your target would be that you'll be using, let's say, around 25, right? So that's how typically your natural NFF and EPF are being basically tracked, right? And all these are tracked into two categories, either in terms of metric ton, basically the absolute, or is the percentage. So you say the target EPF percentage reduction, it would be, let's say, around 50%. And then year on year you track. You cannot say that for 9 years, I am not doing anything. And then 10th year, you suddenly say that, okay, I cannot comply and all. It doesn't happen, right? So you have to kind of show those projections, show those actuals year on year for the EPF data as well as the NFF data, right? So natural forest fiber as well as the EPF target, right? So these are that, okay, what is the plan and metric ton uses, and then what is the actual uses, right? So you have to kind of always show those sustainability report, maybe year on year, basically, right? Let me try to search if I can show you some of those. If I find an actual report, okay, so that at least you can, while I talk, it'll be easy for you to correlate as well, okay? Okay, perfect. I got a really good, let me share that. Okay, so now Kimberly-Clark is a company. Basically, it's a consumer goods company, which typically, I'm sure like you would have heard some of the brands like Huggies, right? Or Kotex, or say, for example, some of the hand sanitizer and all those things. So these Kimberly-Clark is one of the biggest manufacturer. They are the one who invented diaper, by the way, right? So it's a 150-year-old company. It's pretty big company, presence over maybe 150 odd countries and all. Everywhere you'll see Huggies and all those diapers, right? So see, if you can see their aspirations and goals, basically. Do you see this social impact, what we were talking about? What it says? That make life better through purpose-driven brand, right? Our goal they have given. So now what it says, advance the well-being of 1 billion people through innovation and programs that deliver essentials to undeserved communities, right? Do you see this? That's what. And you can see here, they have the target, which is they are going to achieve by 2022, 2025, 2030, like those things. And SDG stands for Sustainable Development Goals, right? So these are the Sustainable Development Goals, what they're talking about, right? Let me go to, we are talking about the forest footprint, right? So you can see here, reduce the natural forest fiber by 50% while unlocking all these things. And also you see this, their goal, reduce the NFF, natural forest fiber, by 50% from 2011 as a base year. So 2011, whatever they were doing, by now they want to reduce it by 50%. And when is their target? By 2025, right? Do you see? Similarly here, what they say, source 90% of the tissue fiber from environmental preferred fiber. That means whatever fiber they need, out of which whatever they are sourcing, they have to source 90% of the fiber should be environmentally preferred fiber, right? EPF, that's 2025 goal, right? Does it make sense what I was talking earlier and now when try to put the actual example? Yeah. So natural forest fiber means anything which is biodegradable and recyclable. So which basically that does not have impact on environment, right? So you use it and then when you dispose it, it gets basically it becomes either recyclable or degradable automatically, naturally. EPF, environmental preferred fiber. So basically, think of this way: there are many fibers what we use: linen, cotton, right? Plastic, many fibers we might use. Environmentally preferred, if you talk linen, yes, it degrades. Basically, it gets recyclable easily, right? Cotton, it gets recyclable easily. Plastic may not. Even plastic also have different types, if you remember, right? So not every plastic is biodegradable and all those things, right? So those are the environmental preferred fiber what you use. It should be so when whichever are categorized as environmental preferred fiber, that means they again are recycled or they get biodegradable. They basically it gets okay, and it does not impact the landfill and all, right? So that was the whole point of increase in uses of those fibers and reduction of natural forest fiber. What does that mean? That wood, the trees, you reduce it, try to kind of adjust it or basically supplement it with something else which can be manufactured. Trees and all are naturally forest fiber. You do not want to kind of reduce the forest footprint, right? Basically reduce the forest areas and all those things, right? So those things are there. Okay. All right. Okay. So we discussed the social impact. We discussed forest and fiber. Similarly, now waste and recycling. We touched upon waste and recycling a little bit, right? That reduction of landfill or reduction or divert the products and packaging to VOS. What does that mean? Divert product and packaging waste to VAS. Okay. So VA is nothing but value added service, as simple as that, right? So what we want is here is divert product and packaging waste to VS. That means whatever the waste, what we are getting it, right? From either from product or say from packaging, right? We pack a lot of things and there are a lot of waste and all. How we can use those as well, which will reduce my wastage, right? Or which will kind of help me to recycle. So reduction of landfill, that is one major sustainable goal for every firm. Every firm has to reduce the landfill. That's a very strict norm and strict guidelines given to them. And of course, they have to utilize some of those waste to some of the additional value added service. Okay. Okay, I see this. This is a more like a plastic footprint. So you can see here, right, the 20% average recycled content across plastic packaging, right? If you see here, this 100% of manufacturing waste will be diverted to from landfill to beneficial uses, right? So basically moving those waste in order to go instead of going to landfill to maybe some additional value added service or something, right? 100% of packaging will be reusable, recyclable, and composable, right? So you can see this is their target, right? So they have multiple targets: 50% reduction in the use of new fossil fuel based plastic, right? So all these are their targets. 75% of the materials in our product will be either biodegradable or will be recovered and recycled. So you see, these are some of the absolute number, and they have a fixed target that by 2030 they have to achieve this. By 2025 they have to achieve this. So these are some of the sustainable goals for Kimberly-Clark, right? For the plastic footprint and the landfill and all those things. Okay. So you can see here, the other is now we talk about energy and climate. Now you see a point here. I have mentioned GHG. This is a very industry standard term. So GHG is a very industry standard and which is very mindly again similar to landfills and the plastic uses and the recycling and all. Even GHG emission is very closely monitored, right? Very closely monitored. They have a fixed set of guidelines and all. In India, there are like a lot of unorganized sectors, right? So basically like there are a lot of unorganized sectors and of course, like there is no one answer that, okay, what can be done? Of course, as you said, that it does come with a cost. But what there are certain things that, okay, like when they claim for certain subsidies or they claim for certain tax exemptions and all those things, they need to produce these reports and all those things, right? So those are certain things which the legal body or the as per the company acts and all those things are being done. But of course, this is just, I'll be very honest, like, okay, these are some of the challenges, especially on the sectoral issues, right? So these are like say for example, the unorganized sectors, many of the things does not follow the uh, climate or legal governance, or the governance what we typically has been put together, right? But of course, like right now when we see that, okay, a lot of things are kind of slowly, even the smaller sectors and all are kind of getting into the mainstream, especially with GST and all those things, right? Digitization and all those things, they are kind of going, they cannot go under the radar that, okay, yes, they can do whatever they want without being aligned with the government policies and the legal route and all those things, right? But with that, like, to be very honest, these are very wider discussion. Like these, we'll get into the actual discussion that what can be done, and these are very subjective and all those things. So what I would say is, let's first try to understand these concepts. Those are, to be very honest, beyond even my scope or somebody else's scope to understand that what it can be done at the grassroots level to kind of channelize everything and all those things. Okay, so quickly moving to the GHG emission, right? So we talked about the reduction of GHG emission. GHG emission is a very big topic, right? So there's not like just one type of greenhouse gas and all. So first, what is greenhouse gas emission? So greenhouse gas are the gases which pretty much the whole point is that extended emission or the large emission of those gases raises the temperature of the earth, right? Some of the examples you can see: carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, and also on and on, right? Now, what we have done is, there are all these greenhouse gases are defined into three categories. What we talk about: scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. Now, each organization have to report scope 1, 2, and 3 all separately. You cannot club into one and say that, okay, my greenhouse gas emission is this much. It doesn't work like that. Now, let's understand what is exactly scope 1, 2, and 3. One is basically your direct emission. In order to manufacture, in order to produce, in order to make, whatever greenhouse gas you are emitting, your factories, your sites, your machines are emitting, those are scope 1. And you are the sole responsible organization to make sure that you reduce the emission of scope 1. Clear? When it comes to scope 2, these are the indirect emissions which your firm is using. Think of this way: there's a manufacturing firm, right? You are the owner of manufacturing firm, so you are the manufacturing firm. You use a lot of electricity. Now, in order to generate that electricity, of course, there are greenhouse gas emissions are happening, right? Because you might be using thermal power, right? That electricity department would be using thermal power or something, right? So it might be burning coal or whatever and all, right? So those are resulting into, right? Or maybe the coolant what you're using, the furnace what you're using, right? So basically, which you are kind of taking somebody else service, but those are kind of getting into the scope 2, which are, you are using the service, but you are not directly emitting, somebody else is emitting, but in order to fulfill your need, they are doing those emissions. So that is scope 2. Again, you are at some point directly, not 100%, but in association with that other entity, you are also indirectly responsible for the reduction of scope 2. And scope 3 is completely your indirect emission, which is basically somebody else is doing, but you are a consumer. Like, think of this way, like your logistic provider. Say, for example, Amazon, they use, let's say, for example, Blue Dart as a logistic provider. Blue Dart in itself is a different entity. They track their emission for all the logistics and all. Amazon is not responsible for what kind of vehicle you are using or how you are loading and all. So that's responsibility of Blue Dart. But that scope 3, what Blue Dart reports, that will also be added for Amazon as a scope 3. It's a very complex calculation. There's no straightforward, like, okay, you measure and then you report it. All these emissions are reported in CO2 emission tons. So the unit is T is lowercase t, and then CO2e. That's how the scope greenhouse gas emissions are reported in tons CO2e, right? So basically any outsourced activities, right? It can be your subcontractor who is using that, all right? Or maybe you are sending your waste to somebody else for processing, and they are reprocessing those waste. So any subcontractors, any contractors, any outsourcing and all, those are, or for that matter, your executives are traveling for conference, they are using flights. That also results into your greenhouse gas emissions, right? So all these are, those kind of indirect emissions are categorized under scope 3. Now, as an organization, you have to report all three emissions individually, scope 1, 2, and 3. While scope 1 and 2 is mandatory to be reported, scope 3 is optional, right? So some of the firms, they do report, some of the firms, they do not report, because what is scope 3 for you will be scope 1 for somebody else, right? So that would anyway get reported. So that's why scope 3 is an optional. However, scope 1 and 2 is mandatory to be reported as per the regulations. Okay. So what happens, like when you report these greenhouse gas emissions, so it's not just monitor, you have to report it. If you do not report, you are penalized. And if you go over and above the target, again, you get penalized. So it's not like somebody is monitoring. You are responsible to report, and then the action will be taken directly by you, on you. So those has to be reported to as per the Company Act and as per the Environmental Pollution Act. You have to mandatorily report, and then that people take action. So should your production be continued, should your machines to be shut down, all these decisions would be taken based on what you provide the reports, and the audits will happen and all those things. So it's not the other way around, but it's the forward looking, that you report and then the action is being taken, rather than somebody is monitoring and all. There's no constant monitoring, but you report and then the audit happens and all those things, and that's how the action being taken care of. Okay. All right. So we spoke about, say for example, this is the carbon footprint, right? We are talking about. So you can see here, what are their goals? Reduce absolute scope 1 and 2 greenhouse emission by 50%. Do you see? So whatever they were using in base year is 2015. By 2030, they have to reduce the scope 1 and 2. You see and notice here, they have not done here scope 3. Scope 3, they will track separately, right? Scope 1 and 2, they have direct control. They have a different target, that 50%. Now, reduce absolute scope 3 greenhouse emission by 20%, right? So scope 3, they say that, okay, we want to reduce by 20%. How they can reduce? Less employee travel, right? Choosing the right source of contractors, choosing the right source of service providers. All those will factor into the scope 3. That's why they are tracking it separately. So you see here in their goal, explicitly they have mentioned scope 1 and 2 separately, scope 3 separately. Like it's not like they say, okay, GHG, not like that, right? That's how. Okay. All right. And then the last is the water, right? So you can see water, what it says, reduce water consumption, reuse water, wastewater, right? So that's basically your water, right? So when we say water footprint, that's how it's being derived, right? So reduction of water or consumption, and then whatever the wastewater is there, can you reuse it, right? So if you want to see their sustainable goal, let's quickly see that as well. So you'll see here there's something called water footprint. Now, what is water footprint like on their goal? Achieve sustainable water use at 100% of our sites in water stress region. So there are some water stress region, like there can be a factory in Africa where water is very scarce. Scarcity is there, right? So in that case, they want, okay, there should not be any waste of water, right? 100% of the water use should be there, right? Create positive and measurable watershed impact in 30 watershed basins and all, right? So these are some of the, if you can see, right? Efficient water use. Collaborate with key suppliers, partners to amplify the impact of water stress region around the world, right? So these are some of the water footprint target, what they have, right? So again, this is just one example. I'm just trying to, why I shared that, because I just wanted to give you example that whatever sustainable factors and all those things we are discussing, it's not just like the metrics or something. It's basically, it gets reported, it gets monitored and all those things, right? So these are some of the key metrics. Again, depending on some of the sectors and all, there would be other factors, other metrics, other things also would be there. But these are some of the key things to get started, right? So when you think about sustainable supply chain, these are some of the things which you should think through. Okay. Greenhouse gas emission, we already discussed. Okay. All right. So let's quickly move to, since we spoke about, so far, what did we spoke is, so we spoke about what is sustainability in supply chain, what are the 3 pillars of sustainable supply chain, the triple bottom review, basically people, planet, and prosperity, what we discussed, right? And then we touched upon people, planet, and prosperity a little bit in details. And then we discuss each and every factors on the sustainability, which is social impact, forest and fiber, waste and recycling, energy and climate, and then water. With that background, let's quickly move to a concept called circular supply chain. So there is something called circular supply chain, as the name itself suggests, right? So it's a closed loop supply chain. What does that mean? First session, when we were discussing, you'd have noticed how was our supply chain flow? It started from supplier, went to manufacturer, wholesaler, distributor, retailer, and then customer. It's a linear supply chain. So there's a concept of linear supply chain. And then once as a customer, when we are done, we dispose it and we are done. That's our supply chain. When we talk about circular supply chain, there's a closed loop. What does that mean? That an arrow from customer will go back to one of the stakeholder. Most likely it would end up being either at the manufacturer side, because they are the one who are going to kind of do something out of that, right? Distributor and retailer, they do not do the manufacturing, so those things may not go. Or it can happen that customer can give it to retailer, and from retailer eventually it goes to manufacturer or not, but eventually it would end up manufacturer, right? So a circular supply chain is basically what it primarily focuses that is circular supply chain that uses all the goods, all the materials as long as possible, rather than directly disposing it off. So say, for example, you buy a phone, use it for 2 years, and then you throw it. That's a linear supply chain. The circular supply chain, you buy a phone, use it for 2 years. Some of you, I think one of you had brought that point also. And then what do? You return it. Now it goes to manufacturer. They use some of the parts of that phone for some of their repair activity and all those things. Rather than disposing in all, they reuse some of the parts and bits and pieces of that phone for their downstream process. So that's a circular supply chain, right? So that's what we are talking about. So you can see here, and diagrammatically also it's explained, the pictorially. Supplier sends it to manufacturer, manufacturer to distribution center, distribution to retailer, retailer to customer. And once the customer is done, they put it back onto manufacturer. Now manufacturer may use it for this cycle or some other process and all. That's up to our business process, how we define. But that is what circular supply chain. Why we discuss circular supply chain? Because many of you, when you are discussing these things, automatically came in when we talk about sustainability, right? Reuse, recycle, all these things. So all those are achieved when you have supply chain process set up. Think of this way, you say, okay, I'll recycle, I'll reuse some of the electronics parts and all. But how do you get it back from customer? You have to establish a channel, right? You cannot just say that, okay, let's say you are a electronic manufacturing company and you say that, okay, I'll recycle some of the used products. But how do you do that? As a manufacturer, you have to get those items first, right? So you have to set up a supply chain system or supply chain process to get those units back from customer. You cannot go door to door to customer to kind of then it will not be an efficient return supply chain process. So you have to establish the supply chain model. See, think of this way. If you are a customer and you have all the willingness that, okay, when I'm buying a new phone, I'll return my old phone and all those things for the sake of environment, for the sake of But the moment I ask you, okay, you have to travel 50 kilometers to come and drop this phone. Do you think any one of us will go and return that item? Any one of us? Maybe one, two out of 100, or maybe even not that. I might not have time 100 to travel 50 kilometers just to return my phone. I say, okay, I don't care. Let's, right? So you have to set up an established return channel to get those items back from customers to manufacturer, right? It is directly related. Only thing, it's basically it's a way to encourage people to use those things. So say for example, I'll give you my personal experience. Like, so what we used to had that, okay, so they have a drop boxes, okay, and if I drop my old phone, I get $25 discount in Walmart, right? So I have all my motive that, okay, any phone, it just has to be a phone, doesn't matter working or non-working and all those things, right? So rather than keeping that phone forever and all in my home of no use, I'll just drop that on the e-waste box, and then I'll get a $25 coupon, which I can use for something else, right? So it is definitely a part of circular supply chain ecosystem. It's one of the way to motivate people to return those items. Unless you do not get something in return, maybe 50% people might still return for the sake of environment, 50% people might not, right? So that's one of the way to kind of encourage those uses. Okay. All right, so this is what the circular supply chain will look like. Now, in a circular supply chain system, we already spoke, the materials are recycled, not immediately disposed of, reducing human-made waste in landfills and natural habitats, right? So see this part, very important. Human-made waste in landfills and natural habitats. All these circular supply chain will be applicable to those items which causes landfill. You'll never ask people to um, uh, send the newspaper to manufacturer. What do you do? Yes, you do send to kabar wala and bhangar wala and all those things, and then they recycle it. But even if it is associated, that's one way. But manufacturers directly do not get it. There's another set of manufacturers who would use this to kind of produce a low quality paper and all those things, but not the same manufacturers, maybe, right? Or it might not be of that great impact. Yes, it does reduces, say for example, the tree and all those things, that less cutting tree and all those things. They do have certain uses and all, but the landfill which gets caused by the electronics waste, e-waste and all, which will never get disposed, right? Which will never biodegrade and all those things. Those are some of the things which are often reused, basically, right? So that's why they're saying that, okay, the main purpose is, rather than directly disposing, try to reuse or recycle it, and then you reduce the landfills. Many of the things we know that, okay, plastics, we have a lot of recycled plastics and all those things are being done, right? So those things are also kind of getting a lot of traction here, right? The main benefit of circular supply chain are environmental, as we all can foresee, right? Through expert points of business benefits, such as, again, now as a manufacturer, I have a personal interest also for the circular supply chain. Environmental, yes, definitely, that's one thing to show off to the legal people and all those things, the environmental people and all those things, that, okay, we are caring about environmental. But apart from that, the big thing is the reduced spending on the new raw material. Imagine, like, okay, if they can reuse some of the good parts of some of the electronics, return electronics item, it's a reduction on their spending as well, right? So those things are also added benefit to the manufacturers, right? And of course, but as we said, it's something which only manufacturers decide that, okay, I want to implement a circular supply chain. Can it succeed? Maybe not. It has to be done in the conjunction with customers. Customers has to kind of make sure that, okay, they are also aligned, they are also educated, they are also motivated to kind of support those circular supply chains. Okay. All right. So with that, let's quickly move to try to understand the supply chain. We already spoke about the circular supply chain, the 7 R's of supply chain, circular supply chain, right? So what and how the circular supply chain basically impacts. So one is, of course, redesign. So when you recycle a particular item, you redesign and then you resell it, right? So that's 1R. Reuse, of course, like, okay, you reuse directly without redesigning, you directly reuse it, right? So you don't have to, you kind of sell it as a refurb item, right? Repaired item and all those things, right? So you repair and then you basically send it. There's something recover. So you may not use the entire equipment at one shot, but you try to use some of the parts of that. Let's say a TV is being returned basically after, let's say, 5 years, you use a TV and then you kind of return as part of circular supply chain. Maybe you try to use some of the wires, some of the sound box, right? Instead of, rather than entire TV, dumping the entire TV, you use some of the parts and materials utilized in that TV as. So you recover some of the parts and then you reuse it, right? Then you have a recycle, basically, that, okay, some of the things you recycle. So you send it to the recycle plant and then you recycle it and then you manufacture everything. Reduce, that's a very important thing, that waste reduction, right? Waste reduction, less landfills, and also that's what you try to do. And then, of course, refurbish, right? So you'll see a lot of refurbished item being sold at the lower price on Amazon and all, right? So you search on Amazon, refurbished iPhone. You'll see a lot of refurbished iPhones, right? So use, basically, many people might want iPhone, but they cannot afford a new one. They might want to go for refurbished, right? So these are the 7 R's of circular supply chain. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers supply chain management course in collaboration with EICT IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you will learn technologies such as procurement, logistics, supplier management, and practical exercises, which are mentored by our industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of supply chain management.
So very important topic from supply chain perspective, and that is inventory management, right? So that is what we are going to cover. It's a very vast topic, very vast topic. We'll try to see how we can cover in today's session. Okay. When somebody says inventory, what's first thing come into mind? And let's forget supply chain, all these technical terms and all those things. Let's be very generic. Okay. What do you think when somebody says inventory? What does that mean? So inventory, by now, you know that, okay, it's not just like, forget the industry or forget a manufacturing plant or forget a big company and all. We very like all the people in our household, right? When we try to maintain our kitchen items, we also very meticulously, like, we maintain a supply chain system, if you see, right? Okay, how much the rice I should keep in my kitchen, and at what point I need to order, right? How much sugar I should keep in my storage, right? So whatever we are storing, that's our inventory, right? And then, of course, whoever is managing the kitchen, be it you, your spouse, your parents, doesn't matter, right? So you know at what point you have to order. Maybe sugar you might order when it is left for 1 day consumption. Rice you might want to order maybe when it is 5 days consumption. Veggies, maybe vegetable or any perishable items you might want to order once it is consumed. You do not want to keep a 5 days inventory or something, right? So it depends on different kinds of item. Pretty much the same concept happens across, right? So when we talk about the inventory in terms of supply chain and all, right? So that is what at a high level we are going to discuss and see. Okay, so with that, let's move to the next thing, and let me try to. Okay, so we have introduction to inventory, economic order quantity model, single period inventory, some of the review policies, using performance metrics, stock cost metrics, special issues, and all those things. Let's go ahead from the first thing. So this is what we have is inventory. right? So what is inventory? Inventory refers to a tangible assets a business holds for sale or use in production. So you any business, when they hold an asset, they can hold that asset or hold that inventory for either direct sale, or maybe it can be a raw material inventory or something which they might use in their production of some other items, right? It compasses a broad spectrum of item, raw material, component, anything, right? It can be finished goods. Finished goods, often you'll see this term finished goods or FGs in supply chain term. Those are directly sold to the customers. Or WIP. WIP is nothing but work in progress, right? All these are combinedly basically talked about inventory. Inventory is always referred basically with respect to time. So every time you talk about inventory, you'll always say at what point that inventory is. So any system you go to, right, as you folks start working on some of the complex supply chain system, there were a lot of ERP systems and all, like SAPs and all those things. You'll see always there would be a time component for inventory. So think of this way: when you are in, you have all those food items in kitchen. You do not say that, okay, I have 5 kg rice. You do not say that. What you always say, I have 5 kg rice today. Or even if you do not say, that means you are talking about your current situation. I don't care if you have 5 kg rice maybe 6 months ago. That's of no use for me. Always is the current item on hand. What your on hand is nothing but at that point of time, what is the quantity you are storing, right? So you may have 100 kgs of rice stored in your kitchen maybe 6 months back. But if today, if there are no rice, that's of no use for me, right? So it's always at a specific point of time. That's a very critical concept when it comes to inventory. Okay. All right. So now we talked about inventory. It can be used for sale, right? If those are FGs and all, if it can be used for production, basically the raw material, the component, the WIP items and all. And then it can be some of the operational things as well. Like think of this way, you might want to choose keep some of the items for your maintenance or repair or operating supplies. Think of this way. I'll tell you, let's say, example, you are at home. We are talking about home. Everybody can correlate. You always try to keep, let's example, you have all the LED bulbs across your rooms and all. You might want to keep 2 LEDs bulb spare always in your cupboard. You never know when one will stop working and then you might want to replace it. So that you are trying to keep it as in your inventory always for any kind of repair or maintenance thing, right? So those things also are put together as inventory, right? Now, what is the importance of inventory? On the right hand side, if you can see, right? So this is when we talk about the inventory item, right? So it's basically, these are some of the after effects. So basically, of course, when you have the inventory properly maintained, you'll have better supply chain visibility. With the rights of inventory, you can do a better forecasting. Of course, increase customer satisfaction. That's a very indirect impact, but very impactful, right? Yet indirect, but very impactful. So that, like, if somebody asked for that, and if you do not have inventory, if you are shortage, then customer satisfaction goes for a toss, right? Then cost reduction. Cost reduction is, again, it's a very impactful thing. Think of this way: you do not have any inventory, and suddenly a customer demand comes. What you'll do? Your primary focus goes on, okay, I have to get this by anyhow to meet customer demand. What do? You will ask some of the supplier to ship it overnight, paying double the shipment fee and all those things, right? Delivery fee. So all those will kind of impact on the cost reduction, right? And of course, the efficiency, right? Overall supply chain becomes more efficient, right? So that's the background. That's the broad concept of inventory. Now, in the subsequent slides and subsequent time, we'll try to cover something called inventory management. Right? Okay, yes, we are clear what is this inventory, but now we want to understand what is inventory management. Okay, if a layman term, yes, inventory is fine, but there are hundreds of concepts around inventory, that how to manage it effectively, how to club it with other concepts and all those things, right? And that's a very key thing. Supply chain, think of this way: if there are no inventory, there's no supply chain, as simple as that. And that's why I wanted to cover inventory first, because you should know what exactly you are moving from one place to other. Then we will get into the process that how you're moving. First, let's understand what you're moving. Then we'll get into that how you're moving that, okay, from manufacturer, from supplier to customers and all those concepts and all, right? So inventory covers the what part, that what you are moving in the supply chain. Clear so far? You try to order, let's say, example, one phone. Okay, you want to order a latest iPhone or whatever. You check two seller option, one via Amazon, other on Flipkart, right? Amazon has that iPhone in their warehouse in the stock. They have the inventory. You place an order, then and there they ship, and you get it by tomorrow. Flipkart, on the other hand, let's say, example, they do not have inventory and they reach out to some third party seller that, boss, can you give it to me and then I will give it to the seller, because Flipkart also has accepted the order, or say they'll show that. So they'll say that, okay, they might reach out to the Apple reseller and then Apple reseller will give it to Flipkart and also they'll get in their warehouse and then from there they will give it to you. It may take maybe 5 days. Or when you try to place an order, Flipkart say, oh, we are out of stock. I do not have stock. Customer satisfaction next time when you, so it's not just it, basically what happens, it propagates from one stage to another. Next time, if you have to order any electronics, you say, Flipkart is many times I have noticed that it's out of stock. Let's order from Amazon, right? Over the period, you end up start losing customer. You end up because of the satisfaction. And then of course, it's a loss of revenue. Clear? Okay. So with that, let's quickly move to the next slide. So this is the raw picture. If you see here, what exactly it happens, that it can be either a raw material or the component. These are inventory, which you are moving it to your warehouse. So warehouse is nothing but in the place where you keep the inventory, right? So you are moving all these to your warehouse. Now, if it is a finished goods, so from warehouse, what do? You send it to a production. So it goes to production. From production, once production is complete, manufacturing is complete, you do a quality check. And from quality, directly from your manufacturing plant, you do not directly give it to customer, right? You move it again to your warehouse. So you moved it to warehouse. And then if it is a finished goods type of inventory, that was also stored in warehouse. And then that as a finished good, you ship it to the customer, right? So this is how at a very high level, maybe 20,000, 30,000 feet above the ground, that inventory happens, right? So from raw material moves to warehouse, from warehouse, it goes for production and manufacturing. After quality check and all other internal process, it goes back to warehouse. It can be the same warehouse, it can be the other warehouse, right? Many of they keep finished goods in a different warehouses, right? Not the same. So it depends upon your business model. And then from the warehouse, as a finished goods, you ship it to customer, reseller, retailer, distributor, doesn't matter. Whatever your business model is, you will do that. All right. Okay. So if you talk about the supply chain system of retail outlet, the food joints, it happens throughout the day, right? All 7 days, all 12 months, right? Not all 12 months across the day, right? It doesn't happen that you do not go for food shopping just on the last 2 days of the month. So it doesn't happen. It depends upon a very specific set of business model. Now, let's say, for example, this billing might happen on the last 2 days or last 1 day and all, but the movement will be happening maybe throughout the period, or maybe a prolonged period of time, right? So what happens is here, the way you would maintain in such business model is your granularity is month. So what you will track is not on a daily basis, not on a weekly basis. In such business model, you will track on a monthly basis. So, and then towards the end of the month, you might want to have your forecasting done in such a way that all the inventories from your providers are supplied, maybe so that you are up to stock to meet the customer demand, right? So it all depends upon the business model. Now, inventory, as I said, right, it's always with respect to a specific time. You don't have to maintain, let's example, 100% of inventory throughout the month. Maybe 25 days, you can keep a very bare minimal, which might fulfill some of the ad hoc customer orders and all. And then maybe last week of the month, you might want to keep it. So that will be your demand curve or forecast curve, right? So the demand curve, you plot those demand curve over the time. So it will go like, okay, maybe 10%, 10%, 10% on the first 3 weeks of the month. And then fourth week, it will maybe 90%. So it's not just the month. There are some of the concept of seasonality. There are some demands which happen on a seasonality basis, right? If it is a Christmas time, you have a demand for Christmas tree, right? But do you have a Christmas tree demand in January, February? Maybe not, right? So how you would maintain the inventory, right? So it all depends upon what particular granularity you are picking up, and that's how you will plan the forecast demand, and based on that, you will plan for inventory. Okay. All right, so with that, let's move to the next slide. So we will try to understand some of the concept, why I wanted to bring these terms and some of additional details, that as we proceed further, you will kind of be in sync with these concepts as well, right? So as we mentioned earlier also as part of intro, that inventory is considered an asset to the company. Every org, if has to publish, like, so every company, if it is a listed company, they have to publish the balance sheet, profit and loss statement, income statement publicly. If it is a publicly listed company in NSE, BSE, and all, if you're familiar with the stock market, they have to publish their annual statements as part of their annual financial cycles, right? So the balance sheet. So balance sheet is nothing but throughout the year, how the company did. Now, balance sheet on a very high level, why I'm covering, because you need to understand this from the inventory perspective as well. So balance sheet on a high level has two sections. Left hand side is asset, right hand side is liability. Or basically not left and right, sorry, my bad. That's a top and bottom. So it will have two sections. One is asset and the other is liability. Okay. Now, of course, you have to mention that, okay, what is the total asset of the company? So what would come in an asset? Forget company. Let's see from your family perspective. What is your asset? If you talk about your household, yes, house, land, all those immovable properties. So asset is nothing but anything which has value of money, right? It can be your house. From the household perspective, from my family perspective, I can say my house, any commercial properties if I have, my land, my cash in hand, right? The cash in my account, right? Any stock which I see, right? Anything which I own, basically any vehicles, all these things are asset. Okay. What is liability? Loan is one liability. You have to give tax. Let's say, for example, you have not given tax throughout the year, and what you do towards the end of the year, you pay tax. Let's say, so that is also kind of a accrual liability, right? You are accruing and all, right? So those things are liability, right? So anything which you have, any rental you pay, right? So those things are also your liability, right? So every month, let's example, you are staying in a rent, if you are staying in a rental property, and 50,000 rupees if you pay monthly rent, so 6 lakh would be your liability, that also, right? So all these are liability. So inventory, what as an org, when we talk about inventory, whatever inventory the company holds in their warehouse, be it finished goods, be it work in progress, be it raw material, anything, that's an asset to the company. What does that mean? That towards the end of the year, they have to show that asset in the balance sheet. What does that mean? They have to pay taxes. They have the financial obligations. All those things are there when it comes to asset, right? That's why inventory becomes a very important thing, because it is directly linked with inventory, and directly linked with asset, or basically the finance, right? Now, many times what happens, that's how many of the company, what they do is, like, for example, you are a reseller. You procure it from supplier and then you sell it to somebody. So you procure it from supplier. So you have those inventory in your warehouse. Now that becomes your asset. Now let's say it takes 6 months for you to sell that item. So 6 months, what happens? You have kept an asset which you have paid upfront to the vendor. That is your asset. That means it becomes a depreciating asset. You are paying property tax and all those things and all on that asset, but you're not getting out of anything because you have not sold it. So many company, what they do, they have a tie-up with the supplier that I'm taking your item, but that's not my asset so far. That is still your asset. We have not basically owned it. We are not the owning party. Once I sell it, at that point, just prior to the selling happens, I will move this inventory from consigned to own. Basically, it's owned by you. I'll make it to my inventory or my asset, and then I'll sell it. So all those are kind of different contractual agreement and all. But why I wanted to touch upon these things, that okay, yes, inventory, the ideal way is you should maintain the inventory. You should keep that as an asset which can be quickly converted into a cash. If you buy something and if you keep 1 year in your warehouse, you are at loss. Think of this way: you paid it 1 year before, you are getting out of it maybe after a year, and that may have depreciating value, that you have to pay those asset tax and all those things, right? So that's why inventory, it's always basically considered as a current asset. You should, so there's a concept of, in balance sheet, there are concept of current asset and a long-term asset, right? So current assets are short-term asset, right? So inventory is always considered a current asset, that which moves pretty quickly. Your factories, your manufacturing plant, these are not current asset. Okay, these are long-term asset. Okay, but any immovable property, but cash, inventory, right? Stock, basically all these are basically your current asset. So inventory is always considered as a current asset. Of course, the next concept is value. Inventory represents a significant value, right? As we said that inventory is directly tagged with financials, reportings, and decision making and all. So it adds a lot of value. If you, in your balance sheet, if you show a huge inventory unused, is that a good sign? No, it's not a good sign. So having too much asset in the form of inventory and not being used, it's not a good thing, right? So you have to make a decision that, okay, how you want to do, how you want to operate your business model and all those things, right? And then, of course, as we have touched upon previously also, inventory can exist in your warehouse, in your storage location as part of multiple forms: raw material, work in progress, finished goods, MRO. MRO stands for maintenance, repair, and operations, right? So MRO supplies, right? So these are the four different main forms of inventory, right? And then where do you store inventory, right? So of course, warehouse, everybody can understand warehouse. We do store inventory, but we do store inventory in our retail shops as well, right? You go to Reliance Fresh or Big Bazaar, Food Bazaar and all, they store inventory in the retail outlet as well, right? So because it's the current inventory which customer is buying on a day-to-day basis. So the retail shops, they're also inventory. Your distribution centers, widely called as DCs. So in the DCs also you maintain inventory. Let's say the Big Basket, if you are from Bangalore and some of the metros where Big Basket operate. So they have a distribution center in Bangalore. Big Basket has a distribution center in Whitefield. That's the central distribution center where a lot of inventories are maintained, and then they send it to their some of the other area locations where those are used to fulfill, right? Some of the dark stores and all those things, right? That way. And then of course the in transit, that's very important thing. Many a times what happens in the planning, in the forecasting, in the demand forecast and all, we miss in transit. Think of this way: you have purchased something and that is in transit. It may have, like, at any given point of time, if you're a big org, hundreds of truck might be on the road. So it has left your distribution center. It has not reached retailer. It is on the road, on the move. That is still your inventory, right? So think of this: Walmart have thousands of trucks moving from their distribution center to the retail shops, Walmart individual shops. at any given point around, they have to make sure that they factor in those in-transit inventory as well, right? So that is also a location. All these truck locations are also locations maintained in the system, that this is the location, this is the location, and all those things, right? So these are the very high concepts of inventory. When it does, we wanted to understand that that's an asset that has a value associated with it. Inventories are stored in a different forms, and inventory can be stored across multiple locations, right? So what is that inventory? Where is the inventory? And then of course, it has assets and value, other tags as well. Okay. Economic order quantity. So what you mean is economic order quantity. So let's ignore all these text and all those things for now. Okay. Think of this way, this just focus on this graph. Okay. Just this graph. So what happens, you can see here, what we are trying to see is the cost. I'm plotting an inventory cost, basically any cost related to that inventory with the lot size as a component of lot size. Lot size is how much inventory we are ordering. So I'm trying to plot a relationship between a cost, it can be multiple different costs, as a function of lot size. So now if you see, there is a parallel line towards x-axis, basically parallel to the lot size. What it says, this is nothing but your material cost, or think of this way, per unit cost, right? So you order, and we are going at all these concepts with an assumption that there's no discount on bulk order and all those things. The per unit cost always remains same. The demand is same and all. There are certain assumptions and all those things what we are going at with the ideal scenario. So you see, this is your material cost. So the per unit cost, you order one, you pay 100 rupees. You order two, you order pay 200 rupees. You order 10, you pay 1,000. So that's a constant, right? So the cost is always constant per unit, irrespective of whatever lot size you are ordering. Clear so far? Now, there's another cost, which is ordering cost. Now, this graph, if you see this curve line, it starts from high and then it goes. So this is, what is this ordering cost? Per order cost. Now, think of this way. Every day, let's example, you order sugar. Okay. You need 100 grams of sugar consumption every day. What you do? Every day, you order 100 grams sugar. So for a month, 30 times you order. Every time you order, let's say example from Swiggy or Zomato or Instamart or whatever, they charge a ordering fee, right? All these, wherever platform we go and order, they have a ordering fee, right? The platform fee, ordering fee, the delivery charges and all those things, right? So the ordering cost, say for example, you order once per day. So what happens? The overall, your ordering for the month would be on a high side because 30 times you paid a delivery charge. Let's say example, you order maybe every alternate day, it will further reduce, right? So you increase the lot size, the ordering cost decreases, right? Because you only paid 15 times. If you order maybe once a week, it further reduces, right? That you paid maybe 4 times a month, right? So you paid only 4 times. So it further reduced, right? So what happens? You see that you increase the lot size. This is the ordering cost, this curve, right? So it decreases. So what did we understand? That the ordering cost of the inventory decreases. And of course, towards the infinity, everything becomes a constant, right? So that's, we are not bothered, but we are getting into the some of the finite timeline, right? We are not getting into like 5 years and all those things, very long term, so, right? So as we move to the lot size, it decreases. Clear so far? The two concepts, the material cost and ordering cost? Okay. All right. Now, the third thing is holding cost. What is the holding cost? That how much holding cost, how much cost you have to pay to rent, to get the storage for inventory. Let's example, you say that, okay, you have a rental place and you pay maybe 1 rupee per 100 gram of storage. So that will be always, you increase the lot size, your holding cost increases. So you store 100 gram, you pay 1 rupee, you store 200 gram, 200, 300, like that and all, right? So basically that holding cost keeps on increasing as per the lot size. So say for example, you ordered 1, so you pay less. If you order 100, so you pay more holding cost, right? So the holding cost constantly increases with lot size. So ordering cost, as I was mentioning, think of this way. Lot size is nothing but in what quantity you are ordering. Let's say, for example, you are constructing your house. You need cement on a daily basis. Let's say, for example, the construction happening, you need cement for daily basis. What do? You ask some local thelawala ya local tempo to pick up that cement from the seller and deliver it to your place. And he said, every trip I'll charge 50 rupees. What do? Every day you buy 1 packet of cement. So day 1, you buy, you consume, you finish. Day 2, again, you buy 1 more packet. So what you did? 30 days you ordered 30 times, that thela wala or that tempo guy charged you 50 rupees 30 times. Now what you do is you buy 30 packets of cement one shot. What happens? How much you paid? 50 rupees or 30, because it's a one trip. And again, all these are with assumption that the volume and all doesn't matter. It's always irrespective of the volume. See, when you order from Swiggy and all, they don't care whether you are ordering 1 item or 20 items. They always charge 5 rupees delivery fee, right? Or platform fee or whatever, right? So we are going ahead with that assumption. So that's why that is nothing but the ordering cost. That you increase the lot size, the ordering cost decreases. Material cost remains fixed. You order 1 packet one day or 30 packet together, you still have to pay same amount of cement charges to procure 30 packets of, whether it's you one shot you pay or maybe over the period of 1 month you pay, right? But it's the same thing, right? So that is nothing but the material cost. Clear on ordering cost, material cost? Okay. And then holding cost, I already mentioned that. Okay. Now you ordered, say, for example, 30 packets of cement. You will not store in your home because you do not have, your house is still getting constructed. So you ask that local, some other person, can you keep my cement? He said, okay, I will keep, I will charge you 10 rupees per packet. So let's example, if you buy 1 packet per day, then you have to pay only 10 rupees maybe. If you buy 30 packets of cement one day itself, so you have to pay 30 packets one shot itself, right? Then next day maybe 29, next day 30. So basically that holding cost increases if you increase the lot size. Okay. Let's say, for example, the bulk, some discount will come. Then what happens? This material cost may go slightly down. But that's so what we are trying to first understand the very ideal scenario, right? So that's why at the beginning itself say the assumption is that there's no discount for bulk. It's how large an order is. It's a constant fixed doesn't per unit cost, right? The holding cost is again fixed and all those things and all. That's what we mentioned with certain assumption, right? All these concepts, any concept in across any subjects or anything and all, any topic and all goes based on certain assumptions, right? That way, basically, we are trying to go. Okay. When we try to plot the function, we will bring all factors. Now, let's say what will happen. Let's example, handling cost, holding cost is not here. So you will make this component 0 in that function, as simple as that. So your formula will still have that, but your holding cost for your scenario will become 0. Let's say if you have your own place and you're not paying any rental, right? So then you make that component at 0. Okay. The concept is always same, right? Irrespective of whether whatever is, right? So ordering cost will always be their material cost. It can be your finished goods or raw material or anything. In the material cost, you are still, anything you procure, you pay. That's material cost, right? In order to do the delivery, you pay some logistics related charge, delivery fee, and all those will come into the ordering cost, right? And then you store somewhere, right? There are three stages. You pay to supplier, you pay to your logistics provider, and you to pay to your storage. That's it. So that's why these three components are there. Now, there can be some scenario where your storage is not third party, but your own storage. You don't pay anything. Maybe holding cost becomes zero. Some people say that, okay, I have my own logistic provider. Okay. Having like Flipkart and all, you would have noticed when you order Flipkart, they have their own logistic provider. They send it via e-cart. But does that mean it does not have ordering cost? It still have, because they pay for the fuel, they pay for salary and all those things, right? So it doesn't matter whether what scenario is, these components would still be there. Maybe the magnitude may differ here and there and all, but the concept would be pretty much same irrespective of the supply chain and inventory process. Okay. So what we noticed, if we try to plot the cost, so for the inventory, there are three costs: material cost, ordering cost, inventory cost. Now, all three combined would be inventory cost. And if we plot all the three costs combinedly against the lot, so what happens? This is the total cost you see. So what happens? The cost, the total cost, or basically your total inventory cost, decreases with lot size to some point, and then it starts increasing. We will see this mathematically also, but that is how the function. And when we see this in the next slide, it will be more clear. But right now, just grasp this concept that the total cost, often referred as TC, would decrease until certain point of the lot size, and then it starts increasing. So it will not forever decrease or it will not forever increase. That's how the total cost is plotted. So I should have drawn this with a different line to make it more clear, but hope this is okay, right? So this is how the total cost would be plotted. It decreases with respect to lot size, and then after a certain point it increases. Clear so far? Just this graph. Again, do not worry about all these text and all these things and all, but okay. Okay, cool. All right. So with that, let's move to, let's understand why I'm just putting that. This is just a scenario. Okay. Why I wanted to bring this scenario. This scenario will help you to kind of understand this concept. So see what it says is, we are talking about those cement and all those things. Let's think from the org perspective, right? As Best Buy is a electronics retail giant based out of North America. Very good collections and all. I personally like that shop and that brand very much. Very nice brand. So Best Buy is a very renowned globally brand, primarily footprint in North America. So as Best Buy sells its current inventory of HP computers, the purchasing manager places a replenishment order. What is replenishment order? That you have to refill your inventory, right? So let's example, you have 10 laptops in your inventory at the retail shop, and then you buy 10 more to make sure that you have sufficient stock and all, right? So replenishment order is nothing but your replenishment, the literal meaning what we are, right? So it's a refill, right? So they place a replenishment order for new lot of Q computers. Q is, let's example, the total number of computers or laptops or HP computers, what we're talking about. They order a lot size of Q. Q can be 10, 20, 100, 1,000, doesn't matter. Okay. Including the cost of transportation, Best Buy incur a fixed cost of $. What is this? Including the cost of transportation, fixed cost of $$ per order. What does this mean? That you have the ordering cost of S, correct? That is what your cost of logistics, transportation, and all those things are there. The purchasing manager must decide the number of computers to order from HP. So how many computers they should order per lot? Should they order 100 computers in a lot, 1,000 computers in a lot? And all that's what we want to understand. And with that example, we will try to kind of put some numbers, and then we'll see how the concept grows from here. So think of this way. What we have certain assumption. Let's focus on this right side. If you see, right? So certain assumption is, first is that assume that the HP HP does not offer any discount on each unit cost, right? So the cost per computer is fixed. That's what we had discussed when we were discussing the graph also, right? So this is fixed, that per computer HP charges best by C dollar, okay? Irrespective of how large the order is. The holding cost, so what would be the holding cost? Let's example, if H is the holding cost per year, right? H is in terms of percentage, right? So maybe 10% of your total cost is your holding cost, or 20%. It's always in terms of percentage. So if C is the total cost, so the holding cost would be H, lowercase h, basically small h. Let's example, it's a 10%. So this becomes the holding cost per computer becomes 0.1 into C, right? That's your holding cost, right? So demand is steady. So annual demand we assume is D. So let's say that annual demand is D. S, we say that is the fixed cost, right? The fixed cost per order. So S is the fixed cost per order. And then C is the cost per unit. Holding cost become H into C. That is the 0.1% into 0.1, 10% into C. That's the holding cost. These are some of the core assumption. Now with that, let's see some of the concept here. So you can see here what we saw in that graph and some of the assumption that purchase price is independent of lot size. If you see, what is purchase price? The material price. Remember what we say? That the price, what the cost of per unit is C. And what we have assumed that the each unit cost is same, is fixed, irrespective of the lot size. That's what we saw, the material cost. That's nothing but the material cost. So did we notice on the graph, what was that? That C, if this is C, C was independent of lot size. Whether you order 1, whether you 100 per unit, HP is going to charge C. So that's the fixed cost. So what we noticed, that the purchase price, which is C per unit, is independent of lot size. So if the annual demand, if you see annual demand, what was this? D. D was the annual demand. I have mentioned it here also. So annual demand was D. C is the per unit cost. So what is the total cost, total purchasing cost per year is C into D. Clear so far? Okay. Now, the number of orders must suffice to meet the annual demand D. Now see here, what did we discuss here? That what is the lot size they're ordering is Q computers. So Q is your lot size, you have assumed. Total demand is how much? D. Total demand is D. What is C? And what is D here? Annual demand, right? Per year demand. I'll give you one example. Tell me one thing. So let's example, let's example, you have one phone which cost $1,000, say for example, right? And your demand is that in a year you sell, let's example, 50 phones. So what would be your annual cost to procure that? 50 into 1,000, that is 50,000, right? Whether you buy one phone 50 times or 50 phone at single time. Same thing what we're talking about, that this is independent on lot size, whether you buy 1, 2, 5, 10 or 50 altogether, what would be your annual material cost? That is C into D. Okay. So now the number of orders, how many times we have to order? Think of this way. So what did you say? That the total demand is D. Let's say example, total demand, we'll still stick to the same number, 50. Okay. The annual demand is 50. Each time, each lot size, which is Q, that we discussed, we saw in this first one, that in a lot size of Q. So every order, I do a lot size of 5. So how many times I have to order? The total demand divided by the lot size. So this is what we have. That number of order, how many times we have to order is D by Q. Clear everyone so far? Now, what did we say here? If you see, the fixed cost per order is S. Do you see here? This is the same thing which we had mentioned here also, right? The fixed cost per year per order is S. That's what we had assumed. So if total number of orders is D by Q, what would be my ordering cost per order is S, right? That is what's here. My per order was S, and total number of orders is D by Q. So what would be my total ordering cost for the entire year? Multiply the number of order into per order cost, right? So for one order, you pay, let's say, remember, 2 rupees, and you are ordering 10 times. So what will be your ordering cost? 10 into 2. That's what we have done here. D by Q was my total number of order into S. So till here we are okay. The total ordering cost is D by Q. Now we have assumed the lot size is Q, right? So there's a theory in inventory management, and you will see, as per some of the theoretical concept, the average inventory is Q by 2. I'll tell you from where it is coming in. So what you have it here is, say for example, you plot, this is, let's say, example, inventory, okay, and this is time. So what will be the inventory? The way it goes is, at some point, let's example, it is 0, it goes like this, then it comes down, then again it goes like this, then again may it come down like that and all, right? That's how the typical inventory cycle is there. Now let's example, if this is, let's say example, your lot size is Q, that okay, this much every time you're ordering, that's why every time you're getting this Q. So there is a theoretical concept that for our purpose, that the average inventory, what we do is Q minus 0 divided by this. So basically that comes as Q by 2. That's your average inventory. Okay. So this is a theoretical concept that given a lot size of Q, average inventory over time will, just grasp this concept for now, that it will be maintained as Q by 2. That's your average inventory cost. So what is the holding cost we talked about? Holding cost is the H, which is the percentage of a fraction of the total product cost. So the total holding cost is H into C, right? C is the cost. And let's example, this is 10%. So HC become your holding cost of one inventory. If it is a average inventory cost as Q by 2, then it's Q by 2 into H into C. So this is what your annual holding cost is there. So read this text here. I know it's a little bit small, but what's a holding cost? Lowercase h is the holding cost per year as a fraction of product cost. So when you get a holding cost contracts, it's always say that it will be 10% of your product cost. So what is the actual absolute holding cost? It would be 10% into C. So it's not 3 rupees, nobody will say. They will say 30% of your cost. So then you get the absolute holding cost. Clear? So the holding cost, what is the average inventory cost is Q by 2 into the holding cost. So that's your annual holding cost. So now there are 3 things, right? So there are 3 things. One is this value is Q by 2 into HC. Other one was the annual ordering cost, D by Q into S. And then one more thing was C into D. So if you remember, all of you, this one, you see the total cost had holding cost, ordering cost, material cost, correct? Now here, this is C, material cost, C into D, ordering cost, D by Q into S, and holding cost, Q by 2 into HC. So we will add all the 3. So the total cost, what it becomes is CD, which is your material cost, plus the ordering cost, which is D by Q into S, plus the holding cost, which is Q by 2 into HC. Clear so far? What is total cost? We discussed this in this graph, if you remember, right? The total cost is a addition of combination of all the 3: holding cost, ordering cost, material cost. So this is what it is. So ordering cost, basically, material cost, ordering cost, and holding cost. All these combined is total annual cost. It doesn't stop here. We have not reached to EOQ, so it doesn't stop here. We just covered the how to reach to total annual cost. Then we'll get into that graph, why it is decreasing, why it is increasing, and then how to go to EOQ and all those things. But let's understand the total annual cost, or TC. That is a function of material cost, ordering cost, and handling cost. Clear so far? Now, let's see three things. What did we discuss in the first slide before this? That total cost, remember, it's independent of material cost, right? Total cost is independent of lot size. So the total cost, if you see, is a function of holding cost, ordering cost, and material cost. Now this total cost has three components, right? Material cost, ordering cost, and the holding cost. Now if you see this portion, it does not have anything Q. Do you see anything Q here? Right? Here there is no Q. That means Q is nothing but lot size. So of course there is no Q. Here, if you see the Q, this is basically nothing but the ordering cost. Q is in a denominator. What does that mean? If something is, when you're trying to plot some parameter as a function of a particular thing, so what we are trying to plot, total cost as a function of lot size. Here there was no Q, that means it's not dependent on lot size. Here the Q is in denominator. What does this mean in a layman term? If the function is in denominator, what does that mean? So when the Q increases, the total cost decreases. Okay. So when Q increases, the total cost decreases and vice versa. So what can we say? The total cost is, leave aside this last part. If we just say this total cost and this function, this total, right? If we talk about just these, can we say that this is inversely proportional to total cost? Can we say that? That's what it means, right? And that is what we were seeing till this point. So till this point, if you see what is happening, the Q was increasing here and the total cost was decreasing. This was because of this function D by Q into S, which is ordering cost. So because of ordering cost component, total cost was decreasing till the lot size was increasing. Okay. Now you see this part here, the Q is in numerator. What does that mean? Directly proportional. That means for the holding cost, what is there? So if we talk about total cost and holding cost, that means the holding cost increases basically with lot size. If you increase the lot size, total cost also increases. So that overpowers from this point, that when the lot size after this point, when the lot size you keep on further increasing, now the ordering cost takes a back seat and holding cost overpowers it and the overall function starts increasing here. Clear so far? So total cost, because of this function, it was decreasing till a certain point of time. And then after a certain point of time, it starts increasing. That's why this total cost plot was plotted like it's initially decreases and then it increases. Now, this point, which is the lowest point of the total cost, EOQ, when we're talking about that, it's the economic in terms of finance, right? So this total cost, where this total cost is minimum, and that is that lot size. This lot size, when we're talking about, is nothing but the EOQ we are talking about. Clear so far? So this point where the total cost is minimum, you project it. Now this Q star, let's say for example, we talk about, right? So this Q star is called economic lot size. That means as a firm, every time I should order in this lot, which will give me the minimum cost. Because if I order anything less than this, it's still higher. If anything less than this, still higher. Anything more than that, also higher. So this is the Q star where my total cost would be lowest. And that is your EOQ. So if somebody wants to define what is EOQ and why, I went into all these detail. I could have directly told you what is the formula and all, but I wanted to take a moment because you need to understand the concept. See, I'll tell you, as a supply chain professional, none of you, mark my word, none of you would do these calculation. All these would be done in system. You will have hundreds of tools, systems, and all those things to do all these calculation. As an expert, you need to understand how your system is doing the calculation. So the point is not doing 2 into 2 and 100 into 200, right? Not that. The concept behind that, why that calculation is happening, which the tool is doing. That's what you need to understand, right? So that's why I wanted to explain. So this Q, so the lot size at which the total cost, which is a function of holding cost, ordering cost, and material cost together, will be lowest, is called EOQ, or economic order quantity. Let me explain this annual holding cost again. In the process here, you see it like, okay, that we have the total cost is a function of all the three, right? So we are clear on the material cost, we are clear on the ordering cost, holding cost. C is the H is the fraction of your total. Basically, it's a percentage per of your ordering cost. Basically, the fixed cost what you have as the handling holding charges. So per unit is H into C. That is your holding cost per unit. H into C. Now, as per theory, we assume that our average inventory is Q by 2. So let's example, for one inventory, if you have a holding charge of 10 rupees, 10 rupees is nothing but this HC. So HC is equal to, let's example, 10 rupees. Okay. Now, if for one unit, if it is 10 rupees, for 100 units, how much it would be? 100 into 10. This 100 unit is nothing but your average inventory, which is Q by 2. That is what we are assuming, right? So the average inventory is Q by 2. So Q by 2 into 10, which is HC, is your annual holding cost, right? And that's why the total cost we have plotted as a function of CD, that is the total material cost, T by Q into S, that's nothing but your ordering cost, and Q by 2 into HC, that's your holding cost. Okay, clear? So now we have understood, I'm assuming that all of you got a grasp of that what is your total annual cost, right? Now the total cost basically we understood. Now, so this is nothing but what we plotted. All right, so now we understood total cost. We have not understood the EOQ. So we are not getting into the detailed calculation, but if you solve that particular question, right? So if you solve this particular question and try to get a Q, basically the first derivative of Q. So if you are clear on the differentiation part and all, right? So the first derivative of Q as a function. So we try to get Q from this function, and that basically comes something like this. So the Q star, what we call is the quantity, right? The EOQ, what we talk about, this is nothing but your first derivative from that function would be square root of 2D into S divided by HC. That's your function. So you plot all those numbers, the demand, the S, HC and everything, and get a square root of that. That gives you EOQ. So that's nothing but it's derived from this total cost function as the first derivative of Q. That is what this function is. Again, I'm not going into how to calculate the first derivative. Please, otherwise that will take another 1 hour just to explain the first derivative. But that's the basic differentiation we are talking about. And as I mentioned, in all likelihood, you do not perform those calculations. The tool does that, but you still need to be aware. All right. Can we discuss the solution? Okay, perfect. Now, let's see. All right. So all what we have to do is what? We have to fit in these values into our calculation, correct? That's what we have to do. So let's see here, right? So annual demand D, right, is what? See, 1,000 is per unit unit demand per month. So D, you cannot take 1,000. Many of you might have taken 1,000, my guess, but it's 12,000. Some of you, of course, got right answer. Then you would have taken. One person told also that when I asked that it's a 12,000, so that is correct. So annual demand is 12,000. D is always annual demand, not a monthly demand. So very carefully in the question, what it says, Best Buy is 1,000 per unit, right? 1,000 unit per month. So annual demand is 12,000. Order per cost, which is S, which is your fixed cost, is $4,000. It's clearly written. See, Best Buy incurs a fixed order placement, transportation, and receiving cost of 4,000 each time they place an order. That means S, which is the fixed cost, ordering cost, is 4,000. Per unit cost is 500. You told right as well. And then, of course, some you would have factored in correctly. So 500 is your per unit cost, which is the C. And retailer has a holding cost of 20%. That means H is 0.2. So 0.2, 20% we are talking about, right? So 0.2 is your H. All what we have to put is what? 2 into 12,000 into 4,000 divided by 0.2 into 500. That's it. And then get a square root. You get 908. That's your EOQ. What does this mean? That for this number, what we discuss of Best Buy, if the manager orders 980, the lot size, they will be having a least cost of the total cost, right? So basically, so the Q, that was the question here, that, right? What is the cost? What is the lot where should order, store manager should order number of computers, right? So they should, in every order, they should order 980 computers. Clear? Here, nowhere it says that we are ordering once per month. Does it says? All what it says, every time they order, what size they have to order. It can be every 15 days, 20 days, maybe 25 days, every 10 days. I don't care. We have not got. So the next topic after this is how frequently. Now we understood what needs to be ordered. Now when to order, we have to understand. But here in this question, do you see anywhere did I mention that the evaluate the number of computer store managers should order every month? It doesn't say that. It says every replenishment lot. It can be every 15 days also, right? It can be every 20 days, right? So doesn't matter. Here we are just focusing that irrespective of the quantity, basically the frequency. For leave aside the frequency part. First, what would be the lot size I should order? They can order every day, every week, every 15 days and all. That will come to the next thing, that how frequently we should order. Should we order every day, every and all those things? That is another concept. But rightly, you caught the point. Had it been a monthly, it would have been completely out of place, right? We would have been a big shortage of stock, right? So of course that wouldn't fulfill, right? With 1,000 units per month and all, right? So this is basically, we are just talking about the lot size, not talking about the frequency, how and when we are ordering. Okay. Okay. Yeah. And next point we will come. The very next topic is, and that's even a bigger topic, is basically that how and when we have to order and all those things, right? So that we will also try to understand, right? What we calculated just now is key, considering all the values and assumptions and all. In real world, you have to put those factors as well, right? So some of like the D might not be constant and all those things. So you have to put all those factors as well. But let me tell you, in the real supply chain, the inventory management, when we work, and this is the first animation when I also work, EOQ is actively used. Now what happens? What you are doing manually right now is considering some of the assumption and all, so that at least you understand the concept. In real world, when the tool does, They will do all these calculations systematically. So all any deviation, any standard deviation, and all those things will be factored in, right? Now, of course, EOQ is a very widely used concept which gets used in every single day, every single people who keep on reordering and all those things, right? But at the same time, having said all these, you have to understand that what happens is any projection, EOQ is also nothing but the estimate, right? If you remember, that question also said that estimate the number of that lot size and all those things, right? So any estimate, however accurately, it will have an iota of deviation, right? And that's what where those mathematically we have a concept of standard deviations and all, right? So one level of standard deviation or two level of standard deviation and all those things. But it is very accurate or close to accurate, but definitely it may have still some of the deviation. But think of this way. So what happens when you calculate EOQ? Let's example, you calculated this. It may have some deviation, right? Maybe it may shift 10 units left or 10 units right. Even if with that deviation, you'll see that the total cost still is on the lower side, right? If not the lowest, but maybe one of the lowest, 10% of the lowest and all. Instead of random, if you pick random EOQ, let's say, oh, I want to order like 2000 unit. It might hit somewhere. Oh, I want to order maybe 100 unit. It might unit something else. So it's always better to get EOQ, even if it has a deviation of 5-10% plus minus and all, you will still get into the lowest cost of plus minus 5-10%, right? So that's better than randomly putting any number as per your gut feeling or will and then just ordering, right? So that's why EOQ is very actively used. If not lowest, that will end up giving you at least one of the lowest thing, right? Maybe 5-10% within that bracket. Okay. Just inventory will not teach you entire supply chain. Here, I'm assuming all of you are to learn the overall supply chain, right? So that will include your operations, the demand, the manufacturing, the procurement, the inventory, logistics, everything. Why I wanted to have, rather than touching everything in detail, will not go anywhere, right? So maybe focus just on inventory. Next time when I focus manufacturing, I'll focus only on manufacturing. I'll not even touch upon inventory. So that way we have a very focused discussion. At some point, you will touch upon demand as well, right? So that time these things will take back seat and that will take the front seat, right? But yes, absolutely. If you are ordering something, you would have some cost for the ordering, right? You would have some cost for the handling charges, right? Or holding cost and all those things, right? The transportation charges. So if you do not have the visibility to those charges, then you will not be in a position to even find EOQ, because you assume that it's zero, but that's not the reality with your org, right? You said that holding cost is zero, but in reality your org is paying, let's say, 500 rupees. So you have to have the visibility on all these concepts, the basically components, be it the procurement cost, be it the handling cost, be it the ordering cost, and then only you would be able to proceed with that EOQ. You don't have to wait for a month. The reason is, I'll tell you. So it's not like once you pay, then only you have the visibility. You deal with some subcontractors who would be doing the logistic for you. So you sign a contract that, boss, per order you would be charging this much. So you already know what is the ordering cost, correct? If you are renting a place to hold those inventory, you know how much they are going to hold. They will say, okay, 5% of your value I will take as a holding cost. So you already know. So you do not have to wait for the actual billing to happen and then put that. You already do those contracting well within the planning stage itself, because you might have 5 vendors who would do the logistics. You negotiate with each one of them and give the contract to best of the vendor. So you already know the costing, correct? Similarly, for storage also, you might have 3 different third-party logistics provider, third-party warehouse. You negotiate and sign a contract with all those folks, right? So
Yes.
you have those details well ahead of time rather than instead of the actual submissions and all. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers supply chain management course in collaboration with EICT IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you will learn technologies such as procurement, logistics, supplier management, and practical exercises, which are mentored by our industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of supply chain management.
Hello, everyone. Once again, we will get started with the session today. We are going to continue the topic that was inventory management. So I'll start right from the slide which we had completed. All right. Now we would want to go ahead from here as a single period inventory model, right? So this is what we are trying to get is the next topic. So let me just quickly go back to the agenda here. So you'll see here after EOQ, we have single period inventory model. That is what we are going to cover today. So any thought when we say single period inventory model, what is this? So it may have some salvage value as well, may not be the exact value, but some salvage value. And that if you are talking about bulk, you might have to factor those as well, right? But yes, in general, on top, most of you, yes, were somewhat closer that what exactly single period inventory model is there, right? So we'll try to understand single period inventory model. So as we already touched upon these points here, right? That single period inventory model, also known as news vendor model. Why this is called news vendor model? Plain and simple. Today's newspaper is only a good inventory for today. You keep 100 newspaper inventory, 100 copies of one newspaper for today. Tomorrow it doesn't have that same value what you will have it today, right? So if you sell it today, absolutely you're good. Anything which is left over, you're gone. Nothing. It's of not much use as of today, right? So that might have to go to recycling and all those things, right? So it's often interchangeably, single period inventory model is also referred as news vendor model as well, are used for products with a single selling opportunity, right? And when we say single selling opportunity, doesn't mean single selling opportunity in the entire life cycle. No, it doesn't matter. It's single selling opportunity within a fixed time period, like annually once, like Christmas tree. That's a single period inventory model, right? In a year, when the time period is year, right? Newspaper, when you say the single period inventory model is for a day, right? Like that and all those things, right? For that day. So the time period may vary because see, if you think of Christmas tree, or let's say example Halloween, right? Nowadays all the kids celebrate Halloween, so you'll have a lot of those Halloween costumes and Halloween decors and everything. It would be very much in demand before the last Sunday of October. But after that, it may not have that demand. But again, next year, it may have some demand, the same demand again, right? So that might still qualify for a single period inventory within that year concept, right? Same goes with Christmas tree, right? Same goes with for some of you who celebrate Raksha Bandhan, right? Right now, the Raksha Bandhan is approaching in few weeks. So this year, Raksha Bandhan, again, when is there, all those accessories, Rakhi and everything would be of value. But later on after that, it may not be of that same value until next year, right? So those things are there. So that's what single period inventory is. It has a single selling opportunity. Now, single selling opportunity can span across a day, like newspaper, for weeks, for these festival, or for month. Let's say, for example, right? Maybe some of you mentioned raincoat, right? So it may span across not just week, maybe for 2 months or 3 months, right? That is still single selling opportunity, but the time period is not a day or a week, it becomes month, right? That's how it is, right? These products typically have a short shelf life or are specific to a particular event. That event can be festival, that event can be any cultural program. World Cup was happening few months back, right? The last year towards the end, or maybe this time around 2020 Cricket World Cup was happening. Around that time, wherever you see, the Indian cricket jersey was being in high demand. After that, okay, it may be lying here and there in some of the shops, but not everywhere on the road. Every vendor is selling and all, right? So that was not because of a festival, but because of some sporting event, right? Similarly, when Independence Day comes, everywhere you'll see that you'll have the tricolor, our national flag would be there. But again, it may not be there after once the Independence Day or Republic Day gets over, right? So it may be because of some particular event. It can be cultural event, it can be religious event, it can be political event, it can be sports event, any for that matter, right? So it can be anything because of that. The trigger point can be anything. Example includes newspaper, seasonal goods, perishable item, event specific merchandise, right? The way I mentioned that and the Indian cricket team jersey, right? That way. The primary challenge in this model is now this is very this is the critical task, that what is the challenge for this single period inventory, that what is your optimal order quantity, how much you should have the inventory maintained. If you maintain less, it's a peak season, boom season. Like imagine, like if some of you might be a cricket fan, around that time when last year when the 50 over cricket World Cup was going on, and that time everybody was kind of going crazy and mad. India was absolutely doing fantastic. You go and buy the cricket jersey, whatever price they were quoting, you are going and buying, right? So it's a very big business, very big business. If you run short of that, some of the shops gets their inventory stocked out. So then it's a loss of business for them, right? But then if you overstock, okay, it's a waste of time. Now, even if somebody sell it in 200 rupees, you may not buy. That time people were ready to give 1,000 rupees as well, right? So it's a challenge to determine what is your optimal quantity. The primary reason is that you do not have history. Let's say, for example, if you are, let's say, for example, a retail shop, local retail kirana shop, right? In all our locality, we have kirana stores, right? We buy sugar, rice, milk, veggies, snacks, biscuit, Maggie, whatever, whatnot, right? Now, as a kirana store owner, you know that this locality on a daily basis or a weekly basis, how much rice they consume, how much sugar they consume, how much tea bags they consume. You have a history, you have a trend, and based on that, you start ordering. That okay, every month I will stock up maybe 2 quintals of rice, maybe 5 bags of sugar, maybe 10 kgs of tea bags, like that. You have a history because there is a consistent pattern. Okay, yes, plus minus maybe it can go a little bit plus minus 10% because it's still an estimate, it's still a projection. So it may go 10 plus minus percent, but you still have a history with which you can play around the data. With the single period inventory, you do not have history. Do you think you can anticipate that same example, cricket jersey, when we're talking about? How many people will buy? You don't, okay, it was trending in, like, example, towards the end of last year. Do you have a history from August, July, June? It was absolutely zero, nothing. Now, can you take a data of 2015 and base your concept around order on that? When 2015 that World Cup was happening, or 2019 the World Cup was happening, can you get some data from that? Maybe, maybe not. Because if the team was doing well, people go crazy and they buy more, they follow more. But if your team was not doing well, you may not have that same following, right? So you may not have the actual set of data, and that makes the task difficult for single period inventory model, right? It does it. And if you have some of the subscription model, that is still okay, right? Think of this way, like newspaper. You still have subscription model that, okay, these are the 1,000 household in this locality. Okay, they have subscribed for a monthly basis. So you can project for month, or you can project for year, that okay, this 1,000, yes, they will take. You add 10% extra so that you can sell those as ad hoc and all. But these things, some of these things, or majority of these things, you may not have the good set of data to kind of do the demand planning, right? Or any kind of forecasting, right? So the decision maker faces a trade-off between understocking and overstocking, as we already touched upon. What would understocking do? Understocking leads to loss of sales and potential profit, right? And what is overstocking will do? It will result in excess inventory and of course reduce profit or even loss. Let's example, if some of you are celebrating, let's example, Diwali, firecrackers, you try to say that, okay, this year I'm going to put a shop of firecrackers in Bangalore. You stock up whole lot of firecrackers. Half the firecrackers, so you sold it in 200% profit before Diwali and everybody was going left and right and bought everything. 50% of your inventory was unsold. You may not even yield 10% of that after Diwali, right? So then it may kind of overshadow whatever profit you booked, or it can result into losses as well, right? So those things are also there, right? So these are some of the background on single period inventory. Any question? I'll take a quick pause. Any question so far? And all, yes, that is correct. Yes, shorter shelf life and all it will have. All right. So if not, let's quickly move to the next slide. So what are the key characteristics? So we started single period inventory. Now, what is the key characteristic of single period inventory? So it's a one-time order. We already discussed that decision is made once and there is no opportunity for reordering, right? You buy firecrackers. After that, after next week, again, would you buy? No, right? So it's just one window of where customer will come and purchase it, right? It can be, excuse me, it can be within a day, within a month, within a week and all, but so it's a one-time order. Perishable or seasonal goods, right? So those are the type like newspaper, fresh produce, holiday items, even specific merchandise and all. Uncertain demand, what we touched upon already, right? The demand is very variable and we do not have a factual data to kind of rely on that how much demand or how much forecasting I should do. Okay. Then again, cost of overstock versus understock. Now there is a trade-off you have to do, right? Which we touched upon, that should you have too much inventory or too little inventory? What exactly you want? So you might have to get a middle ground that, okay, maybe I should not hold too much inventory, but at the same time, I should make sure that I do not finish entire inventory maybe within a day itself, and then 5 more additional days are left, right? So those things are there. And then the salvage value. So we touched upon, so all majority of these single period inventory items have some salvage value. Newspaper, we all know that you would have noticed majority of the newspaper, if you have been to those newspaper distribution center, right? So each of the locality will have some newspaper vendors who will be buying that in bulk, and they'll have those vendors who would keep on going to individual houses and distribute it. Even in the evening, they'll have a pile of newspaper left over and all, right? Do not just throw it, right? What they do, they recycle it. They sell it again to the same newspaper manufacturer. So next day when the newspaper company deliver the fresh set of next day newspaper, they take away these things as well as part of the return supply chain so that it goes away and they sell it off as well too. So it does have some salvage value as well, or you can say residual value, right? So those things are also there. Of course, that is less than original. So that doesn't mean that, okay, if a newspaper supplier in your locality bought newspaper at 4 rupees, when they return it next day, they may not have the exact 4 rupees. They might sell it maybe in 1 rupee or 2 rupees. So which is a loss, right, for them. So there has to be a trade-off, but those are some of the things as well, right? So those things are there as a some of the key characteristic of single period inventory. Okay. Now, how single period inventory model work, right? So we have to understand this, right? So first is very important thing is we have to estimate demand. Now, unlike the regular inventory models, will have a very limited set of data. Now, not every historical data will work in every scenario. Let's say, for example, if it is a raincoat we are talking about, you still have a historical data that, okay, last year they bought, or over every year they buy this much raincoat, maybe add 10% onto that, or 20% on top of that year-on-year growth or something like that because of new people moving in and all those things and all, right? So That way, you still have some demands, but you'll have, again, of course, a limited set of the historical data. But here, the some of the expert opinion also comes, right? That, okay, what you want to do as part of your prediction, right? So it's an estimate. Now, the more familiar you are with that business, the more familiar you are with that locality, the more familiar you are with the people around your market, basically your customer, you would be in a better position to predict it. And now, how would you be there on all those better positioning? You have to do some of the market research, or you are capturing that, you have captured that market last 20 years, 25 years, and you know in and out of that market, you know in and out of that customer mindset and everything, and then you'd be able to better position. Think of this way: the raincoat, let's say, example, if you're talking about, or say, for example, Christmas tree. When we talk about when the Christmas is coming in December, let's say, for example, and Christmas tree sale, it may not be exactly same what you have in Bangalore versus what you might have in tier 3 city. It will be a different demand, right? So of course, you both the places, Christmas tree is still a single period inventory. But the way you do the planning in for Bangalore region, you have to predict something else. For a tier 3 city, maybe not many people or not many Christmas parties might be happening, and people might not celebrate that much, right? In the metropolitan environment and all, we tend to embrace all the cultures and everything. So we might be exposed to other things as well, right? So that way, there would be more, or say, for example, for that matter, Halloween. In tier 1, you have an absolutely crazy demand among kids. If you go to village, nobody even knows, or for that matter, even in tier 2 city or tier 3 city, nobody even knows. So you have to know your customer, you have to know all those things, and based on that, you have to do some of the demand estimation, right? While, of course, so not always it may be based on the historical data, but some other parameters also you have to blend it, right? But now the other things which comes in, of course, the demand estimate comes as the first thing, but then you have a cost of overstock and cost of understock. That is what we call it CO and CU. Now, CO, when we say cost of overstock, is the cost of each unit left unsold at the end of the period, okay, minus salvage value. So as I said, right, newspaper. Let's say, for example, I have a CO, and let's understand CU. And let me little bit zoom in so that at least all of you are able to see it relatively better and bigger. Is it better visible, or do you want me to further zoom in? Does this help? Okay. All right. Okay. Perfect. All right. So let's try to understand. What did we talk about is two concepts, right? When we spoke about the two concept. So, okay. So we spoke about cost of overstock and cost of understock, right? So these are the CO and CU. What did we discuss? The cost of each unit unsold at the end of period minus the salvage value. That's your cost of overstock, right? So let's say, for example, the price, right? So procurement price, any item, say, for example, we are not least bothered. You paid, say, for example, 10 rupees. Okay. Now, the salvage value, say, for example, right? Salvage value. So if it is a newspaper, right? You have some of the fix thing that, okay, when you sell these to the reseller, how much they will buy. Or let's say, for example, if it is, say, for example, plastic accessories and everything, you sell it to a plastic reseller and all, or a scrap dealer and all, what is the price, right? So if you are in a manufacturing firm, similar to your procurement vendor and the suppliers and all, you have a scrap vendor as well, or a basically reseller, something, right? So you have a scrap vendor. I'll see at what point we will discuss those scrap process and all. But even for the scrap process, you have to create purchase order, right? So we are not talking about selling the small scale newspaper and some of these to Raddiwala. We are talking about from the large manufacturing firm, right? So you, even for the scrapping the item and the salvaging the item, you have to create a purchase order, which goes to the scrap vendor. They will pick up the item. So the purchase order will be created with some of the values, right? Okay, what is the per unit value for each item? So for each each part numbers, right? Or each materials, right? What you manufacture or you deal with, you have a scrap values as well per unit. And based on that, you create a purchase order. That purchase order is sent to the scrap vendor. The scrap vendor will, and then what you do, you ship that item to scrap vendor. So when you create a purchase order, your from location on the purchase order would be your manufacturing plant or your warehouse, and the to location, the destination location would be the scrap vendor location, right? And then you sell it, and then what happens, you ship it. Once they receive it, after that they will make the payment, right? So they will do an invoice payment to you based on whatever the value you have given, right? So these are from the large perspective. So for each of the different parts, each of the different components, each of the different items, you have a salvage value per unit defined, right? Per unit can be number of pieces, per piece, or per kg, or per tons, or per whatever you want, right? So let's example, if you're talking about newspaper, I'm keeping it very simple. Cost of procurement price was 10 rupees. The salvage value, when you return it next day and it was unsold. So what happened? Let's example, you return it in 2 rupees. Okay. So cost of, what did we discuss here? If you remember, the cost of overstock, okay, is cost of each unit left unsold at the end of the period minus the salvage value. Think of this way. How much you had paid? 10 rupees. But tomorrow, when you resold it, you got 2 rupees back. So the cost of overstock was 8 rupees. So 8 rupees, it was basically the loss. So these cost of overstock or understock is always in terms of loss, right? Because you could not earn any profit, right, on that. So this is basically the 8 rupees. Okay. Now, when we talk about the cost of understock, let's say the profit lost for each unit of unmet demand, right? So the selling price minus the original cost. So think of this way, this one, the cost. Let's sample the same. If the procurement cost, when we talk about, right? Let's sample is the same item. And let's sample if in a regular scenario, if you would have sold it, right? If you have sold it, you would have sold this item to 15 rupees. So how much profit you would have made? You would have made, so what you would have made was, so 5 rupees you would have got a profit if you would have sold it, right? Now, what this understock means is that you ran out of your inventory and you couldn't sell anything, correct? You couldn't sell anything. So that means, what did it mean? That you lost the opportunity to get this 5 rupees profit. So cost of understock is basically the unmet selling price minus the original cost. So basically whatever profit you would have got. So see, if you got exhausted, your stock was exhausted, that means you never bought this item. So you did not pay anything. You did not sell also anything because you ran out of the stock. But is it a loss? Yes, it's a loss of business, loss of opportunity, right? You did not pay anything. But if you had the stock, you would have got 5 rupees per unit profit. So that's your cost of understock. So the difference between cost of overstock and cost of understock is, cost of overstock, you actually get into the actual loss. So it's a monetary loss. So for every item, you make a loss basically, right? Cost of understock is that you have not paid anything. You did not lose anything actually, but a profit which was coming your way, because of you ran out of the stock, you lost that profit. So that's basically your potential loss as well. So both are loss itself. Here in case of overstock, you made the actual loss, and understock, it's, think of this as opportunity loss, right? There was an opportunity, you lost it. Okay. All right. Let's see. Everybody good with cost of overstock and cost of understock concept? All right. Okay. So with that, let's move to, I'll go back to the slide again. And so what we were discussing was, so this is the two concept, cost of overstock and cost of understock. Now, what we have to define is the critical ratio. So the critical ratio is your key decision point, that what is the critical ratio which you should maintain basically between this cost of, so often it is basically asked that different business, again, there's no like say that, okay, critical ratio should be 0.5 or critical ratio should be 1 and all, nothing like that. It's basically, often it does ask that every time you say, okay, you have to trade off a balance between overstock and unstock, right? So what is the critical ratio you are maintaining for your org? So how you would calculate? You quickly put, you'll have all these values, right? When we talk about, you'll have all these values because you know what is the procurement price, what is the salvage value, what is the selling price and expected profit. So you will have all these numbers. So you would just put those, if somebody asks that what is the critical ratio you are maintaining for your supply chain org. So what you put? CU divided by CO plus CU, that becomes your critical ratio, right? So in this case, let's take, I want a new hand to be raised. Need volunteers to come up, please. I know it's Sunday night, not very motivating time, right? Everybody wants to get started for next week and all. Tell me the critical ratio for this price. So I have everything here. Let me put a note here as well. So loss. Okay. And here, this is profit. And okay. Let's see critical ratio. Tell me.
So 8 by
5 plus 8. Sorry. Is that correct? Everyone, is it okay? Do you want to add anything else which what Datrika mentioned? Okay. So what did we say? CO divided by CO plus CU, right? So what you did, CO was basically, did you do opposite? If you go back, okay, let me just copy so that I know that this is the first time you might be seeing, so that for everybody's reference. Okay. Now Datrika or Ashok, both of you agreed that that is right. Now tell me, is this right?
like it should be 5 by 8 plus 5.
Yeah. So what would be the number now?
5 by 8 plus 5.
5 by, correct. Yeah. So that is the critical ratio for your org, right? For this supply chain model, right? Now this critical ratio is not for every individual part. So for every individual part which you have, because the profit for each type of inventory, each type of part would change, right? The potential inventory profit or potential loss, the selling price, the salvage price and all. So it's each at the part level, each at the material level, that what material you are selling, what material you are doing the inventory and all. So this critical ratio for your org is at each of the inventory. Say for example, Procter and Gamble, they, let's say they create two different single inventory item. One may be related to, let's example, mask. Procter and Gamble might not be a right example. Let's say example, a firework company, right? The firework company, they sell, let's example, one, they sell it like those kids who put like all the stick fireworks, and the other may be kind of a rocket or some kind of a sound bomb or something like that, right? So it both will have a different selling price, both will have a different salvage value, both will have a different profit and all those things, right? So depending on that, this critical ratio would be would be different, right? For individually, right? So it would be for you, that company, but at the item level. Okay, clear on the critical ratio? It's a wrong calculation. Shnong, please, do you mind helping us? Oh, my bad. You had put it earlier. Okay. Okay. Sure. Definitely. Ashok and Samuel, do you have any question, or if you're done, you can lower your hand. But if you have something, please feel
Sir,
free to
this
ask.
critical ratio 0.38, how we need to use, like
Sure, Samuel. Okay. If it is
Equal to 1.
okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So let's hold on that thought. The same value, what would be the value so that the critical ratio would be 1? CO should be, what should be the CO and what would be the CU so that it would be 1? Tell me that. And again, not just Manoj, anyone, please tell me, make it 1. What should be the potential value? That there are n number of combination, but what could be the potential value for CU and CO? Hopefully that will give some more perspective. So if you are saying that, okay, profit was 5 and salvage value, if we would have increased it, let's example, if we had made it 5, correct? So if I would have increased the salvage value, so what would have happened is maybe, let me do this here. It all depends upon your supplier. That many suppliers say that, okay, yeah, if you do not use it, we'll take it back because you have a long-term relationship or something like that and all those things, right? So as you rightly said, like, okay, some of the expired items, it doesn't get used with basically within a day or something, right? And all, then they take it back at the same value or they do not charge you and all those things, right? But not every time that might be possible, right? It may happen if the same set of suppliers is kind of taking it back or something like that, right? So, but what we understood is the critical ratio can vary anything between 0 and can it go beyond 1? Question, anyone? Can it go more than 1? Not possible, right? So it at best it can be 1, correct?
1.
Is it fair to say this critical ratio can vary anything between 0 to 1, right? Now, what we understood is if as the critical ratio increases, what does this mean? Our optimal order. What is optimal order? The best order quantity, what we are putting keeping our inventory, right? The most optimum, the literal meaning is that only, right? The most suitable. So as the critical ratio increases, the optimum order quantity is more towards the ideal expectation, what we used, our business model would have expected, right? So a lower critical ratio in your supply chain org signifies that whoever is doing the inventory planning for the single period inventory, they are not doing a good job. So anything, so always it has to be relatively higher. If you put, say, for example, think of this way. Of course, it can never be 1. It can never be even 0.8, 0.9 also. That's practically impossible for majority of the thing. But think of this way. If it is somewhat around 0.5, what does this mean? 50-50 chance. So you are taking a 50-50 chance that, okay, boss, okay, loss is also 5, profit is also 5. So I'll take some bet. But think of this way. If loss is, let's example, here, I make a change here. Let's example, selling price is 11. Okay. Now, if you sell, you get 1 rupee. But if you do not sell, let's example, I make it salvage value as 2, which was original. Loss is 8. So if you sell, you get a profit of 1. If you do not sell, basically the overstock, so you have a potential, you have a loss of 8. But if you have goes under stock, basically if you have ran out of the inventory, your potential profit would have been 1 rupee. Is this a good business model? Would you take a bet to keep it overstock? What you would do in this business model, as a business owner, your inclination would be that, yeah, keep the inventory on a lower side only. It's okay to not make profit of 1 rupee rather than making a loss of 8 rupees. Correct? Yes, no, understood this concept? So what typically the critical ratio basically signifies is how nicely first thing you are doing the planning. The more towards it goes upward, it's your quantity, inventory quantity is more on the optimal side. And as per the business model, if it is on the lower side, that means as a business owner, as a inventory manager, you would always tend to keep it under stock rather than taking a risk of overstocking, right? Clear so far? Any question? Yes, no? Okay, I see some of the comments
Yes.
and okay, Hemant says will drop off since I have an early morning meeting. Sure, Hemant, please take care. Just one thing, Hemant, I think uh, try to uh, plan your days and not just Hemant, everyone, all of us do have meeting, Monday being the hectic and all, but do not repeat it on every Sunday wise and all. This scenario may happen on every Sunday, but then it would be our loss, right? Rather than so try to plan your day depending on how it works, right? Just a generic note again. Yeah, I completely understand. Not everything can be avoided, so that's okay. Okay, all right. So what the critical ratio explains, first thing is, of course, you plot this critical ratio along with the order quantity. And the ideal would be that your critical ratio should kind of align with your optimal order quantity, right? The better, the higher the critical ratio, the better your inventory managements are happening. Your SMEs are doing a good job. They are planning better and all. And if it is the way it is business model, the pricing, the way it is there, that okay, the profit is less. There are some inventory where profit is not much, right? There's very little margin and all, but and it doesn't have a good salvage value. So you end up making loss if it doesn't sell. So those, whatever you do, it will have a bad critical ratio. And that way, what will happen is that the critical ratio will always tend to be less. I'll give you a very simple example. Very simple example. You would see, let's sample some of the hawkers, the vegetable hawkers. I'm not talking about the big vegetable vendors and all those things. Some of the vegetable hawkers who sell some items, let's sample a fresh fruit or something on a daily basis, maybe in some basket or some thela and all those things, right? You'll notice that by 4 p.m., 5 p.m. and all, they are done and they are returning home, right? Many times you would have noticed that, okay, they are almost done by 5 p.m. and they are returning home. 6 p.m. they are returning home. And let's assume those are some of the vegetables which does not last more than a day. Next day, or think of this way, you would have noticed some of the small flower vendors in front of temple. By evening, you'll not see many of the flower vendors sitting in front of temple. Majority would be sitting in the morning hours. They do not have any inventory management system or ERP system and all, but they know, by now their experience, they know morning I keep, let's say, 100 bunches of flower. It will sell and all. By 2 p.m., 3 p.m. and all, I'll be done. After that, if something is left over, I'm going to throw away, because tomorrow you are not going to take that same flower. So what they will do, had it been, let's example, in the evening also many people visit a temple, but you may not find some of the flower vendors at that point of time. The reason is because one primary reason is many of them try to target in the morning, and by 3 p.m. their inventory is done and they go away home. Or same goes with those small scale vegetable vendors who have just one day of shelf life and all. So if they take additional inventory or additional pieces of those veggies, they might sell it up to 8 p.m. also. You have people buying veggies and all from the mandi at 8 p.m. So these hawkers also can do at 8 p.m. But they know that it's okay to sell it and by 3, 4 p.m. And I'm not saying that that's only just the reason that they try to sell it off and all, but that's one of the aspect that they always try to keep it on the understock thing, that okay, profit margin is not much. They buy in 15 rupees, they sell it in maybe 17 rupees. That's it, because they do not have the access to the wholesaler. What they do is they buy from the mandi and they sell it to you. So not much margin. Maybe they'll buy it from mandi in 15 rupees, which you also can go and buy. And they charge you 17 rupees since they are coming to your place. So they have 2 rupees margin. But if they do not sell it, gone. Its entire 15 rupees gone. So their CU, if you think from that perspective, is very low. CO is on a higher side. So critical ratio in that business model would be very low, right? Trending towards 0.1, 0.2 and all. So that's why they'll always tend to keep on a lower side. It's okay not to sell more rather than throw away something, right? So this I'm explaining just to understand the concept. The same happens on the larger scale also, right? On the manufacturing side and the production side and all those things as well, right? So those things are also there. But there the critical ratio comes into picture, that how much inventory you have to hold, how much inventory you have to kind of keep it. Now that depends upon the critical ratio of that particular part, that particular business model, that particular things, right? And again, one additional thing, as you become little bit more kind of certain of the demand, right? You have a very good grasp what is the demand. The critical ratio would be always on a very higher side. So eventually, because there'll not be any overstock, there'll not be any understock. So it will be absolutely bang on the target. So it will be on a higher side, right? So that's how the demand planning and all those things comes into picture as well. Okay. Because the reason is, if it is lower, that means you are making less profit. That's for sure, right?
Okay.
That's how your part is, right? It's not a big margin profit. So think from this way, you do not need a big ERP system to manipulate that. As a layman, also anybody will say, yeah, that if there's I'm getting a less profit, why to take more chance? As simple as that, right? That's how that one of the thing is. But that's just one aspect, right? I'm not saying that critical ratio is just one. That is one aspect, that let's not go very aggressive on stocking, but maybe on this critical ratio may not be only due to CO and CU. It may be because of the maybe the better poor planning also. Reason is, I'll tell you, here we are talking about one item, correct? One unit. Think of this way, multiply that, okay? This is like, say for example, 100 item, right? So then this expands, right? Let's say example, if you lost a potential profit of 100 units, then that becomes, that CU becomes 100, correct? Right? And let's example, if you did not, if your demand planning was fine and you did not do much of loss and all, in this case, maybe just 5 or 10 items were there. So it all depends upon the quantity also, that how much you are selling, how much you are buying. And also critical ratio is not just because of the unit price, but the quantity also. So that's why definitely profit and loss per unit thing definitely is one factor. But poor critical ratio also signifies a poor demand planning also at times, right? So it can depend. It's very subjective, but it may define that perspective as well, Chaitanya. All right. Okay. Okay, so both CU and CO will not happen, right? Then how to calculate either CU or CO, or if it could happen? Yeah. So now that's true. So see, if you see these, column E is not will happen only if it happens you have the number. These are the calculated values. See, you already know salvage value, you already know the procurement value, and you know the selling price. So you already know the loss and expected profit, right? If you sell, what would be the expected profit? If you do not sell, what would be the expected loss? So these are E and F. E column is not always that it happens and then we calculate. These are calculated beforehand. So these are not the after impact. These are the before thing, that, okay, for this material, for this part in this particular business model, what would be the critical ratio? And based on that, you do the planning, right? So it doesn't happen post, but it's more like on the pre side. Okay. All right. Okay. We understood this. So now what happens is, we touched upon that optimal order quantity, right? So using the critical ratio and of course the probability distribution demand, we have to identify the optimal order quantity, where probability of running out of stock is equal to the critical ratio. So this is the point where the expected cost of overstock and understock basically meets, and that is your optimal order quantity. Okay. Hold on to thought. It might be a little confusing. It does have some of the complex calculation and all. And we will come to those. So do not worry about that. Okay. We will come to that. If time permits, we will discuss. If not, what I'll do, I will send you some of the links as well so that you can go through that. But we'll definitely cover that, right? Either online or offline, we will definitely cover. But the point here is, let's example, you have the overstock and you have the understock. Wherever it meets, basically, right? On the probability distribution using the critical ratio, there basically optimal order quantity would be there. Basically, the bottom point is that you should not have a lot of overstock. You should not have a lot of understock. Always we keep on telling, right? That in the previous slide also when we are discussing, right? So the trade-off, if you see this one, right? The trade-off between the understock. So this is nothing but this is the trade-off that when we make it equal, right? So not very high on overstock, not very high on understock, and the same goes for low as well. That basically signifies our optimal order quantity. Again, please note all these are all expectation, the estimate, right? You estimate. So it's not that, okay, optimal order quantity means that means you'll not have any leftover or you may not run into overstock and all. There are some multiple variable factors in the market which is beyond your calculation, right? Beyond your calculation, and you cannot control to certain point, right? Think of this way. You factor in like, okay, yes, okay, you have factored in for that Indian cricket team jersey and India is doing well and absolutely fantastic and all, and suddenly India loses semi-final. All of a sudden, day one, it drops. Done. You might have factored in till final that, okay, going by the form and going by the history and all, they're doing absolutely fantastic and all. They suddenly have a loss, or for that matter, forget semi-final. They get an upset. Maybe some weak team defeats them. Let's have some associate nation, they defeat them. Half of the thing, many 10%, 20% people say, yeah, forget it, it's bad. Let's example for raincoat. You expected that, okay, year on year, that's what we are doing and we are anticipating these many raincoats and all. And suddenly, okay, this year, a very dry spell. Not many people buy raincoat before the rainy season. Many people start buying when the rain starts. On the day of rain, they are on the road and they get rain and then they go to the roadside vendors and they buy it and all. Rain doesn't happen. It's a dry year. Nothing happens. Okay. So some of these are variable, unpredictable things which you cannot control in your planning, right? So those will happen, but optimal quantity, we try to, based on whatever information we have, whatever data we have, and whatever limitation we have, with that, we try to kind of factor in and we try to find the optimal order quantity. Okay. So far clear? Yes, no? And again, please, as I mentioned in the previous thing also, as a supply chain manager, yes, these are very good concepts for theoretical purpose, for your certification, for cracking interviews. You are switching the job, you are applying for a new position within the same org and all those things and all. In reality, you will not be doing these calculations. You will have hundreds of tools who would do it on your behalf. But you still have to feed in the data. The tool needs data, right? Tool is not, we all know, right? Even the kindergarten kids, when they study computer, they say that computer does not have IQ. That has to be fed in by the people, human, right? Even the AIs. So I am working a lot on right now on the AIs. Even all of you, many of you might be working on a lot of AI and ML capabilities and all, right? For that also, they need data, right? It's you who have to feed in the data. So you put in those data, your tool will do all those calculation. When we say the probability distribution, the Z curve and the standard deviation, the S curve and all those things and all these would be managed and handled by the tool. But the initial set of data would be fed by you. All right. Okay. So this is how the single period inventory model works. Okay. Let's quickly see, we already touched upon, so I'll quickly run through this. Imagine a news vendor deciding how many newspaper to order single day, right? The demand is uncertain, but historical data suggests probability distribution. The news vendor knows cost of buying, selling price, potential salvage value. All these are the known factors. So these are nothing but the same thing what we touched upon, right? They know the procurement price, the salvage value, the selling price, right? So you have all the models, right? That what is the potential loss, what is the potential profit, and all those things. And using single period inventory model, what they will do, they can decide that, okay, how much, what would be the optimal order quantity to maximize the profit, right? So what would be the OQ, what we talk about. So for at the end, everybody would want to maximize the profit, right? So that's what we would want. Based on these information, right? The cost of buying, selling price, and potential value, and everything, you'll have they will decide to that how much quantity they should buy and how much inventory they should hold off. And based on that, they will maximize the profit, right? So that's basically a very basic example. Okay, quickly, any question before move to continuous? And we will discuss some of those questions and all those things. So please do not worry about that how to find optimal order quantity and all. Optimal order quantity is not just related to inventory. So we will discuss this term again and again, and we'll have multiple questions and multiple solutions being done on these, right? To find optimal order quantity, how to find, what is the formula, and all those things. Examples similar to what we did EOQ, we will do OQ and other things as well. So do not worry about those things as well. Okay. Okay. Are we clear? Is it okay if we move to the next slide? I'm realizing inventory is huge. I think we have to try to wrap up this today. Otherwise, we'll be stuck on inventory forever, right? So I think, yeah. So in case of a raincoat, right, you do not return it. But what happens, there are other things. I'll tell you how you end up, you still make some of those things as loss. Reason is, first, you have to pay for storing those inventory until next year, because until next year, you'll not be storing it in your local shop, or right? So you might have to store somewhere. Raincoat, think of this way, but when we are talking about from the large firm perspective, you need a holding cost. That's a recurring cost for you, the holding cost. The other thing, when you store it over the period, like say over 1 year, there may be some of the damage, right? There can be some damage based because of the store, because of the color being fed. The models may go out of fashion, right? Say, for example, right now, let's say, for example, a new movie has come, and a kids movie, and that character is in very much demand. You got a lot of kids raincoats for that character. Okay, it's still a raincoat for next year, but next year that character may not be in a demand, and many people may not like it. So instead of 10, you might sell next year only 2, right? So those things are also there. So, but yes, you are right that you do not sell it, but still there is some salvage value that, okay, it may not be 10 out of 2, but it may be still, let's example, out of 100 unit, 10 unit got bad. So 10% you got minus, right? So that basically your next year, the inventory would be only 90%, right? So that's your loss as well, right? So you have to factor in those things as well. So as I mentioned, these salvage value, these business model and everything depends on the part. There can be some things where the salvage value can be 0 as well, right? Like veggies, if it is waste, next day it's thrown on the road. That's it. You would have noticed, if not sure if anybody of you have been to Mandi, by end of the day on Mandi, half of the Mandi roads would be covered with all the waste veggies, which are like, which have become rotten and all, right? So they just simply throw it, and all those cows and other folks and all, they'll come and just eat those rotten veggies and all those things. But there are a lot of veggies which gets thrown away, right? So they may not have very any salvage value to matter, right? So yes, Ranjit, as you mentioned, every product will have a different story, right? Not everything can be model and single, but this is just to give a context that what are these concepts, and then based on that, you define the model. All right. So with that, let's quickly move to some of the review policy. So these two are very important review policy. So one is continuous review policy and the other is periodic review policy. Okay. I'll quickly, okay, what's the time? 9:30. We'll take a break, but before going to the break, I want to quickly ask, I want some hands to be raised. When we say review policy, what do you mean? Review policy. Forget continuous, forget periodic, review policy. What do you mean by that? So you are right. What does the review policy mean and all? So what we are going to study is continuous review policy and periodic. So there are two types of review. When we talk about inventory management, as some of you touched upon these concepts, basically when to order, how much to order, that's what we try to review. And then we, based on that, whatever decision outcomes happens, we do the review. So there are two approach or two models or two theory. I'll not get into the comparison that which is better and which is not good. Both have their own set of pros and cons and is suitable for a different set of business. So there are some business which prefer continuous model. There are some business which have to do periodic. There are majority of the business who do a blend of those as well. So not every time they will do continuous, or not every time they will do periodic, right? So it will be maybe a blend of that, right? So that's how also it works. Okay. So is that okay? Shall we move to the continuous review policy? So what we are going to see is the review policy, right? So now, if you see, this is my continuous review. Let me just, I think, remove this, I think, when I was typing. Okay. Okay. So if you see here, right, the continuous review model, now it's often termed as SQ model as well, right? Where S is the reorder point and Q is the quantity, basically, that how much we should order. It's a fixed quantity. So it's often referred as SQ model as well. Reorder point is basically at what point you have to order. A reorder, basically. Let's say you are replenishing your stock, right? Say, for example, you are a electronic outlet company, retail store, and you have to, the same, let's say the Best Buy we are talking about, right? The HP computer. We saw this. So at what point we have to order and how much we have to order, right? So that's basically the reorder point, that predetermined reorder point, that's S. And what is the fixed quantity that I have to order? That is Q. So continuous review model, when we talk about what it is basically is that a system where inventory level are constantly monitored. So every time throughout the process, throughout the life cycle, it would be monitored. Of course, not by manually, it's not possible. So systematically, you will have some tools, ERP system, the inventory management system, monitors these levels, that where the inventory levels are. And every time the inventory position reaches a particular order point, that okay, every time I have an inventory of 10 unit left, I'll order another 50. Next day again, tomorrow, if it has still not reached 10, I'll not order. But every time it reaches 10, I'll order 50. So your reorder point is fixed and the order quantity is fixed, that every time you order 50. Why you would have defined 50? Any idea? What decision would have led you to decide this fixed quantity? Economic order quantity, EOQ. Remember that what is the lot size, how much I can store, how much a holding cost would be less. So that is the OOQ. Again, that's also one factor. But since we have not discussed OOQ in much detail, that's why I did not want to bring, but you are absolutely right. So EOQs, OOQ, these are the concept which help you to determine that how much you should order, right? That's the fixed quantity, correct? That every day your EOQ will not change. You have a fixed set of delivery holding costs. You have a fixed target of ordering costs, and all based on that you have defined a quantity, that 980 was the, or 950 was the EOQ for Best Buy. Similarly here, some Q you have defined. So your system has, so this is the continuous review model, that every minute, every hour, every day, around the year, round the clock, your system will keep on monitoring your inventory level. The moment it reaches a reorder point, you order a fixed quantity. So here, the order quantity is always fixed. Now, what are the key characteristics? Continuous monitoring, as I mentioned. Order quantity is always fixed. Q, that's the order quantity. And order placed when inventory position reaches S. That's your reorder point. Okay. What are the advantage? There would be minimal or no chances of stock out, because you would have defined that, okay, unless you have done a reorder point of 0, then of course you are getting a stock out for sure. But if you have defined that, okay, maybe 20, if it's there, and I'll order some safety stock, you have kept it that, okay, this is my safety stock. It when you order, it takes 2 days to reach to your place. So 2 days, how much normally you sell, that much you keep as a buffer, and then you start ordering every now and then. So minimal or very low or almost nil chances of stock out risk due to constant monitoring, because every moment you are monitoring, right? And then lower safety stock levels compared to periodic. So we have not gone into this periodic review. So right now we'll just hold on to that thought, right? So that what is the periodic, then only you will be able to make a comparison. So right now, just hold on to this one, right? So we have not got into periodic review, but it's basically you have to maintain a lesser level of safety stock, right? Now, what are the disadvantages? Requires more sophisticated inventory tracking system. What did I say? Manual, it's not possible, continuous monitoring. So you have to implement a system. The system might be a big ERP system, an inventory management system, a monitoring system, maybe a bot or something, and some alert mechanism also that, okay, as soon as it falls down, you send an alert to your inventory manager and all those things and all, right? And of course, you might have to place order very frequently. That may require more admin and cost as well, that you might have some order manager who would review those orders, because the moment all these orders gets created, you do not blindly, in reality, system may create order, but there has to be some approvers. If you are working in some of the supply chain, some of you would notice that there are some order manager who approves if the that, okay, whether this order was correct or not before sending it to the supplier, correct? You do not want to blindly keep on sending and they will keep on invoicing you. That's a bad model. So those admin cost and all would be also on a higher side. So that's basically the continue review model. Next, there is periodic model, right? So that's what the two models which we were discussing. So the periodic model, again, similar to the SQ model, this is called RS model. Now, what is the RS stands for? So R is nothing but the interval, the fixed interval. So if you remember, in the continuous review model, the fixed element was order quantity and the predetermined inventory level, right? That it should not fall below, right? In the periodic, the fixed quantity is not order quantity. So you keep on changing your order quantity every order. So it's a fixed interval, okay? That every Sunday I'll order. Every first day of the month I will order. Some of you yesterday said that in your org, every 29th of the month, you receive order, right? So those are highly chances that they might be following these periodic review, that they might be doing a periodic review at the end of the month, and you would be receiving those order to ship it out within the next couple of days or so, right? So it's a fixed interval, not the fixed order quantity. So it's a fixed interval, and how the order is placed to bring the inventory level up to a predetermined target level. So in the previous, so the very, very thin line is there on the continuous and periodic. In the continuous, your whole intent was that your inventory should not fall below this. Here, your intent would be that make sure that you maintain this inventory level. So think of this way, I'll give you an example that in your business org, you say that every week I will order to make sure that my inventory count at the start of the week is 500. Okay. So let me just go back here. And again, let me add a sheet here. Okay. You can see my sheet, right? I hope I'm sharing I will switch. Yeah. Okay. So what happens? Say, for example, your target inventory level is, let's sample 500. Now, what you do every Monday, you have to ensure that you start the week with 500. That's your target level, right? This must be always maintained, right? So that is what basically your target inventory level is. So Monday, every Monday you review. That's your periodic review, because one thing, what did I say? That your period is fixed. So week, right? Every Monday you order, right? So let's say example, let me move this. When you are, and this is the current inventory, and then order quantity. So on first Monday, when you see your current inventory is 350. So what would you do? You do order quantity minus your current. So you order 150. Second Monday of the next week, after a week, your inventory. So again, what happened? And so here the total inventory at the start of the week would be, what is here, would be starting inventory plus what you ordered, correct? So that's how your inventory would be maintained. Now, next week, example, what happens? 400 orders you fulfilled. So your inventory again, Monday, it fell to 100. What you'll do? Your in R was fixed weekly. We have to again bring it to 500. So how much you will order? This minus this. So this time you order 400. And of course, because your target is still maintained. Third Monday, what happens? There was a dull season and only 50 unit was sold. You still have 450 on hand, basically in your stock. What you do? This time, this minus this, because only you order 50 and that will bring your inventory to 500. So what is the two things what you are making sure? That your target inventory level is always constant at the start of your review cycle. And the review is always fixed interval, 7 days, 1 week, 1 day, 1 month, 1 year, whatever. Clear on the continuous review policy? Yes, no? Now, the same thing. So this was periodic review. Similar to this, we will have a continuous review also, which we studied. So since we are trying to check with the example, now if you remember, anybody, tell me two things which was fixed in continuous review. You can type, you can speak, whatever works best for you. And Praveen wants to talk. Yes, Praveen. First, let's see what is the two fixed elements. Similar to periodic review, we have target inventory level fixed and the review period fixed. What is the two fixed parameters for continuous review, which we discussed today?
Okay, I got it.
Yeah. Do you remember? Do you want to speak up on that? And
No.
stop cut you midway, basically, because we just want to make sure that at least the flow is maintained for everybody's benefit and we do not get off track and all, right? So picking up something new randomly, we'll try to avoid it. So that way is fixed, right? So order quantity, that every time I'll order in the quantity of 100. And the other thing is what we call is that reorder point, right? ROP. So ROP is that, okay, I do not want my inventory level to fall below 50. Okay. So what happens? Day one, let's say example, your current inventory, and then order quantity is anyway fixed. So the new order new inventory level. Okay. So here, let's say example, when we talk about day one, right? So what happens? These two are fixed, right? So we are putting this. So now what happens? Day one, let's example, your starting inventory is 50. Okay. Current inventory level is 50. Now, what happens? Your system will monitor it. Is it below ROP? No. So would you order? Yes, no,
No.
no. So the new inventory continues to be 50, right? I did not order. Order. So here we'll say no, no order. Let's sample day 2 again you monitor. And then what happened? Let's sample at the end of the day, some sales happen. So let's sample you sold 35 items. So the next day, what happens? Your inventory level is this minus 15. Now, is it less than ROP? Yes, it has fallen below ROP. Would you order? Yes or no? What would be your order, new inventory level? What would be your new inventory level once you order? What I said, continue review. Always I'll order in a fixed order quantity. Even if it had have been 49, even it's just one below my ROP, I will order 100 quantities. So again, I order 100 quantities here. So that is fixed. So this becomes my order quantity plus my opening inventory. Will you order? Of course, yes. That's how after ordering 150. Next day, let's sample you sold 90. So what is the day 3? Your this minus this 25. Would you order? Absolutely yes. 125 because my remember the order quantity is fixed. It's always 100. Unlike in the periodic, the order quantity was changing. Here, I don't care whether my inventory level is 49 or 15 or 10. As long as it's below 50, I will always order 100. That's it. Always. Clear so far? So we have a concept of batch that, okay, we have to make sure that it comes in the minimum lot size, right? That, let's example, you cannot order one switch from a supplier, right? Minimum you have to order 200 or minimum you have to order 500, something like that and all. So of course, those factors also comes in. So what happens? There are systems which creates order automatically. So this is one point where it will feed in the data that boss, you have to create an order. Now the data goes from these planning system and an inventory system, but along with that, you maintain some of the master data at the item level. So you round off to those. So say for example, here your order quantity comes as let's say example 22, but they ship it in a carton and the carton packs always 25 items. So even if it is 22, it will round off to the next packaging size, which will be 25 because they cannot fit 22 items in a carton. It will be 25 items. So those also are there, which is like from the master data systems also those flags and those pointers come in while you create those orders. So what we call is like how much the order quantity should be there and all those determination, right? So these happens based on the determination, some of those order determination and the account determination and the item determination and all those things also happens, right? Now, so, but you are absolutely right that depending on the part and depending on the supplier and depending on the contractual agreement, there are minimum quantity that I cannot order 1, 2, 5, 10. It has to be in multiple of, right? So there's a concept of pallet size. So there are a lot of things that, okay, I have many of the items, which always I have to do a multiple of 108. So if either I order 108, if I have a requirement of 110, I have to order 100 and not 110, I cannot order, I have to order 216, something like that. So it's always upward, or maybe you have a rule that, okay, if it is within 10%, go one level down, but if it is more than 10%, go one level up. So all those comes into those calculation as well as and when we move further. But yes, that those also would be the factor that has to be taken care during the order management process. Okay. All right. Next day, on day 3, end of the day, you made, let's say, example, 75 or let's example, a sale of 70 units. So on day 4, what happened? What is your starting inventory? This minus this 55, right? Will you order? No, your new inventory will continue to be 55. So basically what process, what happens? You make sure you have a storage to accommodate between 50, which is your reorder point, to the max 150. At any given point of time, you will have only this much inventory. It will not fall below 50. and it will not go more than 150 because your order quantity is 100, correct? If it is, for example, so do you see any scenario where it will hit at any point 150, more than 150? Exactly. And will it fall below 50? Because the moment below 50 it hits, you order, right? So max would be, so you'll kind of plan your warehouse operations and the storage operation in such a way that you have those options to kind of unload the truck and all. You do not want to get into that situation that a truck comes in your unloading area and you do not have space in the warehouse. That's a big disaster, right? So those will also, of course, we'll have to plan all those things. But yes, but the inventory, because this is not the periodic review. In the periodic review, what happens? Your inventory is always fixed, 500. That's correct. But here, my inventory is not fixed. It will have a range, and that range will be based on the ROP and the lot size. Correct? That, but again, of course, it will not indefinitely increase. It cannot go like, okay, that 125 to 225 to 500 to 1000. It will not keep on going out. No, it will fluctuate between any time between 50 to 150, but it will be in that range only. All right. I'll lower hand if that was from before. All right, I think we need to rush in a little bit. We've spent enough time on inventory. But again, trust me, I do not regret. As long as you folks are learning, that's absolutely fine. Okay. All right. So that's what we discussed. We did not go through the detail, but we discussed on the review, periodic review. So by now, I do not want to repeat again. Right? These are some of the key characteristics, that it has fixed interval, order quantity varies, and all those things, right? The order placed to bring inventory level up to S and all, right? So it has advantage, simple to implement because you are doing a fix, right? You do not need a system to monitor, right? Fixed quantity, you do not have to worry about how much to order and all those things. Every time you have fixed order size and all those things and all, right? So you don't have to worry about all those. So those things are advantage. Drawback would be higher safety stock, because even if it falls one unit below the ROP, you will order a full quantity of 100, right? So it's high safety stock. So your safety stock was 50, that is the reorder point, but you may have 150, 149, 145, 140, right? So it's higher level of safety stock and all those things. And then higher risk of stock out can happen because you're not doing a continuous review. What if, say, for example, why this factor? You are doing every periodic review, right? You're doing every Monday. What if you sold all the 500 unit on Wednesday? Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you are stock out. You do not have anything, correct? You're not doing a continuous review. So there's no system to review. So for 4 days, you do not have anything, right? So the chances of stock out is higher on those things. Clear so far? Perfect. Right. ROP value, Girish, yes, those are some of the things that, okay, what would the ROP point and all? These are determined by lot of factors. Normally, the planning system who ingest this data, but typically based on the historical data, by the future demand and all those seasonality and all those things, the ROP and all those things will be done. That, okay, what would be the bare minimum you want to always keep so that you do not stock out? So there are multiple factors. Some of these things may get clear when we discuss some of the planning concepts, the demand planning and all things. But again, many of the things are still uncertain and all, right? So the tool decides and all, you feed in some of the data, but multiple parameters does factor for those ROPs and all. Okay. All right. Okay. So let's quickly move. So here is a quick comparison. I'll not spend too much time here. You can see here, I'll take a pause of a minute. I'll let all of you to read through this table. Just read through this table and let me know if you see that anything which is not clear. I'm assuming we have discussed all these things already, but I'll give you a minute to read through and let me know if you want me to further explain all these. Okay. Are we good to move, or do you want me to discuss anything out of this? We're good? Or still reading? Need some explanation? Okay. As I mentioned, sure, the bottom side of the bottom part of the screen, if you see, right? So I had touched upon at the beginning, there's no right or wrong choice. It does depend upon which business and which industry you are working for. but some business model may favor continuous, some may favor periodic, and that's absolutely fine. The demand variability, right? So if the variation in the demand is very high up and down and all, you should always prefer continuous, because you fix that, okay, every Monday I'll review, and one week suddenly within a day itself 500 unit gets consumed, and then you are for a toss, nothing is there for you to sell, right? So you should always go for continuous review, otherwise you will often run into stock out, right? The order cost, so if the ordering cost is high, please note the ordering cost, the same concept what we discussed yesterday. If the ordering cost is high, you should always prefer periodic review, because you do not want to keep doing the frequent order every day, day in, day out, and all those things. But rather than hit a ROP and then order maybe 100, 200, whatever the order quantity, and then review it. So the order frequency has to be reduced. If the order cost is high, you should order less frequently. As simple as that. Think of this way. If Swiggy orders 2 rupees delivery charge, you will order 10 times in a day. Absolutely fine. But let's say, for example, you order something from Snapdeal and they charge, or let's say you order something from IKEA, they charge 1800 rupees delivery charges. You'll make sure that, okay, you club 5, 6, 10 items in one order and then get it delivered, right? So you'll not do every now and then. Amazon is free, no delivery. You order, okay, 100 rupees, one item you ordered, then another order you again place. In day, you may place 5, 10 different orders, right? So if the ordering cost is high, always go for periodic, right? If it is a and these are just some of the guidelines. You need not always follow. It's a trade-off and all. But these are some of the guidelines that which business model may prefer what, okay? If it's a high value inventory item, you always go for continuous review. Reason is you will have a more control on how much you're ordering and when you are ordering and all those things, right? Otherwise, say for example, you will have very high value and you have ordered 100 items as per fixed quantity, and that's lying in your inventory. You do not want to do that, right? So if for high value, you always go for continuous, right? And if you are a low scale org, or maybe a startup, and you do not have the high tech system to continuously monitor and all those things, of course, those are by default, it comes that, okay, since you do not have those capability and all, you may not be able to do the continuous review. You have to go for the periodic one, right? And as I said, some of the times it can be different models within the same org. Think of this way, Apple. Let's say, if you are an Apple store, local store, and you want to order these items from Apple directly from the manufacturer, iPhone, you might want to, because it's a high value item, you might want to always go for a continuous review, right? But let's say, the iPhone cover, no, I don't care. It's made. Let's put it a fix that every month I'll order 1,000 quantity, right? So the same, or you are the Apple retail shop, but some items you can order periodic, some items you can do continuous, right? So it's not like one org will prefer. It's always for org, different product and different categories follow different models. So we touched upon the continuous review and the periodic review. Let's quickly see some of the metrics. Okay, so there are performance metric and stock out cost metrics. So see, any process what we do, there are, of course, we have to follow along some of the metrics, right? That how we monitor our system is behaving correctly, how we monitor that how much lag is there, how we assure that, okay, yes, everything is working as per expected. We design solution in a way, but it may or may not work in some fashion, right? So we wanted to, primarily from inventory perspective, there are two types of metrics or KPI, basically metrics, which we kind of monitor on day in, day out basis. And it happens for pretty much every single supply chain orgs, they do monitor these. These are very critical metrics, and these get reported to the leadership levels, right? So your VP and your senior director and all this will have some of the dashboards and visibility and all to see some of these metrics as well, right? So the two variation, one is the performance metrics and the other is the stock out cost metrics. So performance metrics. What is the performance metrics? Performance metrics is like basically it provides some of the additional insights and guidelines to if how much your inventory management process is effective and efficient, right? So how it's behaving, that's basically. And of course, based on these metrics, you take certain decisions. So all these metrics, any of these dashboards, the metrics, some of the data elements and all, what is the use? Use is, of course, you do some decision making based on that, right? So that's what the use of those metrics are, right? These metrics are also called as KPIs, which is key performance indicator, right? KPIs stand for key performance indicator. So first and very important is inventory turnover. What do you mean by inventory turnover is, and these are very industry standard words. So it's not, and you will see when we discuss other modules of the supply chain as well, these terms keeps on getting repeated and all, right? When you work also in your org and all, these terms you will often come across, right? So inventory turnover, as the name itself suggests, how basically your inventory is kind of getting consumed, right? So basically, if you get 100 item and you sell 100 item, that's the best inventory turnover. Get means get from supplier and sell it to customer. That's the best, right? Think of this way, a vegetable vendor buys 100 pieces of mango from mandi and sells 100 pieces to customer. That's the best inventory turnover, correct? If they buy 100 pieces of mango from mandi and sell maybe 50 pieces of mango to customer, the inventory ratio is what? 50%. Now, which is better? The 100% or the 50%? Of course, the 100%. What does that signify? A higher inventory turnover is, that means you are managing the inventory better. What do you mean by managing the inventory better? That you are planning that how much you have to buy, how much you have to procure, and all those things, all those planning you are doing perfectly, right? While one is the most ideal, that 100% inventory turnover is the most ideal, it may not be practical and realistic, right? So, but yes, a higher inventory turnover ratio indicates that your inventory management is working very nicely. You have better planning, better management and everything, right? So that's the inventory turnover. There's something called DIOH, days inventory on hand. That means how many days you have to hold inventory in your warehouse. Say, for example, you buy 100 items and it takes 5 days to sell. What did it mean? You bought 100 items from supplier. So you paid them 100 items. You paid the money to supplier for 100 items. It took 5 days for you to sell. That means for 5 days, your money was blocked. After 5 days, you got all the money which you paid to the supplier back after selling along with the profit. The other case, you buy 100 items from supplier and you take 25 days to sell. Which is better? Lesser or higher? The lesser number, correct? The lesser number of days, the better it is, because you pay to supplier, you get it from customer. You have to wait for a month to realize those gains. That's a bad business model. You wait for 1 year to realize that gain. That's even worse, right? So that's what it says. Represent the average number of days of inventory held before being sold. So lower, it's good. As simple as that, right? Then GM ROI, already people are aware, but gross margin return on inventory investment, right? So basically, what is the profit you are booking for every single unit of price you pay for the inventory? So what is the profit margin you are putting in terms of units? So every 1 rupee or $1 you spend, you get 10% of that as a profit on the inventory. That's so higher the profit margin, the better it is, right? So basically, what is the profit generated and each unit price? Okay. Stock out rate. Stock out rate is basically the percentage of order that cannot be fulfilled due to lack of inventory. with the sheer meaning itself. Would you want a lower rate or higher rate of stock out? Lower, higher, lesser. Exactly, right? So the lower. So the lower the stock out rate, your business model is working better. Inventory accuracy. What does that mean? That how accurately you are predicting your inventory. That, okay, you should maintain this much amount of inventory. If it's always meets the demand, that means your inventory is accurate. If out of 30 days, 5 days you are getting stock out, something is boss big time issue. 5 days you are getting, okay, overstock and all. That's again an issue, right? So your inventory should be accurate across all efficient process, right? Fill rate, very standard terminology. Order fill rate, very standard term. What is the fill rate means? What is the percentage of customer order you have fulfilled on time and in full? So there is concept of OTIF. Okay, we will discuss that at some point. I don't know if you'll be able to make sense on that, but there's a the context is OTIF. If the time permits, please read through this. Okay, this is a very standard industry term, OTIF, on time in full. So when you fulfill the order, did you fulfill the order on time and did you fulfill the order in full? That's your order fill rate. I'll give you an example. Let's say, for example, Abdul places an order. Abdul is a customer, and let's say, for example, Ashok is the seller. Abdul places an order that, okay, I want 100 units of school bag because I have a school to run and I need to give it to the new batches. So I need 100 units of school bag. Ashok said, okay, order accepted. You place the order, I will deliver it in 7 days. So today is, say, for example, 21st of July. Let's say, for the simplicity, Ashok says that, okay, I will deliver on 31st July at the last day of the July. Okay, order has been confirmed. There can be multiple scenarios. Let's say Ashok delivers all the 100 quantity of school bag, but not on 31st July, but maybe on 2nd August. What Ashok did? He did deliver the order in full. Is that correct? Yes, no? Ashok did deliver the full quantity. Abdul had asked 100 quantity. Ashok delivered all full, in full, right? But did he deliver on time? So it's only in full. Is this a good fill rate? Partially, because the quantity wise is okay, but there's another component, on time. On time was not there. So that's not a good fill rate. The second scenario, he did deliver on 31st July. So on time works perfectly fine. But out of 100, he only delivered 50 quantity. Did he deliver in full? No. That means on time works fine, but in full did not work. So is that a good fill rate? Probably not. So that's why the fill rate is very critical concept. There are a lot of calculation. It goes to calculate these OTIF. So OT you calculate separately, in full you calculate separately, and then you calculate OT and in full together as well, right? All three are equally important, right? So the fill rate is nothing but, I did not have to go into this detail, but the order fill rate for now, just understand that how many times, let's example, now Abdul is a regular buyer of Ashok, always regular customer. So throughout the throughout the month, Abdul keeps on placing the same set of order, different quantity and all those things. How many times Ashok fulfilled Abdul's order in full on time? Let's say example 100 times, 50 times, let's say example, Abdul placed an order, out of which Ashok committed to his request, basically that he fulfilled the order on time and in full maybe 48 times. Okay, 96% accuracy. So order fill rate becomes 96%, which is great, right? So that's the concept of order fill rate. Clear so far? And then there is another concept of average AOV, basically average order value. This is the average revenue generated per order. The higher the revenue, the better it is, right? There are two business models. For example, Chaitanya and Naveen, both of have two business model. Chaitanya say, "Oh, my business is like I sell 10,000 orders every month." Oh, great! Looking at the name, if somebody from outside they hear, "Wow, that's great." Each has $1 of average value. Naveen said, "Okay, I have only 100 orders per month." Okay, people say 100 orders, not very good. But each order value is, let's say, example, $1,000. Who is doing better, right? While both the business is equally important, while both the business model have different products and all, but the average order value is basically determines that how big your uh, revenue is, how big your industry is, how big your financial things and all are there, right? So that's basically nothing but AOV, average order value. Okay. Now, all these terms, why I am touching upon, because you need to understand whatever concept you are. See, now these things, if you see inventory turnover, days on hand, if you know inventory, these things automatically comes in, right? You do not have to learn rocket science to know all these KPIs, but you should know that these are the critical KPIs from the industry perspective, which you should monitor. If you do not, then of course that means you are missing out on some things. Clear so far? All right. So let's quickly move to the next slide. So that was basically the performance metrics. There are some stock out cost metrics also. Stock out, by now all of you are familiar. What is stock out? We discussed multiple times stock out and overstock and all. So stock out, some of the key metrics which leadership, your VP, your product lead, your account director, they should know that these are the metrics which, because reason is based on that, they will take decision that where is my bottleneck? What department is causing the stock out frequently? Let's example, every month your org is running into stock out. That means something is broken, right? Now, how would they know? They need to visualize these metrics, and based on that, they'll take a decision that which is my pain area. So, of course, one is lost sale, right? So, how much sale you are losing on the stock out. So that's basically revenue lost due to inability. Now, why this is important? Because if you're not losing, you are getting stock out. Let's say, you have a periodic review. Every Monday you do a review and you place an order. Every Sunday you are getting into stock out. Okay. But Sunday your market is closed and you do not sell anything. Does that impact you? Let it get stock out. How does it matter? Anyway, you do not sell. Monday you are anyway refilling and you'll start selling it. So that's actually, if you see, that's a very good thing, right? So that's why it's very important that just because people say, oh, every Sunday you're getting stock out, it may not be a bad thing. So try to get a additional insight that did that stock out cost you lost sale? You put a Christmas tree shop and you stocked out on 25th night. Is that a bad thing? Maybe not, because all the Christmas tree would have got sold by 25th evening. Forget 25th night, 25th evening itself, say for example, you got stock out. That's a very good thing. Whatever you got, everything you sold, right? You did not lose any sale. So that's why it's very important to understand the insight of what is the lost sale because of stock out. Well, the back order cost. There's a concept of back order. Back order, what happens? That, let's say, you are a customer, 5 different customer places an order on Amazon. Okay. Same product. All 5 got an order confirmation that their order has been confirmed. Amazon only had 4 quantity. 4 they will be able to fulfill. Fifth one, what they will do? Any thought? What will happen to the fifth order to Amazon?
Yeah.
So canceling the order is the last resort any company does. They do not, once they have confirmed the order, they do not want to cancel the order unless they don't care about the customer preference and all those things. Because next time you will think twice before ordering anything, correct? So what they will do? They will reach out to the supplier. They're okay. Can you ship it overnight? Maybe something, this, that, and all. They will rush in and put all the resource, extra money, and this, that, and all. They will fetch it, and then they'll fulfill the order because they might not make profit on this order, but it's a long-term commitment that they do not want to lose this customer. So what they do? They do a back order. That is that concept that, okay, you confirm an order first, even though you do not have an inventory, but you do whatever you want at the other alternative to get it expired shipment, this, that, and all from the supplier, provider, and all those things. And then you fulfill that order. That's the back. It's always on a higher side because you're getting one item, expired shipment, overnight shipment from at a higher cost, and all those concepts will come. So it does cost you higher. So what is my back order cost if you stock out? That needs to have the visibility should be there. Okay. Because you may get on a higher price, correct? From the supplier. You may want to get it from somewhere else, right? So that might cost additional thing. Expedited shipping cost. You may not, all the regular order you getting maybe a 2-day shipment, expedited you want to get a same day shipment. You have to pay more from the delivery charge. That is also cost. What is the charge? Customer dissatisfaction. If you stock out and you do not fulfill, how many customers are basically getting dissatisfied? That's basically that cost. And then lost profit margin, right? That if you did not make a sale, so that is the revenue. But for that sale, how much profit you would have incurred, which you lost. So lost profit, that's another concept. So these are some of the metrics which you should know from the stock out perspective. Clear so far? Yes, no? Okay. All right. So I think that's what we had. All right. Okay. Thanks everyone. It was a great session and have a good rest of the day. Thanks everyone.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers supply chain management course in collaboration with AICT IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you will learn technologies such as procurement, logistics, supplier management, and practical exercises, which are mentored by our industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of supply chain management.
Okay, let's continue today's discussion. That was special scenarios for inventory management, and then we'll move to today's topic. This is pretty small topic. We'll try to quickly cover this and before moving. Again, the cadence and all still remains same. We want the session to be very interactive as much as possible. So please feel free to ask any question anytime you have. Maybe we'll take a logical pause or break or something, and then we'll just allow everybody to talk through, and then we can have further discussion. Again, the discussion please restrict it to relevant to the topic rather than any personal or basically one-to-one scenarios and all. All right. One quick update before moving to the topic for today. Last session, if you all remember, we had discussed like some of the topics which are not being covered and all, right? Especially like module 1, module 2, especially on the around, I think it was on the Excel and some of the Power BI visualization and all, right? So I had a discussion with the institute and they would be covering those sessions for everyone. So please do not worry that it will not be covered. Eventually in the due course of time, those would be covered. Those are again, as I had mentioned in the last session also, that was an independent, those are independent topics and does not have direct dependency on any of these supply chain related topics. So the sequence may not be a problem. So, but yes, but rest be assured, the institute will send out those details as well when those sessions would be conducted. So please rest assured, those also would be covered. All right. Okay, let's get started on special issues in inventory management. All right. So now what happens, like, so any of the supply chain scenarios when we do, right? So it has like, you'll have some ERP systems, some backend systems, which tracks your ordering, which tracks your inventory and all those things, right? Which does your planning and all. So whatever we were discussing, like you remember, like some of the assumption which we were taking, like it was very ideal, right? Like, okay, that, okay, it must be this, it must be this, right? So some of those assumption and all. But in all likelihood, in real world, it does not happen, right? So it does not happen that, okay, demand is always constant, right? Demand keeps on fluctuating up and down and all, right? Stock out will happen or may not happen and all. So those things are not ideal, which happens in your day-to-day project life when you start working. It's very critical for us to understand that what all scenarios are there. And again, depending on the scenarios, you have to kind of tweak in your logic, right? So when it happens, at what point it happens and all, right? So those things, but at least from the end user perspective, from a supply chain consultant perspective, you should know that what those scenarios are, right? Where you can expect anything, any deviation from the standard or kind of theoretical concepts. All right. Okay, so with that, let's quickly move to quickly discuss some of the special issues, right? So now you can see here, now I've just grouped in some of the categories. So first we need to understand the inventory classification. So what happens in any industry, when you go, you do not treat all the inventories at par, right? Different inventories would be treated differently, right? So basically, how one inventory would be there and then other would be there, may not be same. So it depends upon that. Some can be a high value item, some can be a low value item, right? Some can be a very fast moving or and all those things. So different categorization and classification is there. Now, whenever you do inventory management, when you do a planning and all, these classification becomes very critical because, say for example, you do not want to keep a whole lot of spare stock for a very high value item, right? And then if it is a fast moving item, you might want to keep some of the safety stock or seed stock, what we were talking last class, on a little bit on higher side, because it will require, it gets depleted pretty quickly, right? Some of the critical items, you want to make sure that, okay, you have not just one, but multiple suppliers associated with it. It reaches within a day and all those things, right? So it's very important to understand when you are classifying the inventories within your orgs also. So that one company may have 100 different SKUs is stock keeping unit. It's often, you will see this term often being interchangeably used with your parts or items and all. So, but there can be hundreds and thousands and even millions of items for your company, and depending on those classification, you might want to do the planning. So ABC is another, again, this is now, ABC is a very industry standard in supply chain. So you should know this term, right? So when every time we say ABC, so ABC categorization are very standard term. It's not like a made up term and all those things, or locally used and all. So everybody uses it. It's a very standard term. It is nothing but it's a classification of inventory based on the value. So it's basically, A is often termed as a very high value item, right? B is often termed as a kind of medium value, and C is a kind of low value, right? So think of this way. If you're talking about Apple, so maybe iPhone might be treated as a high value item. So it might have an inventory item classification as A, where, let's say, for example, you want to put maybe charger and adapter or something, right? You might want to put that as item classification. Item classification as B, and maybe iPhone cover or screen guard, maybe you might want to put as C, right? So depending on that, right? So that's one classification which you should know. So every time when you design supply chain system, you define all these items, right, in your system. Now these classification must be defined because your rules would be based on these classification, right? Similarly, we have something called fast moving, slow moving. This is again, it's as its literal meaning is the same thing, right? So there are some fast moving items, some slow moving items, some non moving items. Can I have a quick example of fast moving, slow moving, and non moving for ABC analysis and FSN? So the second point, what we have mentioned here, right? Fast moving, slow moving, and non moving, these are called FSN analysis as well. It has no relevance. So you cannot say that item classification A will be fast moving or vice versa. No, it may or may not be, right? So think of this way. And somebody rightly gave a couple of folks rightly gave the example, right? That fast moving is a typical fast moving is like a bakery product or the fresh products. Those are actually fast moving, but those are definitely nowhere item classification as A. Those are not a very expensive item, right? That will always get into the C classification, right? So fast moving FSN, what we call fast moving, slow moving, and non moving. Think of this way is like, and for first two categories, most of you were kind of right. That fast moving, which you gave example, slow moving also, that electronics product, the TVs and all those things. It was kind of right. Non-moving, think of this way, is like you go to a D-Mart or any departmental store, the Walmart, the retail shop. So they'll have some of the inventory which customer takes it and all. They have shelf and all as well. Shelf, refrigerators. They might be getting those items also from some supplier. They are not manufacturing the refrigerators where they keep all the fresh foods and all for selling, right? So they keep those refrigerators or the shelf and all those things, right? So those are also sent by some suppliers and those are non-moving items, right? So they are not manufacturing it. They are also getting, so at times, say for example, they want one more refrigerator or something, or they want to expand their business and they want to store, have more shelf and all. So they'll definitely ask for new orders and all. But those are categorized as some of the non-moving items and all. Think of that. I just wanted to give an example. See, think of this way. Then right now, when we are putting the example which I put, right, the retail store. So from the retail store perspective, you have to look. You cannot say that, okay, one item fast moving I see from retail perspective and the non-moving I see from supplier. It has to be all three from the same perspective, right? That's what it differs. Different for some people, even the veggies can be a high item, right? Think of this way: if you go for a local a vegetable shop, so for that, some veggie might be a high item and maybe some might be a low item. So they can also have a classification, but it doesn't happen. But I'm just giving a perspective. So the access should be same, right? So right now, when we are giving
You
the
might
example,
want
it
to-
was more from the retail outlet. So that's why that shelf and refrigerator becomes a non-moving item. Okay. Okay. And then, of course, the third category is critical, essential, and desirable items, right? So these are basically that critical items you can never uh, take a chance to get out of stock. It becomes a big news, big issue, right? If it is a critical item. Yeah, all of us remember the COVID days, all these critical items and all, when they were going off the shelf and all, it used to be national news, right? That, okay, food is not, the rice is not available on the shelf, or the toilet paper is not available in US market. So toilet paper becomes a critical item in US. So that was big news. In India, many of the retail shops and all, some of the food items were not available, and also those things are critical, right? Similarly, essentials. So some of the essential services are there. And then, of course, the desirable, that, okay, yes, good to have and all, right? Like think of this way, perfume is a very standard example of, okay, it may not be critical. You can still survive for a couple of days without perfume, right? It's a more like a desirable, right? So these are different categories. Basically, again, it all varies industry to industry, but the bottom line is that when you're designing your system, when you're putting together the inventory management into place, you have to define that how you want to kind of define your inventory. Because the reason is, most of the inventory planning, when you do planning based on these classifications, that every critical item, I'll make sure that I do a monitoring of inventory as a continuous monitoring so that I never get stock out. Okay, desirable item, maybe once a week I'll do, right? So so that's how it becomes important to basically that you categorize those parts within your ecosystem correctly, right? Similarly, fast moving, you might want to do a continuous monitoring, right? You want to keep a safety stock at a higher level. Similarly, non-moving, maybe once a month, maybe once a quarter, like that and all, right? So that's how, that is the reason classification of the inventory becomes pretty critical for the designing the system, right? Now, the another perspective of this is the inventory valuation, right? So inventory valuation again is another factor that uh, how the inventory price gets impacted due to inflation, right? Some of the things are there which are directly tagged to inflation. Some may not get directly impacted. Maybe it takes a while to kind of get that adjusted and all. The degree of price rise may differ from inventory to inventory, right? The how you are doing a valuation. So think of this way: when if it is a fresh produce and all, right? So what you do, that whichever came into your warehouse, you might want to move that only as out, right? That's how you do it, right? Because otherwise the chances of last one in the stock may always be there, and that may get bad, right? So those things are there. Similarly, so what will happen, that if you do not follow the FIFO method of consuming it, the price on those inventory may become bad. Same goes with the electronics. Think of this way: the whatever is there in your warehouse, whichever gets manufactured first, you try to sell those first. Otherwise, what will happen? 2 years old model still lying there in your warehouse, and that may fetch lower value or basically no value at all, right? So those are some of the valuation method, that okay, what inventory you choose, whether it's like okay, how it is impacting the inflation, what is the cost of scrap, right? If say for example, if you are losing the inventory, let's sample over the period of time that you are not able to consume it and you might have to scrap it, do you get any value? If no, then you might want to take a chance that okay, make sure that you do not uh, get those unused inventory ever, right? Otherwise, because there is no scrap value. But if there are some um, inventories are there which will fetch some of the value basically either through scrap or through return and all, you may take a chance that okay, at least you are getting something, right? If it's not that. So those are some of the angle as well which the inventory planners and all take a look, right? The next item is the demand forecasting, right? So when we talk about the demand forecasting, so we assume that yes, demand is uncertain, but it doesn't happen. So what happens, like festival time, your demand will may surge up, right? In US, for example, if it is a winter time, the demand for the cold product might not be that great, right? It might be lower. So continuously, you have to keep on changing your logic for inventory, that okay, how much inventory you should keep, right? You don't want to keep like a safety stock or seed stock of, like example, 100,000 if the demand is low, right? But in the peak season, you might want to keep those higher safety stock so that you do not run into the out of stock issue, right? Or shortage, inventory shortage issue. So those demands are uncertain. Now, of course, with the seasonal and other factors and all, those demands still you can predict, but still it will have some degree of uncertainty. And that's why you should always keep some buffer, right? You cannot be exact, accurate. And that's why we always say estimate the inventory. The moment you use the term estimate, that means it's a rough thing. It will never be 100% okay, right? It may or may not fit in, but yeah, that's how. But that uncertain would always be there. The seasonality we already touched upon, right? The product life cycle, right? So different stages of the product also does impact the demand pattern, right? So if, let's example, you have a cyclic production thing, that okay, first quarter of the year you produce, the second quarter you kind of do marketing, and third quarter you do selling and all. So during first quarter you may have more demand, right? In the second quarter, maybe not at that much demand for the raw material and all those things you have to kind of generate, right? So those things also does impact that okay, how you want to play around with the demand forecast. And that is the reason any tool when you use, right? So the tool, so in order to generate all these orders and all, you have to do the demand forecast. You look at the historical data, you look at the forecast, And any tool, what it does, it never looks on the history and all for a month or 15 days and all. It always looks at a horizon so that at least it averages out, right? So, let's example, you just look at a history of 7 days and then you do the demand or you do the inventory planning. The chances are that it will be a wrong estimate, right? Because 7 days, it's not a good window, right? So when you span it across for over the year or two or something, then what happens? You start getting more confident that it averages out and all, and you get a more to the near to the actual curve of the demand. You start getting those numbers as well, right? So those are some of the things. Quickly, sorry, I missed that part. So last one, you see that ethical consideration again, right? That okay, uh, do you want to keep like you want to fight against the counterfeit product, right? Or maybe a sustainable source. So say for example, you have two options to get the raw material. One may be your local supplier who is not providing the sustainable raw material, but it's easily available. They can deliver it within half day or something. And the other product is more like it's a meets all the compliance, it meets all the sustainability requirement and all, but the supplier is far located and it may need 3 days to kind of get it to your location, right? So those things also you have to factor in, that do you want to how committed you are on the sustainable sourcing and all, right? Or are you okay to kind of take the local non-compliant suppliers and all those things, right? So those are ethical consideration as well when you do some of those inventory planning, right? Similarly, supply chain disruption. I think we all have experiences personally enough during the COVID time that how the disruption happened and the world was kind of on standstill, right? So when you do the planning, you might want to keep some factor for the disruption part as well. Think of this way: there are some very sensitive area where you might see that okay, many a time some disruption happens, some strike happens, some labor strike happens, some transport strike happens and all, right? So you have to maybe factor in so that you kind of hoard some of the additional inventory for the raw materials or any items and all, so that you can fulfill your manufacturing or customer order, whatever kind of item you are talking about, right? So those things also you have to factor in. During monsoon season, you might want to kind of factor that okay, the chances are that there are some region in India which do get flooded and it may get disruption. It may lead to disruption of getting those items from the supplier located in that area. So you might want to kind of factor those as well, right? Then of course we have another angle as inventory shrinkage. This is more like, think of this way, that you should always think that okay, if you are getting a raw material, example 100 tons of raw material, you might want to think that okay, 5% will go in the wastage, spoilage, maybe leakage, right? So or any, depending on what kind of item you are getting, right? If it is a let's example wood or something, maybe 10% wood may get bad because during the transit and all it got wet and all, it cannot be used. Some may get stolen as well, right? During the transportation, some of your logistic providers stole some pieces and all those things, right? So those also you have to kind of factor in that okay, you plan for let's say 100, but in actually it might be only 90 out of that 100 might be usable, right? So due to n number of reasons, right? It can be due to the intentional shrinkage, which is like theft, or it can be unintentional shrinkage as well, which is like okay, due to natural calamities it got spoiled, or you counted wrong. Somebody supplier sent 100, but actually it was 90 or 95 or something, right? So those things also you have to maybe factor in, right? And then of course the your IT system. So that becomes again critical because you're not doing all these management, inventory management offline through manually, but you might have a system. So there are chances the moment if system is there, so how accurate your system is. Let's example, if you have a full-fledged inventory applications built in and all those things, the chances are that all the calculation and everything is to the point and it's correct. But let's example, you are managing everything in a spreadsheet and you are doing all these calculation manually, the chances are that you might not have a right set of projection or the forecast. So those things also you have to factor in, right? And then of course, the risk management, right? That okay, how much you want to rely on single supplier, right? What is your contingency planning, right? So contingency planning is like, say, for example, let's example, Russia-Ukraine war was happening. What if your supplier is based out of Ukraine and they are the only one supplier? What happens? Nothing gets supplied to you. Would you stop your business? No, right? So that's that's why it's very important to make sure that you are not over relied on one single source of supplier and all. You should be kind of having a diversification where you have like different suppliers across different region and all, so that you mitigate these risks as well, right? So those things are also should be factored in. Okay. All right, so these are some of the things, very theoretical, but not everything will be applied every time and all. But depending on what industry you're working, what scenario you're working, what region you're working and all, some of these things may or may not apply to your inventory planning. Okay, we are going to discuss some of the industry thing as well, the how the actual application works and all those things as well. So in the next topic, so everybody okay to move to the next topic? Okay. All right. So let's quickly, so that sustainable, so see, think of this way, sustainable sourcing. So there are two suppliers which I mentioned, right? So one might be following all the sustainable compliance that, okay, they are using the right set of carbon emission within the limit. They are not wasting water and all, and then they are producing and giving it to you, right? And then there is the other supplier who is doing the exact same thing. It's not a counterfeit product. Please note, non-sustainable items may not be counterfeit product, right? They are also legitimate product. They are actually right set of products and all. Only thing, your suppliers have not compliant with sustainable guidelines. So they are wasting water, they are wasting energy, they are wasting fiber footprint and all those things. Now the question is, do you want to take that or do you want to take this? Which one would you want, right? And that should factor in your inventory that, okay, the other supplier who are not following the sustainability guidelines may provide you quickly those inventory and all, but do you want to take that or do you want to factor in some other suppliers who are actually following, right? So it's all depends on your ethical rules within the org, that, okay, what is the how committed that your org is towards the nature and towards the sustainability, right? So that's basically the sustainable sourcing. And the counterfeit product, think of this way as that you're trying to get something and you do not have. So what do? You pick up a local duplicate item and then just sell it across. Maybe that for immediate purpose that fulfills your order, but is that right? No, definitely not, because it will not be good for your brand. It will not be good for your customer satisfaction and all those things. So the question is that you have to make sure that at least you are doing you're doing the inventory planning and all. You are making sure that, okay, you are doing a proper quality analysis and all, and making sure that your inventory management is taking care of in basically any sale of fake products, right? So your inventory should not factor in those things, right? The fake product might be easily available, quickly available, cheaper rate available and all. You do not want to factor in those when you're doing the inventory planning and all. Okay, so those things those things are more like not the individual, but it's at the org level. What is your org guideline? There are some organizations who are very committed to the sustainable guidelines that, okay, yes, we have the carbon emission of scope 2, scope 1, and scope 3. We follow scope 1 and 2, which is good, but we'll not take any item from our supplier who has not aligned with our scope 3 guidelines. So they're very strict, right? So those things also should be taken care as well. Okay. All right. Okay. Now let's move to the next item, what we wanted to discuss. So let's give a shot. Even if you do not remember all, just tell 1, 2, anything. Okay. Okay. Right now in your curriculum, you would see some different modules and all those things. I wanted to go in sequence so that it's relevant. Please do not worry. All these would be covered, whatever is there. In fact, you may get something which has even not mentioned in that curriculum. So, but yeah, so we wanted to go with a logical side. So now we have understood the high level supply chain, what exactly supply chain flow is. Then we touched upon the sustainability, that's very critical. And then of course, the entire supply chain is entire supply chain is all about moving the inventory. So we wanted to touch upon inventory first. So that's why we touched upon the inventory, that these are the inventory and all, right? Now we will start going in the sequence. So we'll start directly from first, we'll start from procurement and all. Okay. That basically that's the starting point. Yeah, so I see message, please share PPT. Yeah, Akash, please reach out to the institute. Yes, they will do the needful. Okay. So please reach out to the institute. Okay. Okay, all right. So we will go in the same sequence so that we have, when you switch from one topic to another, you know what has happened before, right? Right. In between, like let's example, we discuss randomly some topics and all, so it may not align with the overall thought process. And that's why the ordering and all, I'll follow at my order rather than what's mentioned in the curriculum, because I feel that that's not in the logical order for the learners, right? While if you have background and all, it may make sense, those standalone modules and all, but it doesn't align with the order. So we'll go with the same order. First, we'll do the procurement, right? After that, it was the manufacturing, then it will be replenishment, and then it will be the customer, right? That's how that order would be there. Of course, in between, what will happen that when procurement happens, so after that, after procurement, you will send those items to manufacturing. So we might want to cover logistics in between. Similarly, when from the manufacturing you send it to the wholesaler, we will cover the warehousing, because you are sending it to the warehouse and the wholesalers and all, right? So do not worry, we'll try to maintain a logical flow, and that way you will have some end-to-end picture as well. Okay, and what we are going to cover is, as I mentioned, is procurement and sourcing management. I'm more than happy to take as many as time you would want, but let's make sure that you ask all the relevant questions and all. Okay, all right. So with that, let's go ahead, build a final product. Very spot on, very sweet, and very simple one line. That's what procurement is, right? So procurement is nothing but, as Mudassar mentioned to everyone and everybody in this class, procurement is nothing but buying any goods or services for our purpose is procurement. So it need not to be that always I want something to procure. I can let's example, you request some of the services through uh, companies like Urban Clap and other things, right? Where an electrician comes and does a repair. You provide all the materials and everything to him. They will just do the repair. That is also procurement. You are procuring their service. So it's not always, procurement does not mean that it's in the physical term, but it can be in the form of goods. It can be in the form of services as well, right? You hire some consultant, you are procuring their service, right? They're not giving anything apart from the service, right? So that's what the procurement is. Okay. So what is again, this is like the topics and all what we are going to cover and all, right? So now what is procurement, right? So again, if you can see here in supply chain management, what we have mentioned is that procurement is a process of obtaining goods, service, or work company needs to fulfill its operational requirement, right? Very simple. That's what Mudassar also mentioned. It encompasses a wide range of activity and all those things and all, right? So now the procurement process is, in order, when you buy it, of course, there are like not just like, okay, you tell and they give. It doesn't happen that way. There are a whole lot of things. So we're saying that, okay, when we talk about the procurement end to end, so what we are going to discuss today, I want you all to focus very carefully that first we would understand the generic flow, and then we would get into some of the industry things, that, okay, how it actually happens in industry, right? So when you would be working in a procurement scenario in your org, how you would work, what you would work, and all those things, right? So that's also we are going to discuss that, right? So procurement, very simple. Like if you see the bottom image, it's very simple. You first identify that, okay, what you need to buy. That's what you do this on this page, right? That requirement, correct? That's the first thing. First thing, as an org, you need to know what you want to buy. Okay, so that's I have determined based on in my requirement. After that, what you do a source determination, that from where you are going to buy. That's what. So first you say what we are going to buy, then you say from where you want to buy. So between step 2 and step 3, what you do, you finalize that from whom you want to buy. So you might want to float a tender to 5 different supplier, and they will come to you with their quotes and everything, and then based on that you pick one, right? So that's what you do on the determination. Once that is done, you create order, and then once you keep a track of that order, that whether order has been shipped and all. Once the order comes to you, you receive it, and then you make the payment. The last 7 and 8 part is the payment, that you make the payment. That's it, right? That's a very simple procurement process. Most of the time, what you will see in the industry is that you will always see this term as, they call it, procure to pay. So procurement in itself is not a end-to-end process. Procure to pay, P2P, or many times it's also called source to pay. All these terms are very much interchangeably used, but anybody ask you, okay, so and so, do you can you explain me a procure to pay process? You should start very fine manner. You should start from the step 1, go all the way till last step and all, right? So procure to pay or source to pay. Even in order to implement, say for example, you're implementing a procurement process and all, it doesn't mean that when you are doing an implementation of procurement process, you just only do step 1 and 2 and 3. No, it doesn't happen. You have to do the step 4, 5, 6, 7, all the way, right? So often we will, and throughout this session, we'll continue to use this procure to pay throughout our process when we are doing it. Okay. Okay, so with that, let me quickly show you how the next reel looks like. Okay, so my bad. Let me just first. So I was updating and then I did not update fully this one. So as we speak, I'll continue to update this as well. So think of this way. Okay, so think of this way, that let's first understand who are the stakeholder in your procurement process, right? So first thing is planner, who would be like so the planner basically, and then I'll explain, please do not worry, I will explain these terms as well, right? So please do not worry about that. So planner, then of course you'll have questionnaire, and then right. Okay, so for now, I think this is good. We'll live with it. So right hand side, let's focus first on right hand side to help understand what exactly this process is. One thing is procurement process, and when we say, I said that source to pay, S to P or P to P. So first thing is, there are 2 types of org for everyone, so that just so that you are clear. So there are 2 types of org. One org is, let's example, you are at a stage where you are trying to buy something new first time. So you need to identify that whom you need to buy. Okay. So what you do, you created a requisition document. So requisition document is nothing but basically for your internal purpose and all those things. But before that, what you do is, like, you send out a query to all the source people. Basically, think of this way, that your query, order query, that okay, more like a tender and auction and all those things, right? So you send out that to potential suppliers, right? And then supplier provides the quote with reference to your RFQs and all. And then you pick one primary supplier, one secondary supplier, and so on, and then you establish your process. Now, going forward, after a month, when you do you initiate a new procurement, you don't have to do again a RFQ, right? So your typical procure to pay process will directly start from your order, correct? But if it is the first time procurement, you need to do the source determination and all those things as well. So that's why that time it would be called as a source to pay for that matter, correct? So that's the minute difference. Eventually, source to pay also merges into the procure to pay itself, right? And that's how it is. But that's why, but many people say that, okay, we have source to pay with a condition that if it is a new item, we'll start from source to pay. If it is existing item with existing supplier, we'll do a P2P. Basically, we'll start from procure to pay. So basically, the first process itself will begin as the purchase order rather than the RFQs and all. That's the only basic difference. But the otherwise, the downstream, all the process and everything is exactly same. Okay. So there are some things where like basically, so I'll now, that's why I wanted to come to this slide to explain a more different. So I just explained at the very high level. Now I'll go to that how that S2P and P2P kind of differs and all those things. So I'll tell you. The start is there's something called PR. PR is very standard terminology in supply chain. That's called purchase requisition. So think of this way: purchase requisition is an internal document. Very important thing. It's an internal document. What does it mean by internal document? That you create that for your internal department. It does not get shared with the external suppliers, the logistic operator, or for that matter, anyone. Okay. So purchase requisition is an internal document of the org, which are created by the users. Basically, users means who's doing your planning and all. That, okay, I want this item by this date to this location and all those things. You might have hundreds of location. So which location you want to get delivered, what part, what quantity and all those things and all, right? So that's basically the purchase requisition. So if you're using any of the SAP system or Oracle system and all, so you create this PR document. So now, many times what happens, these PR documents are get created systematically. If it is a continuous inventory and seed stock calculations and everything are happening and all, and the system by default will create a PR document every day or every week, depending on what frequency is shared. There are some scenarios where the users create those PRs manually also. That, okay, they want to monitor and they want to create ad hoc as well. So that's absolutely fine as well, right? So the journey starts from the PR. You create a purchase requisition. Now, let's say I am a user, I am a planner, I created a PR. Does not mean that what I create is always true. It might not be correct. It might not be what the org need and all. So you will have certain workflow setup that if this PR is of this much value, then it should go to one level approval. If it is this much value, it should go to two levels of approval and all, right? So say, for example, Samuel and Mudassar are the two approvers, right? So when I create a PR in the system, if I am reporting to Samuel, so Samuel will review it and they will approve it. Now, if it is a high value PR and all, it may go to a one level up as well. So once Samuel reviews it and approves it, after that, Mudassar will approve it. And then once that is approved, then only we say that, yes, the PR has been committed. What does it mean is that the org is aligned internally that, boss, we need to buy this item. That's it. We need to procure this item. So far, no supplier has been contacted. No delivery has happened. Nothing has happened. It's all within the org. So internally, the org is aligned that, yes, the PR has been created. It has been approved. And everybody is in agreement that, yes, this needs to be procured. Tomorrow, nobody should question that, okay, boss, why did we procure this? This is wrong and all, right? So all those things. Now, once the PR is confirmed, after that, the two flow, you remember I was discussing that if it is a existing item with a source already, supplier already determined and all, so then you go to this side of the flow. Okay. And if it is, say, for example, if it is a new item, for which we do not know who the supplier is, then it will go to this item side. So what happens if it is a new supplier? So what we'll do, we will identify the potential supplier. You do not create a RFQ and send it to like all the entire supplier in the entire world, right? You do not do that. So you list out your potential supplier, and then you identify those supplier, you float those RFQs to them. They will respond to that quotation, you do some final negotiation. The negotiation can be on the pricing, on the delivery, on the discount, on the additional service, anything. The negotiation can happen. And based on all those, you will finalize one or two vendor and then you award a contract. So this is an offline process. So when it says source to pay, it will go through this route. If it is procure to pay, it will go start from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then it will come to 15, 16. If it is S2P, it will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, and then it merges to 15. I'll take a pause before getting into this detailed steps here, but are we aligned? Source to pay, procure to pay, when, what, how it is being used? So what we are discussing that, so it will go to award of contract. Once the contract is awarded, that means you have finalized the supplier, it goes here. Now this step is the most critical step. That is step 15, what is mentioned here, creation of purchase order. So what happens? The PR is created. So now, like the likes of SAP and SAP, okay, so for all the people who are not aware, so SAP is our, like it's one of the leading ERP platform, which manages basically supply chain. It has other modules as well, right? But that's basically the one of the leading ERP. SAP again stands for System Application and Products in Data Processing. So that's what it stands for. The full form of SAP is. And I think I will recommend that if you are at any point of time you are working in the supply chain domain, you would be using SAP or for that matter any other ERP tool, right? It can be Oracle supply chain, it can be SAP supply chain and all, because nobody uses it manually on the spreadsheet and all, right? So what happens, and pretty much all the ERPs are equally compatible to do all the modules. And so SAP also has different modules, right? So inventory management, material management, this procurement, right? So all these are the standard industry modules created in SAP, which is like with a very minimal customization and all, org can get that end-to-end SAP supply, it's basically supply chain implemented for their process, right? So that's a quick background. So what happens that all these purchase order creation, the PR creation, and all these happen in SAP, right? So in SAP, what will happen once the PR was approved and created, SAP will have a bad job. What it does is every day it will pick up all the approved PR and it will convert into a PO. Okay. Now a question comes that why you are converting PR to PO? Remember, I mentioned very clearly that PR is an internal document. Not everything on the PR should be shared outside your org. So what you do, you take all the details from PR. Now, what are details? What you want to order, when you want to order, how much you want to order, and where you want to get that delivered, right? All those details it will pick from PR and it will convert PR to purchase order, purchase requisition to purchase order. You can directly create a purchase order as well. So there is absolutely no restriction that every time a purchase order must be created with a reference to PR. No, you can directly also create a, when many orgs say that, okay, I want an emergency PO, there's no PR and all, I want it quickly. Okay, go ahead and create a PO directly. You have to enter all those details that, okay, what item you want to order, which supplier you want to order, what is the expected delivery date, what quantity you want to order, where you want to get it delivered, and all those details. So you create a purchase order. Now, as soon as this purchase order gets created, a copy of this purchase order would be sent to supplier. Which supplier? One supplier for which you have created this purchase order. So now this purchase order, unlike RFQ, will not be floated to all the suppliers. You create a purchase order for one specific supplier which you have chosen. So this purchase order, when you create in the system in SAP or for that matter any other ERP system, a copy of this PO will go to supplier. I have few more points to discuss here on the PO. We can directly create a purchase order also without PR. So if you have a background of SAP, so you can, there's a transaction code called ME21N, and you can directly go to that transaction and you can create a purchase order directly, right? So there are standard transactions given in SAP where a user can log in, enter all those details, and directly you can create a purchase order. Now, I mentioned here that a copy of this purchase order goes to supplier. Anybody wants to take a wild guess how that copy goes? By email. Now, there are some of the industry standard process. So email in current world, not many people prefer if your supplier is a large scale supplier, right? Because they might also have a ERP system at their end to get process these purchase orders and all, right? So EDI is one of the industry standard terminal thing that okay, that electronic data exchange. And so basically that EDI is the one of the industry standard which is integrated tightly coupled with SAP. So as soon as the SAP creates the purchase order, the EDI messages will get generated along with all the notes that okay, who's the vendor, who's the what is the item, what is the date, and all those things. And that EDI message in the form of EDI format, it goes to the supplier and supplier processes that message. How the suppliers are configured. So one is you can directly send a PDF. That also automatically, you don't have to manually send. It generates an email, automatically attaches that PDF and sends to supplier, who say that no, I don't want PDF. I give me into a parts JSON format and X12 format and all those things, right? So those are EDI format. So SAP, what it does, okay, you configure that supplier on the EDI message. So what it would do, SAP will prepare a message and it will send out those EDI message of purchase order to the supplier. There are some suppliers who say that no, I do not process EDI, give me in API format. Okay, fine, fair enough. Okay, the API will also send. So, but these are all irrelevant, irrespective of the channel, whether you send it via PDF or EDI or API for that matter. The crux is that as soon as this step happens, that is purchase order gets created, a copy of this purchase order would go to the supplier. Now, once it goes, okay, they need to acknowledge it that boss, I have received a purchase order. Because what if you send it out from your system and then in between it failed, they never received it, right? Some way communication channel was down, they did not receive it, and you are hopeful that okay, they have got it and they will ship it on, they'll deliver it on time and all, right? So what they do is they send an acknowledgement, right? Now, again, this depends upon the 16 process. If you see again, that depends what is the channel. If you send the PO via EDI, they will do an acknowledgement also via EDI. If you send via maybe email, they might acknowledge via email. So it depends upon what is the channel established between your org and the supplier org, right? If it is an API, then they will also respond via API, right? So the bottom line is that for the purchase order, they need to they need to confirm the acknowledgement, okay? That yes, I have received it, okay? So what happens, there's one more sub step, I'll tell you. So what happens, PO acknowledgement is more like a confirmation that yes, I have got your purchase order, okay? There's something called a PO commit. So basically, or PO confirm. So what it does is that I acknowledge that I have got it. After that, maybe they'll take an hour or two or 10 or a day, depending on your SLA. And they'll say that whatever you have asked, I confirm that I'll be able to deliver it, right? So that's another. So it depends upon how you have implemented it. There are some org who do this feature as part of PO acknowledgement only. There are some org who keep that acknowledgement and commit, or basically acknowledgement and confirm separate. And basically the bottom line is, and the supplier should provide a confirmation that once I have sent the PO for whatever channel we have discussed so far, they need to acknowledge and confirm that boss, I'll be able to fulfill your order on time. That's basically this step. Now, once this is done, there is a concept of ASN. It's nothing but advanced shipment notice, right? So it's ASN is a very standard term in supply chain, irrespective of the technology. So it's an advanced ship notice. What does this mean? That prior to the ship, So as the literal meaning of this term, right? So advance shipment notice. That means before the supplier ship that order to you, systematically they will send a advance shipment note to you. What does this mean? On that advance shipment notice, you will have a very detailed item that, okay, example, you created a purchase order XYZ. So they will say that, okay, I have sent a purchase order for I am shipping this purchase order in this much quantity. These are the serial numbers which I am shipping, right? This is the date and all those details which you would go if it is and once they because it's ready for shipment, so they will send a tracking number, right? All those details they will send it on advance shipment notice. Why they need to send an advance shipment notice before the actual shipment? Advance shipment note is like, okay, the supplier has to send it before they actually ship it. As I said, what all things it contains, that which PO is being shipped. So there can be hundreds of in-flight PO for me, which I have created. I need to know that which are items which are being shipped. So I want a visibility. Unless they have not sent this ASN, I'll have no clue that this PO is being shipped till the time it actually shows up at my door, correct? So what will happen? Say, for example, I created an order, let's example, 1st of August. Expected delivery date, I mentioned as 10th of August. Supplier knows that it takes just 2 days to deliver it to your place. So they will ship it on 8th. Let's say, for example, they shipped it, but they have not told me that, boss, I have shipped it. 8th, I do not have any clue that whether my supplier shipped it or not. 9th, I'll again be looking at my watch that, okay, am I going to get that on 10th or not? I'll be worried and all. 10th morning, I do not have any clue that whether it will come today, tomorrow, or never come and all those things, no clue. So it creates a lot of uncertainty. So, and suddenly what happens? 12 noon, it appears at my door. Do I have a worker to unload? No, probably no. Do I have space to keep it? Probably no, right? So that's why to manage all these uncertainty and make sure that we are prepped up for the incoming shipment, the inbound shipment, supplier sends those details that, okay, this order is being shipped with this much quantity. These are the serial number. This is the tracking number, so that you want to track all those details they will ship. So I need to do a labor management. I need to do a warehouse management. I need to do my logistic management, everything for that matter, right? So those things, that's why advance shipment notice is very critical. So what happens as soon as this advance shipment notice they send it, example via EDI, they send it, what it will come to my system and it will update the purchase order. So when I'm talking about order will have a status, right? The way we all create order on Amazon. So you'll see that order has been created, it's a new. When it ships, the supplier ships it, you say, okay, in shipment, or right? When it has been delivered, you said delivered, right? So order will have status. As soon as, like, say, example, ASN has been received by your system should go ahead and update the order status as maybe in shipment, right? Or shipped, whatever you call it out, right? Those terms. So then the ASN comes in, and then on the day of delivery, that when the truck arrives, you have to do a goods received. So goods received means what? You will scan those items and you'll receive it. Now, what this does is, so far, those items which were shipped, it was not visible in your inventory. As soon as you receive it, it gets transferred from supplier inventory to your inventory. So after receive, you perform this goods receive, or GR, many people call it GR in supply chain. So when you perform this GR, that is step 18, after that, if I take an inventory count, it will show that these 100 items which has been shipped also is lying in my place for users. That's the goods receive. Now, once this goods receive happens, after that, what we can do is basically we can do a goods issue to user department. So that's the optional step that, okay, you want to issue it to somebody else, right? So you might pass on this raw material to other department for manufacturing or further anything, right? So you can do a issue and all. During this process, when the GR happens and all, you do a quality inspection as well. Now, what is quality inspection is? You ordered for 100 quantity. Did they give me 100 quantity? Okay, one checkbox tick. Does all 100 quantity looks okay? Yes. Did they deliver the same item which I asked? Yes. I asked for new items. Did they give me refurbished item for the same item or new? All new. Okay, good. All those quality check you do. And once all those quality checks and everything is done, then you do the invoice recording. Now, invoice recording is that means that, okay, the PO was created for 100 unit. This much USD value was there. Now you need to pass on that recording to your bank or your finance team or whoever manages your billing. And then they do a settlement. So invoice settlement they will do to supplier. So once they receive it, as per your agreement. So many times you have an agreement to supplier that once I receive it, within 7 days, I will settle the payment. With some supplier, you may have that, okay, I'll take 30 days to do the settlement. So it depends upon your supplier relationship, right? So once the everything is done, you do the settlement, the payment settlement or invoice settlement back to the supplier. And that's why on the left hand side, if you see the primary stakeholders, what all I mentioned, planner, that who does the planning, that what quantities should be ordered, do we need to order and all. Who does the ordering? So requisitioner, right? So who creates those orders and all. Then of course the warehouse operator. Warehouse operator is basically when you receive it, who receives it? The planner will not be receiving it. The who is there on the ground, the receiving party, that warehouse operator, they will receive that item. They will do the quality inspection. There may be a sub team as quality inspect team as well, right? So, so this will be a quality team as well, right? And then of course your finance team would be there, right? So that's why. So these are some of the your stakeholders. When we talk about the external stakeholders, suppliers, of course, yes, you see that okay, you send a purchase order to supplier, they send an acknowledgement, they send back a ASN, right? So all those things. So supplier definitely is your one external stakeholder, the most critical stakeholders. Logistic operator, you may not have your in-house logistic operator, right? Suppliers might be using a third-party logistic operator, right? Not your logistic operator or something. So they are your stakeholder. And of course, the bank, yours, once the settlement gets initiated, the finance team pass on those invoice detail to bank, and then bank does the payment to supplier. So these are our external stakeholders as well, right? So that's how the end-to-end procure to pay typically works. So floating, please do not go by the term floating. It's basically just sharing the RFQs with all the suppliers, right? So you say that you're not sure. So you would often hear in the business term, we float the tender. We float the tender, right, to all the potential bidders, right? So that's nothing but the floating the RFQ, sharing the RFQ to all the suppliers. Exactly. RFQ is request for quotation. RFP is request for proposals, right? So, so think of this way. Let's example for cruise. Say, for example, when you're bringing, so cruise is as good as, let's say, example, your hotel. It needs all the food items, right? So there would be a supplier. You will create a PO to give me like, okay, 100 kgs of rice, maybe 20 loaf of 200 loaf of bread, maybe 100 dozens of egg and all. Supplier, whoever the supplier is, right? It will not be a raw material supplier, it will be a finished goods supplier. The difference would be, it would be a finished goods supplier, correct? That you are directly using it, not manufacturing anything out of that, right? So basically, of course, you do cooking or you prepare those dishes, but that's not manufacturing. But you are using basically those are finished goods. So they confirm the PO and then basically they will ship it. May not be in that truck that, okay, a truck is coming or something like that. You may have a different vendors and all those things. But on a high level, this process still remains same, that you raise a purchase order, they will ship those items. And then, of course, once you receive it, you do the settlement, right? Of course, it may not be a warehouse. So warehouse will not come into picture. Here it would be an unloading area, and from unloading area, you move to your storeroom of the cruise or hotel, right? If it is industrial process, it becomes a warehouse and the truck and lanes and all. Here it will be a loading area, unloading area, and then it will be your maybe pantry area or something like that, right? So those things changes, of course, and it differs not just from cruise or hotel, but for that matter, any industry it depends upon one industry to other industry. but the basic principle still remains same. Instead of warehouse, you might have some other location. Instead of freight, you might have a small trucks, right? Instead of the manufacturing, you might have your in-house finished goods, which you directly give it to customers, or you give it to your retailer directly, right? So those things, but the basic crux still remains same, doesn't matter whichever industry. That's very important, depends upon. So that's what I'm saying, that okay, when you have the supplier identified, you know that this supplier ships it and delivers it in 2 days notice. So you will create, let's example, a week in advance. Even if you create it in a week in advance, the supplier get your purchase order, they will sit on that order maybe for 4 days and they'll ship it on 5th day, because they do not want to, because in all likelihood, if they deliver it early, you may not be there to receive it also, right? So that's how those lead time, how much time it takes, how much, if it is an international shipment, the some compliance also will come into picture, the custom will come into picture. So all those also gets factored in. But typically what happens, based on your request delivery date, that's a very critical piece of information on purchase order. So based on the request delivery date, the shipment date and all those things get determined by supplier. So supplier will know by when you want this. Based on that, they will determine that when I should ship it, because I know that this my truck will reach in 8 hours. So they'll ship it in same day. My truck will reach in 7 days. So they'll ship it in 7 days. Let's example, the transportation time takes 7 days from your supplier to your place, and you created and you ask them that, okay, deliver this PO in next 5th day from today. They will outright reject it, that boss, I do not confirm, I cannot fulfill your order. As simple as that. So that's also happens. So they reject it, it goes back to you, you edit that, okay, fine, you cannot do in 5 days. Let's put it as 5 + 2, 7 days. Then you again send the PO. So that is called PO change. You amend the PO and you send it again. They will then confirm and then ship it, right? So it all depends that when the requested delivery date was there, and then but it all depends upon the item which you are requesting, the supplier with whom you are requesting, and the location where you want to be delivered. You are org, you might have 5 locations. One is right in the metro city, other is might be some remote area. The transportation time may vary, right? So the supplier will ship on maybe 2 different timelines to these 2 locations. Okay. Yes, of course. Of course. So that's basically the terms and condition, the contract when you do, right? So any contract when you award, it will have all those things written in black and white, that, okay, when I order before cutoff time, you will deliver it in like maybe 5 days. After cutoff time, maybe you will deliver it in 6 days, something like that. Will you deliver it on Sunday? If not, if you are not able to deliver on time, how much penalty you are going to pay? If you are not able to deliver in full, how much penalty you are going to pay? All these are part of your contracts when you finalize your suppliers. So I'll tell you one by one. So the first question, right? The inbound delivery. Think of this way: delivery, anything which is coming right to your place. Now the delivery is of 2 types. Let's say if supplier is sending it to you, and in some cases, you might also be sending it to, say, for example, your manufacturer. Let's say, for example, you get a raw material and you have to ship these to your manufacturer. So anything which supplier sends to you, that's an inbound delivery to you. When you ship it out from your location to manufacturers or retailers or wholesaler, that's an outbound delivery. That's it. So inbound delivery, what it does, it increases your inventory. Outbound delivery, it deprecates your inventory. It reduces your inventory count because you took out something from your warehouse and send it out, right? Inbound increases your inventory level. Outbound decreases your inventory level. Okay. As simple as that, plain and simple. That is correct. And there are different processes for inbound delivery and outbound delivery in SAP also. So different transactions codes and everything is there. So for that matter, because the backend logic changes, right? How inventory would be adjusted and all that. Okay. Now coming to your second question quickly. So the ASN, again, it depends upon how you and your supplier systems are connected. If it is connected via EDI, so you have sent a purchase order via EDI, they acknowledge it via EDI. And then when they send a ASN, that is also EDI message. So they will send all these are industry standard EDI messages. So it's not like that org A and org B will have different EDI messages. If it is SAP and if it is a EDI, not SAP, if it is a EDI, they have a specific set of EDI numbers which are there, which any org will use the exact same number. These are very industry standard. So EDI 850 is nothing but for the purchase order. So anybody who wants to use EDI will have to send an EDI 850. Everybody knows that this is my EDI 850 structure, where this segment contains purchase order, this segment contains the item number, this segment contains the delivery date and all. EDI 855 is nothing but the PO acknowledgement. Similarly, EDI 856 is nothing but the advance shipment note, right? So when it comes, automatically it gets processed and you update it. Okay.
One more doubt is there. Like you told that every industry, like one organization is there, they are using SAP system, ERP system, and other industries like from where we are getting the material, they are using the like Oracle ERP system.
Doesn't matter. EDI is all cross-platform. All these are all cross-platform. It does so. That's why you do not send it in SAP format. You send it in a EDI format. So both the systems can consume here and there. So absolutely. Even same goes with API also. So just because you are using SAP, why should your supplier use SAP, right? They may not use it, right? They might have a different tech stacks and all, and which is absolutely fine. All these integrations are cross-platform. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. If, say, for example, let's example, they sent 100 items, out of which 80 were all right, 20 were not good. Okay. So what happened? You take 80, you process it, you do the invoice settlement for 80. For the rest 20, which were defective, it will be a return process where you will kind of return it basically back to supplier. So that's a altogether different flow itself, the return logistics, that how you want to return it. So in that, you have to create a return order. Think of this way, I'll tell you, when you get anything from Amazon, right? We, irrespective of whether it's a defective or if I do not like, for that matter, any reason, if I want to, did not like, I still accept it. I deliver it, I accept that order, and then I initiate a return order separately. Correct? It's not like that, okay, I say, oh, I do not want. It doesn't happen. That you accept it, the delivery person will still deliver it to you. After that, you initiate a return that, boss, this item is defective. And what happens? A separate order gets created where you track the opposite movement from your place to their place, right? So the same concept applies here. Maybe probably when we will discuss the return logistics, we'll try to cover those return part. And here the invoicing will happen only for the items or the SKUs or the quantities which passed your quality assessment and everything, which it's not depicted here. So think of this way. There's a concept of compliance review or basically commercial invoice. And there's of course a packing slip. So packing slip I'll come later, but there's something called commercial invoice. Now what happens as part of all the global trade management? So when you are shipping out anything from one country to another country, so if, say, for example, it crosses an international border, there's a law that you have to get a compliance review done, and you have to attach a commercial invoice with your shipment. So what happens here? If, say, for example, your supplier is located, let's say, for example, in Canada, and your org is located, your destination location is located in US. So the supplier has to submit a commercial invoice request, basically a compliance review, to the GTM team, basically the global trade management team. And they review what they review, that whether this item is okay to be received in US. Does it contain any harmful item? Right? Think of this way more like a custom check, right? Custom, whenever we also travel, the custom declaration, we have to do that, right? On the border patrol and all, right? So basically when during the immigration and all. So this is more like for your shipment, it's a custom clearance. So is it a restricted item? Look, so some items, let's say for example, may be a restricted item in one country, but may not be a restricted item in another country, right? So does the destination location allows this item to be shipped and all? So they have to get an approval from global trade management. And that is also through systematically through the EDI and APIs integration as also it happens. Many companies, they follow offline also through mails and all. And that generates a commercial invoice. And you attach that commercial invoice on the carton or which is the box which is getting shipped. So that when the freight movement is happening through international border, the custom team can review that commercial invoice and approve that. Okay, so that happens before this advance shipment notice. So before you do the actual shipment, at this point of time, here you have to make sure that your CI is approved. Why it has to be done before ASN gets shipped? What if your CI is rejected? You cannot even ship it, right? So if your CI is rejected, you cannot ship it. So before you even think of doing any shipment, you have to get this CI done. And then again, one more process there, what we call it as packing list. Have you know, we all use Amazon, right? Have you noticed like when you receive a box, so on top it will be like the labels that, okay, who has shipped it, where you shipped it and all those things. When you open the box, inside that box, there's a list that, okay, this shipment contains this item, this quantity and all those things. Have you noticed? Yes, no, or never bothered? Anybody notice that? Right? That is nothing but the packing slip. So many companies, they put that packing slip inside the box. Some company put the packing slip on the box also. It depends upon your business model. So the packing slip put that, that's more like in a user readable format, that this shipment contains this item of this quantity and all those details, right? That's nothing but packing slips. Again, that is done before your actual shipment. So both packing slip, which is like applicable for all types of shipment, and CI, which is as per the trade law across international boundaries. So basically, primarily for the commercial invoice, basically is primarily used for international shipment. Again, depends on what kind of business model we are following. But these two are also the process which happen in procure to pay before the ASN is shipped out. Basically, ASN is sent across. Okay, Maurice, does that answer your question? All right, bill of entry is nothing but, again, it's, think of this way, bill of entry is the form which you fill, okay, to generate commercial invoice for custom. Think of this way. So it's more like you have to request CI. So in order to request CI, you need to provide that form. It can be an importer bill of entry or exporter bill of entry, right? Okay. So even supplier can send it, or basically a purchaser can send. But typically, before the import of that goods, or basically that shipment happens, you kind of fill that form. It's a legal form or legal document. And in majority of time, it is done systematically, because you don't want to go and keep filling, because every day you would be doing hundreds of shipment and all, right? So it may not be on the large scale. So it's not a scalable that, okay, anybody does manually. So in all our solutions, wherever we have used and all, it's all systematically generated that, okay, you'll have a UI or you'll have a EDI system and all, where user will say, okay, I'm ready for shipment. So generate submit a bill of entry. So you submit a bill of entry, or basically that document, and that goes to a trade management and all those things. And then from there, basically the custom clearance process and all those things will begin based on the CI and all those things. Okay. So those all are part of your commercial compliance review process. So the bill of entry, the CI document, all these are part of your compliance review, which you do before your international shipment is shipped out. Now, there are some scenarios where even if it is international shipment, the CI or this bill of entry or the compliance review may not be required. Think of this way, many of those European Union, right? They say that, okay, it's a free flow of goods and people and everybody, right? So they don't care about compliance review and all, right? So it's more like moving from one state to another, right? So that's how it happens. So it all depends upon the two countries, from where it is being shipped and from where to where it is being shipped, right? So that's how it is. Okay. All right. From here, getting into like more deep dive into each and every process of the procure to pay and all, to understand more details and all. Okay. All right. Thanks, everyone. Thank you for a great engaging session today. And I'll talk to all of you tomorrow. Thank you.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers supply chain management course in collaboration with AICT IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you will learn technologies such as procurement, logistics, supplier management, and practical exercises, which are mentored by our industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of supply chain management.
So what we will do is here, we are going to do the same thing. So say for example, this, if you see, this is your company, right? Like which we talk about, like, okay, this is your org, right? So this is basically, let's say example, your org, right? Your org is there, right? Now what happens on the left hand side, let's say example, you have your supplier, correct? So this is your supplier, right? What are the other stakeholders when we talk about yesterday when we were discussing some of the stakeholders? So of course you will have your warehouse, right? So basically wherever you are storing it and everything. Then of course you will have the quality inspection team, right? So this is your quality inspection team. And of course, then you can have, let's example, your financials team, right? And then there will, let's say, for example, there are bank, right? So when we talk about, let's say, example, we're talking about, this is your, from where you are basically, let's say, example, your ERP system, right? So basically here, your ERP system is there, right? So ERP system, or basically your supply chain system, right? It's your supply chain system, which basically manages order. So what we discussed yesterday, that the first thing what you do, this is your supplier, say for example, right? This is your supplier, right? This is when we talk about, this is my bank. Let's say for example, this is your finance team, right? So FI, now this is your, say for example, we can talk about the QA team, right? And here we are talking about the warehouse management, right? So let's say, for example, what we discussed, that when you need an order something, then what you do, you send a PO, correct? Purchase order. Now, one more thing which I really missed it, apologies. Here, very important thing is your CRM system, right? So this is very important. That is the CRM system, right? Now, when your CRM system informs you that I need an order because customer is waiting for me and they need an order. So basically, this is like a customer order, right? Let's say, for example, customer order. When you see that, okay, customer is going to place an order, or you are anticipating the customer order. So based on that, you raise a purchase order to the supplier. It can be your raw material, it can be finished goods, whatever, right? So once the PO is sent, right? We are not talking about which channel and all we are sending and all, but let's say once it is sent. So then what happens next? We had discussed this. So what happens when the PO is sent to a supplier? So then they send a acknowledgement, correct? That is correct. So then they will acknowledge the PO. What next? So when they are going to ship, so what they will do, the supplier will send a advance shipment notice, correct? Okay. Next, what will happen? What happens? See, they send a ASN, right? Supplier send a ASN. Now, when the physical shipment happen, that physical shipment will go to warehouse, correct? Right? So the physical shipment goes to a warehouse. So the shipment happens, right? And then as soon as that happens, so you pass on a delivery confirmation, correct? So we pass on a delivery confirmation, and then what happens? Warehouse triggers a GR. Basically that, okay, information informing our system that, okay, the GR has happened. GR is nothing but goods received. Think from a layman perspective. Once we've received it, what do we do? So basically what happens once the GR is done and when the initial check is done, after that, we will let the QA team know, right? That, okay, the quality inspection needs to be done. And what they will do, they will send back a quality confirmation, correct? That the condition looks fine, the count looks fine, the match, the product match, and all the quality check, whatever you have listed out, the quality check happens. Okay. So once we are convinced that, yes, whatever we ordered, how much we ordered, and all those things, quality standards and everything is met, what our system will do, they will pass a signal to finance that, okay, release the invoice, right? So we have got the item, so we need to pay to supplier, right? So what we pass the information to finance. Finance pass it to the bank, right? So based on that invoicing terms and condition, and then bank releases the payment to supplier. Okay. Once bank releases to supplier, they will pass it on to finance, that invoice settlement is done. And the same thing finance passes to your supply chain system, that yes, invoice settlement is done. As soon as that is done, you close that PO. So the purchase order which was initiated, you close that purchase order, and this purchase order will be treated as that this is closed, right? So you can see how it started from the initial purchasing or purchase order. Of course, before purchase, and here we are talking about all the different systems and stakeholder involved. Before PO, there will be a PR as well, right? If we create and all those things, right? So those things also will be there, but those are internal process. Once the PO got created, it was sent to supplier, then supplier acknowledged it, supplier sent a ASN. After that, they shipped it out to the warehouse. Warehouse confirmed the GR. Once the GR is done, the QA came into picture, the quality assessment was done, and all those things. And then once the QA is done, then basically you release to a finance team, finance to bank, bank to supplier, and back to your supply chain, right? So that's basically your entire procure to pay. So just from the simplicity perspective, we took like, okay, how the quality and everything, and then we are settling. So what happens basically in the quality, there is some process called conditional assessment and all those things, right? So the assessment happens, and based on, let's example, if it is a defective item, so a return process will go basically back to supplier. So it would be, those items would be, those quantity would be returned. If it is not matching, and if the full shipment itself is wrong, the full shipment may be returned to supplier, right? And then whatever has been accepted, only those items will go for the invoice settlement. So when the PO is closed, so it will have a partial closure basically, right? That, let's example, initially you created a purchase order, say for example, for 100 quantity, let's say for example, right? So initially, let's say for example, you created a PO for, let's say for example, 100 quantity, right? And what happens, that you did a QA, and in QA we realized that, okay, only 80 quantity was fit. So then what happens, the 20 quantity goes back to supplier, right? And then what happens, that the next one, right? So that when you send the invoice settlement, right? So when you send the invoice settlement, you send it out only for this 80 item, and the PO, when you close it, only 80 item will say as complete, 20 quantity will still be shown as open. Now you have two options. Either supplier says, okay, we cannot provide those 20, and let's finalize the settlement on only for 80 only. So then you update the PO, and you remove this, update the PO quantity, purchase or quantity, to instead of 100, you make it 80, and then the entire PO is marked as received. Or otherwise, for the second 20 items, they will do another partial ASN of 20 items, right? So they will do a partial ASN of 20 items, 20 quantity, and then the same process would begin, right? That's how it works basically. When acknowledgement happens, after that a PO confirmation or PO commit happens. So acknowledgement is mere just that, okay, yes, I have received it. I'm not yet committing to that PO that whatever you requested, I'll be able to fulfill it. So that commit or confirmation happens as a separate process. So what happens, many of the orgs keep it as a separate process. It is recommended to keep it as a separate process, right? But many of the organization keep it as single process of acknowledgement also. There, what happens that, okay, they'll get a, say for example, some auto notification on acknowledgement, and then they will get a commit or something, right? So as part of the same interface, they might get two different types of confirmation. One will serve as an acknowledgement, and one will serve as a commit. That does happen. So acknowledgement may not always signify that they will be able to fulfill your order, right? So that will go as part of the confirmation part, right? That where the supplier basically confirm that they are able to meet the requested delivery date, right? The quantity and all those things. In case, say for example, they see some challenges, let's say for example, that they are not able to commit to that particular date what you have requested. So they'll ask you to push out the date and all those things, right? And then accordingly, a PO change also happens, that you update a PO, revised PO is sent to supplier, and then they again confirm it, and then the process begins. But yeah, that's the correct process. Okay. So again, see, it all depends upon your supplier contract, right? That at what point you would do the invoice settlement. Typically, what happens, it is not recommended that even before, like in a regular supply chain, that even before receive of goods, you do the settlement of the invoice. But if, say, for example, like, because the reason is that once the shipment happens, and what if you have not received, or what if is the defective items received and all those things. So, right. So typically what I'm saying that, okay, that's like, it's not recommended, right? That it happens in the generic scenario. But say, for example, as per your contract, right? It says that, yes, no, you have to kind of do the settlement before shipment and all. So then what you have the option that ASN, that basically that when the advance shipment notice comes, so that happens prior to the actual physical shipment. So you need some trigger, okay? You need in a system, because you will not be setting it manually to kind of keep triggering these invoices and all, right? So you need some trigger to trigger the basically the invoice settlement, right? So in that case, you can have a signal based on basically ASN, right? So basically that in invoice settlement, you can do that once the ASN happens, right? So when you receive the ASN, and ASN typically provides all the details, right? That which PO you are, it's being shipped, how much quantity basically it's being sent out, right? So it can be issued before that completion, but again, all that depends that, okay, that how your contract is there. And then what happens that once the ASN flows to your system, then basically what happens, along with the ASN, they will issue a tax invoice, right? And then what you can do is that you can send across the tax invoice for the settlement, right? So that is one basically is there, that, okay, the tax invoice can be generated along with ASN, and then you can do a settlement. Many a times what happens, if it is not a regular purchase order, but if it is a contract PO, there is a concept of contract PO also. So in that case also, you do settlement. So that's one good example where what happens that you can do the settlement before the actual basically, right, before the actual delivery happens, right? So it depends upon your process. There is no hard and fast rule, and it all depends upon your supply chain system, that how you have configured it. Typical flow, what we discuss, is the very generic flow, but as you rightly called out, there are exception process. There are suppliers, they say that, okay, unless you do not pay me or something, I'll not make the I'll not do the shipment and all. So now that you can do a full payment or you can do a partial payment, again, that depends upon basically that your contract. But the guide note is that invoice in advance can be paid, but it has to be clearly called out along in your basically in your delivery, that, okay, what is the value and all that, how much quantity is being shipped out, because based on the ASN you will take as a source of truth, because you have not received the physical copy, physical goods, not sorry, physical copy, the physical goods. So what they are saying on the face value, supplier said, okay, I'm going to ship 100 items by tomorrow. This is your ASN. So based on their face value, you go and make the advance payment invoicing. Now, once the quality inspection and everything happens, you can have one additional step as a final invoice settlement. So you did the first draft invoice settlement at the time of ASN or before the ASN, once as soon as you get the ASN. And once you have completed all the quality and inspections and everything is done and you're convinced, then you can do a final settlement before closing that PO, right? So that's one option. Again, there is no hard and fast rule that, okay, many people, they say, okay, we'll do a payment. Then it's a fixed contract that, okay, for every contract, it's a service. Think of this way, if it is a service PO, right? So you're not getting an actual any physical good and all. So all those delivery and all those things will not come into picture. ASN will not come into picture. All what you do is you send a PO and then you make the payment. So as soon as you send the PO, they confirm it. Along with the confirmation, you make the invoice settlement and they come and do the service, right? So the service PO is also another example where all these things can happen in advance before the service happens or before the goods happens, right? So those are some of the alternatives. Okay. All right, and those are typically again as the little meaning, like so it's called as advance invoice, right? But at the in the end, you definitely have to do some kind of final invoice settlement once you are done with all the processes and everything. All right. Whatever has been shipped out to you, you receive it. So as part of goods received, you do the confirmation. Now, let's example, after quality, you need to return the 20 items, right? So all these purchase order, irrespective of whether it's in SAP, Oracle, or any ERP or supply chain system, the concept of there are like a partial shipment, partial processing, and all those things. So not the entire PO you have to kind of complete at one shot. So what happens? You clearly call it out when the invoice settlement happens. It clearly calls out that invoice settlement is happening for 80 quantity of this purchase order, right? So you do the settlement for 80 quantity. The 20 quantity, you create a return order and you ship it back to the supplier, right? Either now it depends that maybe supplier can pick it up or you need to ship it out, right? Depending on how the contractual and logistic agreement is there. Now, when they send the remaining 20 again, you do another invoice settlement. And in the SAP, or for that matter, any ERP system, all these invoice settlements and all are cumulative. So it basically keeps on adding till the time it reaches the total quantity of purchase order. Now, what happens when you confirm that GR has happened, quality is all good and all, at that point only you increase that basically that, okay, yes, inventory. So when you see the inventory in your system, it'll be different buckets of inventory. So one would be the initial unrestricted bucket, one would be on hand. So basically what can be used, one is like the in shipment or in transit inventory and all, right? So once all the quality parameters and everything is checked and it's ready to be used, then you kind of move those inventory 80 quantity to basically your reusable quantity, right? Whatever the name you call it out, right? The remaining 20, you'll wait and watch. There are two options, as I said. Supplier can again resend another partial ASN for 20 orders for the same PO because the PO is still open. Had it been the case that you have closed the PO, that 100 quantity is all done, then they cannot ship a ASN on that PO. But since the 20 quantity is still open, they will be able to ship another 20 quantity, or they ask you that, okay, go ahead and cancel that basically 20 quantity. So what you do, you go ahead and update the quantity to from 100 to 80 and you close that PO, right? Both the options are there depending on that, how it. Nowhere the rule says that entire PO has to be invoiced at one shot. You can have 10 different invoice for the same order. You can keep on billing and all, right? So you can, let's say, example, think of this way. We are talking about a very sunny day scenario. In most of the real world, and for all those folks you have worked on this procurement process, you'll see on one purchase order, there will be multiple line items, multiple parts. You do a settlement for that line item. Next day you receive another item, you do a settlement for that item. So you can keep on doing it. So it's not like invoice. All what you have to say is that, okay, you are doing a quantity for this part, you are doing that. The invoice match will not happen when you are trying to do an invoice of more than what is there in SAP. So say, or in your purchase order. So in purchase order has 100 quantity and you are sending invoice for 120, then it will fail. Or say, for example, you already invoiced those 100 quantities and again you are trying to bill 120 more quantities, then at point it will fail. But let's say, if 100 open quantities, you are trying to invoice 80 quantities, absolutely that will go through. Now, see, there are some configurations, some orgs put that no, these are things that it has to be doing all at one shot. So it's either all or none. If that scenario is put together, that you ship me out something, either I'll accept the entire packet or I'll reject the entire packet. There's no partial processing. So if you have not enabled the partial shipment on the purchase order and all, at that point, what you'll do, even if one quantity is defective, you return back everything. It adds a lot of logistic cost. Think of this way, right? You do not want to kind of return the entire shipment because 1 or 2 or 10 quantities were defective, right? So you enable those partial processing on the purchase order, partial processing of the GR, partial shipment on the ASN, even the partial processing on those invoice and all, right? So that will basically take care of that. Okay. We are thinking more from our individual consumer perspective that, okay, we get something and we try to return to the Amazons and sellers and everybody, and they may not like, but typically here, what happens, it all depends upon your contractual agreement. And it's not just one-time relationship with your supplier. Supplier relationship is ongoing every month and month. It's not just one time. The moment they will do that, do you really think that next month you are going to submit a PO? It's lots of business for them, right? So it's, yes, theoretically we say that, okay, what if they reject and all those things, but it all depends upon that quality assessment, what you do typically, right? So it's systematically done, right? All those assessment, the quality check and all those things, those are already integrated. So for every line item, right, when you do a quality for each and every, if it's a serial item, so every serial numbers and all, you do quality assessment. If it is a box or carton, you will do. So all those quality details are also sent out to the suppliers when you try to return it. So they will have those details, that why it is being returned to them. So when you do a supplier contract and all, you do those contractual agreement that during shipment, if some damage happens, there are chances that, okay, they packed it nicely, during during shipment and all, it got damaged. So those are your contractual terms and agreement, that up to so and so percentage, if there are damage within the shipment and all, supplier will issue or reship those items to us without any additional charges and all, right? So those are all written in, these are contractual legal terms, right? So these are not like, okay, on goodwill gestures and all, you are buying and they are giving it to you. All these are contractual terms, legal terms and conditions and all. And you systematically, you find it defective, you pass it on to them, it goes back to them. Either they will repair it and then they can send it back to you, or they'll submit a new things and all. So those things are, and the suppliers, they do handle, right, any supplier. So it's we can say that what if they reject and all, but typically it happens. And as long as we are within the contractual agreement, right? So whatever is mentioned, right? If, say for example, it's your in-house logistic partner and they damage in the shipment, so your contractual agreement might say that, okay, if it is your in-house buyer logistic partner, then supplier does not hold responsibility for any damages during shipments and all that. So those things are, again, depends how you have put together all the terms and conditions. Okay. So there's no one answer. It all depends upon your mode of thing, right? So what you can do is like, okay, if you have done a advance invoice payment, say for example, then you will just put a debit note to them, right? If the invoice settlement happens post QA and everything, then there's nothing to debit, right? For that matter, then what you'll do, you will put that, okay, 75, say 80% receipt complete, and then you do an invoice settlement for 80%, and then 20% you put it like that. Once it gets completed, then you will do the settlement, right? So it all depends upon that how your model is working, right? But since if you have not paid anything, there is no debit note to do that, right? So that way, so it all depends on that how it process. But the bottom line is, here we are what I wanted to basically pass on the messages, that when we are doing all these and all, you do have integration with the finance team for the settlement, right? There are partial processing on the settlement, invoice settlement. There are partial processing on the shipment. There are partial processing on the goods receipt. So all those at every stages, we do have the option of partial processing. And purposefully, I have not brought the return flow right now, because otherwise it will super confuse people, right? So that's because we are focusing purely on procure to pay process that way. Okay. All right. Let's see. So now we talked about the flow. We checked upon some of the stakeholders. Now let's see each and every process a little bit in detail, right? So we'll just quickly run through majority of what we have discussed, but I wanted to kind of touch upon the integration, because as a professional, you should know which all systems you're talking to and all at every stage, right? So the first, if you remember, right, everybody, right, that the first was the purchase requisition, right, or PR, what we call, right, basically where you try to identify that what exactly needs to be procured, right? So as we had discussed yesterday, that's the internal document, right? It's created to kind of finalize what all items you want to procure, in how much quantity, what the pricing, where all details and all those things, right? So in order to have a PR generated, first thing is like, so what all integration you touch upon, right? Of course, you have a supply chain system. Now there's something called workflow. Workflow is, think of this way. We spoke, if you remember yesterday, that when the purchase requisition, somebody creates it based on the value and all those things and the rules, it goes for automatic approval to your line manager, to the planning manager and all, right? So those would be handled by the workflow, right? So once the PR is created, a workflow gets triggered and it goes for the approval process. SAP project system is more like, think of this way, it's a project related procurement. So think of this way, not every procurement you do it for is for customer, right? So there are some like, which is like the project, your project in-house requirement is there, right? So those are sent by project system. So project system sends those details to the your supply chain system, and then it will create the PR. Similarly, if the request has come from customer, so customer driven procurement is happening, so those will come from CRM. So that's why the CRM should also be integrated with your supply chain system, which will generate the PR, purchase requisition, related to customer related orders. And similarly, there's a system called success factor. Think of this way, this is more like from the employee management, more like a HR related system. So if employee wants something, let's say example, you want for your personal, let's say that, okay, I want a headphone, right? Or you want maybe a laptop charger, right? So those also your company may not be manufacturing it. That will also go to some supplier, right? So you based for those, success factor passes those information to generate the PR, and that generates the PR. So these are different kinds of scenario that what scenario and under what circumstances the purchase requisition will be generated, right? Now, once the purchase requisition has been generated and approved and all, then what happens? The next process, what we had spoken about, was the purchase order, right? All right. So, and now when the purchase order, when we talk about, assuming that you already finalized the supplier and everything, right? If it is not finalized, then you will go through that supplier, that RFQ process and all those things as well. But once the supplier is finalized, the purchase order and the would be created with reference to this purchase requisition. So there are automatic jobs as well, right? Which automatically converts this purchase requisition to purchase order. So PR to PO gets converted and all those things, right? So the purchase order would be created with reference to this purchase requisition. Now, when the purchase order gets created, what are the integrations? So one is, of course, the SRM system, right? Because you need to let the supplier relationship management team know that, okay, you have created a purchase order for so and so supplier, right? So basically that information you will pass it on to your SRM system. Ariba is another system. Think of this way, more like for the invoicing and all, right? So it's any related procurement related invoicing and all those things. These are this is the system. So Ariba is for all the suppliers would be there on Ariba, right? So that's basically the system. So you fetch all the details and you pass all those details to Ariba once the purchase order has been created. SAP S4 is your master data and all those, where you are creating the PO and everything, right? So master data system where you'll fetch all the details. This is nothing but your ERP system. And then of course the external system, right? Where you will get all the supplier details, the catalog, the products and all those things related to your external suppliers, right? So that's how the purchase order would kind of flow through, right? Now, after purchase order, we spoke about the acknowledgement, confirmation, and the shipment notice, right? So what happens? It is being sent by your supplier, right? So for supplier, they send those details to your system. So supplier system will be integrated, and then it comes to your SAP system. So when the acknowledgement or confirmation or the shipment notice come, you go and update your purchase order, right? And then once you get this AS and details, that shipment notice, why WM, where we have put that your S4 needs to send a note to your warehouse team that, boss, an incoming shipment is there which will come by so and so date and all those things, right? So WM system need to know that, okay, boss, there is an inbound shipment coming and they need to prep up for that, right? So those are the integration related to acknowledgement and shipment notice. And then after shipment, we already spoke about the goods received. So goods received, of course, it is being received at warehouse. So warehouse is the key player here, where they physically receive it and all. And then they pass on a signal to the quality management for quality inspection and acceptance as well. And then, of course, we have different, depending on your technology, how you have adopted, your org has adopted, there would be IoTs and all those things, right? So these are nothing but, think of this way, as soon as the inbound truck comes into your warehouse unloading area, you will have those RFID and all those things signal enabled, that you automatically scans that this truck has come, this truck has 100 of cartons. So these 100 cartons have come and all those things, right? So those are more, think of this way as a real-time monitoring of the goods. Or say, for example, you are moving the item from one location within warehouse to another location within the same warehouse. So all those also can be tracked based on the some of those IoT devices, the RFID scanners, and depending on what technology you put in, right? So that's mainly on the GR part. Once the GR is done, then you have an invoice verification and three-way match. Three-way match is nothing but you try to match what quantity you have ordered. Have you received it? Whatever you ordered, is that the pricing, basically what they have quoted, is it same? And then the terms and conditions, so that, okay, it should be in a good conditions, it should reach within time, it should reach within in full quantity and all those things, right? So basically you try to match up those quality, quantity, and the terms, right? So basically pretty much everything on the three-way match. And then you try to basically once you are convinced that yes, invoice is verified and all the things looks good, you pass on that information to your FI team, basically the functional financial team, basically financial accounting team, for the invoice settlement. If there are some trade and compliance were involved, you also get involved into that if it is an international shipment. And then of course those invoice extractions, right? So you'll have a optical character OCR. Is think of this way, they send a PDF of the invoice and all, and then you kind of extract those information from those PDFs and all. So if you have implemented OCR and all those things, so those things also would be integrated with your system, right? And then the next process is the invoice approval and payment. So in this case, your finance team, your banking system, the banking communication system, all those also will come into picture, right? When you do the invoice approval and payment. Okay. So in summary, when we talk about the procure to pay, like at a high level, so you see here, when we talk about internal integration, that basically within your org, so you'll have different modules of SAP, right? If it is, I'm taking an example of SAP, but again, it same goes with any other ERP system, right? So your material management, the financials, the controlling, the warehouse management, the quality management, projects, right? CRMs, GTS, TRM, everything, all the internal system will come into picture, right? And then of course, you'll have the SAP cloud solutions and all, right? So we talked about Ariba, right? We talked about basically the success factor, right? So all these also would come into picture, right? And then of course the additional interface, basically the business technology platform, or what we call as a BTP, to set up the integration between external systems. So there has to be some integration channel within your system, which sets up or links your system to external system. So the BTP also needs to be there, right? So those are some of the integration internal. When you talk about external integration, we have supplier systems. It can be via, you can access them via EDI, API, email, XML, whatever, right? Your customer system, who sends you the detail that, okay, customer orders are incoming, so you need to start procuring. Your logistic provider, who takes the items and ship it to you, right? Your banking and financial institutes, and then of course the custom, government, and other institute as well, right? Where you are integrated with. Okay. Think of this way, SAP S/4HANA, okay, is your ERP system, and all these modules would be there. SAP HANA, when you say SAP HANA is the database of SAP S/4HANA. HANA is the database, right? So it's a on cloud system. It can be on premise or on cloud, whatever you want to, how you want to run. So many orgs are there who run HANA on their on premise. There are many orgs who run SAP HANA on basically HANA, or it would be on Azure, on GCP, or AWS, or any cloud applications, right? So HANA is the DB, but SAP S/4HANA is your ERP system end to end, and each of these modules are individual modules, right? It's not just only these modules. There are other modules also. Purposefully, I have not mentioned because we are talking about procure to pay, right? So there is a very important module called sales and distribution. We have not spoken because we are not talking about the customer order. When we discuss the customer order cycle, at that point, maybe we'll try to bring in that module. But here, all these modules are relevant from procure to pay perspective, right? So you do MM, FI, CO, WM, QM, PS, CRM, GTS, TRM, all these. Success factor again is a part of SAP only, SAP S/4HANA itself. It was a different org that, but SAP does the acquired, or basically it acquired a success factors, and then from that point of time, SAP success factor became SAP success factor, right? As a core product. Think of this way. It's more like a HR system basically, right? For SAP, right? So that way, right? So again, same goes with Ariba. So Ariba also is the nothing but the spend management tool, right? So Ariba was it was again a unique standalone spend management software. It was running independently. I think maybe around 2010 or 20, I don't remember the exact year, but around 10 years, 10, 12 years back, SAP acquired Ariba also, and since then it became SAP Ariba also, right? So that also became part of your SAP overall suite, right? Now it depends upon that what license your org has taken. Not everything would be available by default, but depends upon what licensing you have taken it, right? That way. Okay. See, terms can be anything. Think of this way. Terms can be that, okay, let's say your cutoff time is 12 noon. So when you say that, okay, to supplier that if I send a purchase order before 12, you send it to me within 5 days. If I send it to you after 12, it will be like maybe 6 days, right? So there can be different terms and conditions, right? Basically all the terms and conditions. And again, these terms and conditions, not just with the supplier, but within your org also. So when you create a purchase order, lot of background logic happens. So say for example, when you create a purchase order in SAP or in Oracle, you enter your part detail, right? And all, and then based on that, automatically system calculates the earliest requested delivery date and all those things. So those are based on some of the rules, conditions, and terms and conditions, right? So those things are the generic term which I mentioned, right? So say for example, you enter, let's say example, some hardware on the purchase order, right? And when as soon as you hit enter, your tool, your supply chain system, your ERP tool will automatically calculate the earliest delivery date what you can get it. So what it does, it fetches the information that, okay, what are the where the supplier is located, how much time it takes from the transit and all those things, and it fetches. So you have to put the due date either that day or maybe beyond that, right? So those are some of the example of terms and conditions. So it can be anything for that matter, very generic cases. Okay. So there are two different logic. Okay. So customer will have a completely, so Amazon, when you place an order, it's not a purchase order. Think of this way. You are not creating any purchase order, right? It's more like, okay, you are creating an order, and from Amazon perspective, it's a sales order, right? So they create an order. So this is more from the seller to customer. Procure to pay, when it comes, it's more like from the your supplier to the org, right? So here that it would be typically what happens that, okay, what supplier you have chosen, okay, where you are trying to get this purchase order delivered. So say for example, you have chosen a supplier, and then in the backend you will have the rules that, okay, that what shipment you have chosen, right? When you create a purchase order, have you picked up ground shipment, have you picked up air shipment, and all those things, right? So depending on that, some of the calculation happen that where you are getting it delivered, from whom you are getting it delivered, what is the mode of transportation, and all those things. And then there's a concept of holiday calendar, right? So the holiday calendar, that the region where you are located, based on that, it will say that, okay, does it need to be delivered on Sunday, where your warehouse might not be operated on Saturday and Sunday. So even if they are reaching on Saturday, they'll not be able to deliver. So the earliest delivery date will show as maybe Monday, right? So there are a bunch of calculation. This is from the supplier perspective. More from transportation, what you're ordering and all those things. Based on that, it recommends an initial earliest delivery date based on the rules, right? The availability and all those details. And when you send those details to supplier again reviews those dates, and then they confirm that, okay, whatever you calculated, we are good. Or if they are not good, they will ask you to, okay, boss, we are not good. Earliest delivery date might be this one. And then you have to kind of resubmit or change the purchase order and resubmit it again, right? In all likelihood, if your org is matured, it's all automated. So when they do a confirmation, they can say that yes, they accept, or they say no, we do not confirm it. So the earliest date is this, or the quantity what we can ship is this. So when it flows to your system, you can review that, and then it'll kind of get the PO updated, right? So it'll update the PO, and then it basically sends it back. Or you have an option to kind of reject that, and you say that, okay, let me cancel the entire PO itself because they are not delivering on time, and I'll create a PO for some other suppliers, right? So that is also there, right? But majority of the cases, most of these scenarios are system, because think of this way, the volume. It's not one PO or one order we are talking about. If it is a large scale, think of this way, Amazon have so many suppliers, the likes of Amazon, the likes of Walmart. There are so many suppliers. It has to be systematically, otherwise it's not scalable, it's not maintainable and all those things, right? So that's why, but in majority of time, it is all system driven and all. So in order to create any purchase order and all, you have to create master data of the supplier, that, okay, where the supplier is located, what is this supplier, what all places or location they can deliver. All those master data must exist in your system. Then only even your SAP or Oracle can even create a purchase order, because you fetch these data from your master data system, not supplier system. So those supplier information also is available in your supply chain systems. Okay. Okay. So is it safe to say right now, like, so at least you have some decent background on what, when somebody say procure to pay, you will have something to speak up, right? That, okay, what exactly it is procure to pay, how it is integrated, what underlying processes are there, who are the stakeholder, what happens on this scenario and all those things, right? So that's the whole intent. And as and when you start actually working on some of these things in the life system and all, you'll gain more and more understanding as well from these systems. So now we spoke about, what did we talk about? So we touched upon that, what is the procurement? Then we discuss in detail what is procure to pay from some of the industry process perspective, that what happens in general, right? So we touched upon each and every sub steps within the P2P process also in detail. Now there are some of the supply strategy which you have to think through, right? So these are like more like, think of this way, that first, what is the need of these strategy? Then we'll get into that how and what are the different components, what you should put together in your different strategy. But what is the need? First, let's understand that what is the need of supply strategy. So first is, of course, the strategy, what you are putting, right, in order to from whom you need to get those supplies, what is the terms and condition you should put, how you should handle different supply channels and all. So the first and foremost thing, the need is, what is the need for that strategy? That your org goal should be aligned with your business goal, right? So think of this way, that if your org is heavily committed to sustainability, so then your strategy must always factor in that you will always choose a supplier who follows all these sustainable guidelines, right? If, say, for example, your org focus is lower cost, then your supplier selection and all those strategy should always focus that whichever supplier give me a lower cost, the cheaper pricing, I will go for that, right? If your org role is strategy or org goal is to have the latest and the greatest product with high innovation and all, you always go for the price becomes irrelevant factor. You always go for the best of the technologies, things and all from the supplier, right? So those are some of the things that's why we say that, okay, your supply strategy should always align with your business goal. Another big factor is the competitive advantage, right? That, okay, but are you kind of fighting against some of the other competitor in your market, and maybe you are on number 2 or number 3 and you want to kind of get that to number 1, or maybe you are 10th placed right now in the market as a competitor, and then you want to get into that podium, right? So basically, then what happens? How you can go, get to those podium finish, compete with your existing leading players? You bring in high quality materials. So you choose a supplier which always have a 0 defect rate, right? Always very high quality, or you time to market very quickly. As soon as like order comes in, and then you push those inventory into the market, right? So then you pick a supplier who can fulfill those orders very quickly. Instead of taking 5 days, if some suppliers say, okay, I'll fulfill in the same day. Okay, you go for lead times reductions, right? So those things are again one of the factor. And then, of course, one additional thing is the risk mitigation, right? So, say, for example, your org basically says that, okay, irrespective of the type of business what we are handling, there are some scenarios that, okay, we are located, let's say, for example, in a place which might see some of the natural calamities and disaster, right? So you always want to have a different set of suppliers or different set of sites on your strategy, so that at least if one site gets disrupted, you can kind of operate from another site of the supplier, right? So those things are also there. So all these are some of the need or basically role why you need to kind of think of any of the supply chain strategy. Not everything works equally for everyone, right? So that's why before getting into that, how you do the strategy, you need to understand why you need to do the strategy. So of course, to align with your business goal of your supply chain with your org goals, of course, having a competitive advantage over the other market players, and then mitigating some of the risk, right? So there are multiple components of supply strategy. First and foremost is the sourcing strategy. That is the most important, that how you should select a supplier, right? So when you select, and we will see this with an example numerical as well, that some numbers we'll try to put, and we'll see these things as well, that how these numbers kind of come up to. But the sourcing strategy is that how you are choosing a supplier. So when you are identifying a supplier, it can be based on the cost, quality, sustainability, different factors and all, right? So that's one of the strategy basically for the supply. Other factor is the supply relationship management, right? You might have 5 suppliers, all are equally good on each of the parameter. One supplier is you have a very nice relationship with them, because when you are down, they kind of help you to lift up and all, and basically help you in the scarcity situation and all. So, or basically they are more trustworthy than other suppliers and all. So you pick those suppliers over others, right? And then of course, global versus local, right? So it all depends upon that, whether you want a global supplier, because global supplier might always have a lower cost because they produce in scale, so they may have a lower cost, versus local supplier. Local supplier may be on a higher side on the cost because they are not playing on the volume, but they might be able to fulfill your order very quickly because they are locally located, right? So those are some of the strategy, that whether you pick a trustworthy based on your relationship, based on the local or global, or based on the other factors like cost, quality, reliability, and all those things, right? So that's basically your supply strategy, right? That's one thing, right? Okay, all right. So after the supplier relationship, right? So we spoke about the supplier relationship, supplier strategy. The next is the procurement strategy, right? So procurement strategy is more like between you and your supplier, that how do you negotiate, right? So different terms and condition, that, okay, they will always deliver within 5 days of placing the order. They will deliver it by their logistic partner securely to my location, right? What are the pricing, what are the delivery schedules, if some damage happens or dispute happens, how it would be resolved, right? So all those basically are dealt with procurement strategy, right? So you may have a different terms and condition with supplier 1 than supplier 2, and based on your contract management, how the contract management has happened or how the negotiation has happened and all, you may take a call that, okay, which supplier to choose, basically, right? So that's more like on the procurement strategy. Okay. Similarly, you have an inventory management strategy again, that also determines your supply total overall, basically the supply strategy, right? So we touched upon, first was the sourcing strategy, the second was the procurement, the third was the inventory, right? So inventory strategy is more like, think of this way, the demand forecast, what we do, right? So how accurately we are forecasting the demand, and based on that, basically we'll have to kind of do the procurement, right? The optimum level, how till what level we want to kind of keep the inventory level to make sure that, okay, at least the product is available with the minimal cost of the holding inventory and other things as well, right? And then of course the control, that, okay, how much control we can put on the inventory, basically to avoid those leakage or shrinkage due to damage, thefts, and all those things, right? So basically we monitor. So these also play an important role for your supply strategy, that, okay, how you want to provide, from whom you want to procure, and how you want to procure, and all those things, right? So that's again one factor. Okay, so these are some of the things from the supply strategy. Okay, All right. So the next topic, what we are going to cover is the purchasing performance evaluation, right? So basically, what we are trying to do, that whatever procurement we are doing, we want to evaluate that, okay, how's the process, right? How effective it is, right? So as part of this, we will see how we need to basically, how we are doing our purchasing process or the procurement process. What is the efficiency? What are the strengths and all those things we are going to do the evaluation, right? The performance, because you need to constantly keep an eye on your overall process, right? There can be some leakage, there can be some flaw in your process, which you might want to kind of troubleshoot, so that at least your process over the time becomes more and more effective and more accurate, right? So why do we need this performance evaluation? First thing, of course, identifying the SWOT analysis, right? So identifying the strength, the weakness, what are the opportunities and everything, right? So that's basically definitely one thing which helps the org to identify those pointers, right? Then of course, in order, if we kind of tap onto some leakage or tap onto some flaws or missing things which are not doing correct, which are not being done correctly, if we tap onto those opportunities, we will end up having some of the cost savings and making our process more efficient, right? So definitely we would want to achieve those as well. We also want to do a supplier performance management, right? That we want to evaluate all our suppliers also, that how they are doing. Because think of this way, you have supplier A, B, C. Supplier A historically last 1 year when they do, so maybe 95% items are all good, only 5% are defective. Supplier B consistently showing that, okay, 10% items are defective, right? Supplier C is consistently showing 20% items are defective. So when you try to procure something from supplier B, you can build on to those terms and condition that, okay, your 10% items are consistently defective, so we will pay a lower price because it adds our shipments and all those things of to return those items and all, right? So those things also help to kind of plan your procurement process, plan your org strategy as well, right? So the supplier performance is very important, right? Are they delivering it on time also, right? So that is also that, because if the shipment is delayed, that impacts your business as well. That in the end, it will be a dollar loss for you. So those also are some of the critical parameters. Why do you need a supplier performance? And then of course the continuous improvement, right? That you want to continuously monitor, because no process is 100% correct, 100% accurate, 100% efficient, right? So you want to make sure that you continuously keep on improvising and improving your process to make sure that it keeps on improving day by day. Okay. So these are some of the reasons why we need a performance evaluation for our procurement process. So how do we evaluate? Basically, what are the metrics? Because it all should have some numbers, as simple as that, right? It's all subjective. It would not give any story to you, right? So it must have some numbers as well, right? So you need to define those performance by some numbers. So of course, the first and foremost is the cost saving, right? So purchase price variance, right? So basically that you determine what it is, basically the actual purchase price and then standard or budgeted price. So think of this way, your company at the start of the financial year, they say that, okay, in order to procure plastic for this year, FY 2024, we would spend maybe $10 million, right? And by the end of the year, you ended up spending $11 million to purchase the same amount of plastic, or basically some raw material. So that means there's some gap. Either you are not budgeting it correctly, or your purchasing process is incorrect, which is kind of taking your budget for a toss, right? So actual versus budgeted, you have always have to kind of factor in, right? The cost avoidance, right? So basically, these are the cost avoidance that, okay, which you achieved by preventing some of the things. So you actually did not pay, but it basically quantifies that you saved it. So actually you did not pay, but think of this way, that in ideal terms and condition, in ideal scenario, you would have spent $100. But what you did that, okay, you negotiated with a supplier, you negotiated with a logistics partner, and you ended up spending only $95 around, right? So that's basically the cost avoidance becomes the 5. So, or it can be basically, it can be for that matter, anything. Your raw material price increased, but still you ended up being in the same budget or something, right? So those are also some things, right? So these are, this gives some insight on the cost avoidance. And then of course the TCO. TCO is very important thing. That is the total cost of ownership, right? So basically when you procure, when you use, when you dispose it, all the things end to end, how much costing is happening. So what was your allocated budget and what you are putting for inventory and all those things, that basically. So these are the some of the items on the costing part, which gives some insight on purchasing performance. Now, when you actually start working onto these, what happens? Your system, your IT systems, IT team and all, the analytics team typically provides all these numbers. Basically, all these numbers would be, there would be some dashboards. Now, it depends upon your org. There are some orgs which will have these dashboards automated, right? Where all these numbers are flowing in day out basis, you can have a look. There are some orgs which have not put too much effort on the analytics and all those things. So you might have to get these numbers in a spreadsheet and do it manual extractions and all those things, right? So it depends. But in the end, for a mature system, these numbers must be there to be visible to the leadership team, to the procurement team, to the buying team and all, to kind of get an insight that how they are performing so that they can accordingly plan for next year as well, right? Now, another factor is the quality. The quality is basically, so there's a concept basically is a very important concept called OTIF. Not sure if you know. So there's a concept called OTIF. Okay. It's on time in full. So basically what happens, you determine basically that how your quality is being maintained. Now, what is OTIF typically happens is that whatever you are trying to procure from the supplier, did they deliver on time? So that's basically takes the first half, that is OT, right? So basically that OT part is nothing but on time, that whatever you ordered from, procured from the supplier, did they ship it or did they deliver it to you on time? So you ask for request delivery date of 10th and did they deliver it on 10th? So at every order you track this, okay? And the second portion is like in full, right? So IF basically is nothing but in full, that, okay, let's say example, they delivered it on time, but did they deliver in full? Think of this, for example, that you created a purchase order for 100 quantity. You ask them to deliver it, say for example, today is 28th July. You ask them to deliver it on 5th of August. Okay, you got a delivery on 5th of August. Yay, we are happy that, okay, we got a truck coming from our supplier on 5th of August. Perfect. Looks good. They delivered it on time. But when we opened the box, when we opened the unloaded the truck, instead of 100 quantity, there's only 80 quantities are there. So they did not deliver all the 100 quantities. So when you reach out to supplier, they say, okay, we had only 80. So we thought first we'll deliver 80, 20 we will delay it. Maybe we'll send it in later. So that means while OT still got met, that, okay, the truck delivery came on OT, but it was not in full. So in full did not. So those are some of the things which you track it at the supplier level. So what we call it as supplier OTIF. So S and then OTIF, supplier OTIF, that's a standard industry analytics metrics. So what we track is that, okay, how is the OTIF parameter doing for each of the supplier, right? Based on that, you give a rating to the suppliers and you negotiate the future terms and condition, negotiate pricing. You always say that, okay, every time you delay it by 1 day or 2 day and all, so instead of $100 per inventory, I'm going to pay you $95. And they might have to cut down from their profit margin or something like that, right? If they want to keep the relationship and all, right? So it depends upon how you negotiate, right? So that is one thing. Supplier defect rate is another thing, right? That, okay, every now and then, like, okay, their 5% items are getting defective. That's a loss of business for you because it heads you return it, they'll again ship it back. It's a delayed shipment for you, right? So that's not good on a continuous basis. And then, of course, the overall quality rating for the supplier. So this quality is very important. And from the analytics perspective, right, when you do a analytics and dashboarding in Power BI or Tableau, or for that matter, any analytical dashboard, these dashboard, you will see these are one of the most critical dashboard when it comes to the supplier related information, right? So this on OTIF, the defect rate, quality rating is more like a star and all those things. So this is more like a subjective, but these two are absolute insight. And OTIF has many parameters. So you, when in OTIF happens, like so on the OTIF, what happens? So typically what happens for each of the supplier and at each of the item level and all, right, or each of the location level, depending on how you want to track it, you define that your target OTIF is, say for example, 95%. Your target OT is maybe 98%. Target if in full is 98%, and what they are meeting it, right? If they are not meeting it to 95%, because you might have to still, every time it may not be 100%, right? So you still give some leeway to your supplier. But let's example, even if they are going below the target and all, that's a cause of concern, right? So automatically your dashboard will start showing in red and all those things for those suppliers and all. If even after repeated warning, repeated terms and condition negotiation, or if the supplier is still not doing well, maybe they are somewhere trending on 50-60% or all, you might want to kind of look for an alternate supplier, because if they are delaying it, it's a loss of business for you. Because if it is a finished goods, your customers are getting delayed shipment. If it is a manufacturing raw material and all, so your manufacturing process getting delayed, right? So at the end, it's your business who's getting delayed. So you might want to kind of strike off that supplier from your ecosystem and find an alternate supplier, right? So all depends upon your strategy. So these things becomes very important from your supplier or basically overall purchasing performance, right? The next is the efficiency. So the efficiency is there are some key parameters or key KPIs. What we track, what is the purchase order cycle time. Cycle time is basically from the time you initiated a purchase requisition till the time it got delivered. What is your cycle time? The lower the cycle time it is, the better it is. Let's say, example, if you create a purchase order and it takes 100 days to fulfill and get it delivered, it's a bad thing. So either your supplier is not doing good, or your warehouse person is not doing good, or your ERP system is doing, somewhere the bottleneck is there, right? You have to figure that out, where that end-to-end bottleneck is there, but somewhere the issue is there. And then of course the overall cycle time, you can break into different stages to find the actual culprit, that whose cause of delay, right? So that is very important to get an insight on the cycle time. Most of the time your leadership will always ask you this supplier, basically this order cycle time, that what is the, you do not want to keep an order open for 100 days or 200 days or 3 months and all those things, right? So it's very important to keep these insights very handy. Cycle, and this calculating the cycle time, if you say, it's very easy. If you have everything in system, it's very easy. The moment order gets created, it will have a creation date in your SAP system, correct? All what it will have that, okay, once the order is 100% delivered and closed, so you'll have the delivery date. So your analytics will fetch all the orders which are with their creation date, with their delivery date, and it will match up the quantity. So the delivery date might have hit, basically the order might have got delivered, but it may not be in full. Maybe out of 100 quantity, it got delivered only 50 quantities. So you'll not say that order is closed, right? So what it does that, okay, your analytics will say that, okay, if the purchase order quantity and the delivered quantity is equal, then it kind of minuses that delivery date and creation date, and it gives you the order cycle time. If it is not matching, then you say that, okay, this order is still open with so many days and all those things, right? So these are some of the KPIs which once you start working in the system, you will start getting hands on it. But you should know that these are, how does these KPIs play into picture, right? Overall scheme. Inventory turnover, right? So how effectively inventory is managed. So you don't want to keep inventory lying down in your warehouse for 2 months without any use. Either it should be consumed or it should be returned, right? Because the moment you have got the inventory, you have paid to the supplier, and then you keep it 2 months, 3 months in your warehouse. That means it's a loss of delayed, basically it's a delayed revenue for that, right? So you do not want, you want to keep it basically on a shorter inventory turnover time, right? And then requisition to pay cycle time, again, that is different thing. So this was the order cycle time. You put it like from the requisition to that till the time it get delivered. Pay cycle time is basically once the requisition happened and then basically you did the payment to the vendor. So that gives another sight, basically more from the finance perspective and all those things, right? So those are some of the KPIs from the efficiency perspective. Supplier performance we already touched upon, right? There was an overlap from quality, but here also supplier on-time delivery, right? Supplier quality rating, supplier responsiveness, like in case of some issue or something, how quickly they respond and all those things, right? So those are some of the supplier performance as well. Okay. All right. So with these KPI we spoke about, right? The cost saving, the quality, the efficiency, the different metrics are there. Now these are, so from where we started, why do we need to do the evaluation, the performance evaluation? What all KPIs or basically metrics which we use to perform those evaluation? And then the third is, how do we do this evaluation? So of course, the very basic thing is that KPI, what we talked about, right? So you'll have multiple dashboard put together on the KPIs and all. You'll have some of the scorecards as well, right? The balance scorecard, it can be your internal scorecard, it can be your external scorecard, it can be per division scorecard, like financial team might have a different scorecard. The training internal processes team can have different scorecard and all, right? So basically, you'll have a dashboards which provides those scorecards that, okay, out of 10, how you are doing it, right? Out of 5, how you are doing it, depends on your scale of scorecard. KPIs give the actual versus plan versus actual for each of the KPI. When we say KPI, these are the KPIs which we talk about, right? So the on-time delivery should be 90%, actual is 80%. Okay, you're trending red, right? That way. Benchmarking is not from internal, but think of this way, best in class companies. Think of this way, if let's say, for example, Walmart wants to have the benchmarking done for their online supply chain systems, they might want to compare it with Amazon's supply chain system, that what are their industry benchmark is there, or maybe not just one, but maybe more from the industry perspective, right? That industry best of the players, the top 5 players, how they are performing, how's their cycle time, how's their inventory turnover time, how's their OTIF time and all. And based on that, you try to compare. So basically, it's not just from the internal, because you want to have a perspective for the outside your ecosystem as well, right? So that's why it gives a lot of additional insights that how industry is behaving, and then you kind of try to act. If you are lagging behind the industry, okay, that's not good, right? But let's say, example, in your internal process, you might be trending red, but if you compare with industry and that is still you are the leader, you are doing great, that means you have to live up with that, okay, there's definitely some industry-wide process challenges which always keep this KPI red, right? So which nobody is able to kind of crack it, right? So those are some of the benchmarking thing. And of course, the 360-degree feedback, what we talk about, right? So it's not just based on your data and all, but you reach out to your external stakeholders, internal stakeholders as well to gather stuff. So, but this is more like a subjective one, that you send a supplier survey form, right? The planner survey form, the requisitioner survey form, the finance survey form and all. And they kind of provide all the details that, okay, yeah, we always get an expedited shipment. We always get purchase order on a very short notice, right? So all these can be some of the pain points as well. So which you might want to kind of factor in from the 360-degree feedback. Okay. So the supplier quality rating, as I said, right, this is more like a overall quality. So this is more like, think of this way, this quality rating will give out of 5 star, you give this supplier as 3.5 star, or maybe 4 star or 2 star, right? But it doesn't give an insight on why it got 3 star. That may be because of your OTIF, maybe because of a defect rate, maybe because of the delayed shipment and all those things. So this is more like think of this way, overall feedback, right? Okay, I give 2 star. These are my 2 star supplier. These are my 3 star supplier. Reason is, now if you want to kind of deep dive, you get into the on-time delivery, the defect rate, the in full delivery, all those things and all, right? And then basically, but all these combinedly will kind of factor in this quality rating, overall quality performance rating and all those things, right? That way. Okay. So in most of the time, typically the supplier performance are based on the quality, cost, and delivery, right? So most of the time, basically, it happens that, okay, the supplier performance are gauged based on the quality, cost, and delivery. But there are some other parameters as well, that safety, right? That is another parameter as well, right? Morale, right? Morale ties up to the sustainability. That also kind of ties up to that performance. So it depends upon what industry, what org we are working in. But the QCD is the most common parameter based on which we gauge supplier performance. But it does have some of the additional factors like morale and safety as well. Those things also kind of add up to the supplier performance. Now, when it comes to the QCD, what happens that, think of this way, some of the key areas, typically what happens like, okay, that whether they are doing on-time delivery, right? How the defective, whether it's delivered on time, right? Even if they are delivered on time and even they are doing a quality thing, is their cost okay? What if like, okay, two suppliers are there, they are delivering on time, they are delivering same quality, they are delivering in full, everything is good. One supplier charges $100, the second supplier charges $125. Okay, the supplier who's charging $100 maybe get a better overall rating, right? Because the cost, they win on the cost part, and that is one of the factor for the QCD parameter, correct? So some of the additional value, like many suppliers, they provide added value, value added service, right? We all are human, right? Everybody loves freebies, right? So some of the suppliers say, okay, along with these and all, what we'll give, like, okay, maybe free returns up to this one, or maybe a settlement period of 60 days or something. So once you are done, you have received it, you have a 60 days window to do a settlement. One supplier say, okay, no, as soon as you receive it, within 5 days or within 2 days, you have to do the settlement and all. So those are some of the added values and all those things, right? So those are also kind of factor in your supplier performance as well. But in general, QCD covers majority of the portion. Sometimes QCD MS also gets into that. That basically QCD stands for quality, control, and delivery. And then basically it goes morale and safety. Morale ties up to sustainability, and then safety, of course, there is there. And then, of course, these are some of the parameters or measures on that one, right? Okay. So think of this way, like you have some raw materials, right? And you have a supplier, say for example, one supplier, let's say for example, for that raw material. Okay. And they are based out of, let's say, until East Coast of US. East Coast many a times tends to get some hurricanes and some of the flooding and all those things, let's say, for example, right? What you want, while it's very unpredictable, one year it may come, another year it may not come, and all those things. What you would want to do is, okay, you might want to keep a secondary supplier not in the same region, maybe a different region. Basically, think of this way, diversifying your supplier portfolio or supplier profiling, so that even if a hurricane or some disruption happens in East Coast, you have a supplier from the West Coast who can fulfill the order if that supplier is not there. Or think of this way, let's example, many times what happens that, okay, you all know that Russia, Ukraine, right? So Russia, Ukraine is kind of was disturbed and all, right? Anybody knows why Ukraine is famous for? Like what all suppliers basically are based out of Ukraine? Ukraine provides lot of raw materials related to steel and all those things, right? So basically, typically, even the oil, right? Or basically, right? So they are one of the top producer of sunflower oil and all those things. Let's say, for example, you need oil and you have all the supply, you have 10 suppliers and all the suppliers are based out of Ukraine. You are putting your supply chain into risk because Ukraine might have a kind of impacted supply chain. So what happens? You might want to find some additional suppliers who are not based out of Ukraine. It is unpredictable. Nobody knows that. But you have to be smart enough to make sure that, okay, while you are choosing the supplier, it should not be from all the same region, all the same locality, right? All the same countries and all those things, so that you have different degrees of kind of risk mitigation. and then you kind of deal with it. Of course, there are some exceptional scenario like what we all saw globally was COVID. Doesn't matter whatever you had factored in or whatever you have risk mitigation, by large, less or more extent, but every supply chain system was impacted, right? So those are some of the exceptional things. But the idea here is when you kind of put together a supplier strategy and the picking up, you try to have a diversified profile across different region, across different areas and all those things to kind of make sure that even if some unpredicted and unwanted things comes up, it will not impact globally. Maybe it will impact one country or one region, and then the other set of suppliers would still be okay. Okay. Think of this way that, okay, you have two sets of supplier. Think of this way. One, you pick it up from North America. Other, you pick it, let's say, from Asia, right? And the way you do, whatever mills are there in the North America, South America region, your North America supplier supplies it. Your Asia supplier supplies it to the mills in EMEA and Asia. So while having multiple supplier and all, you diversify your portfolio. It may fractionally may bring your costing high, but you kind of adjust it based on your logistics because you are saving on logistics and all, right? And trust me, what happens? It's a very bad design to keep one single supplier onto your supply chain system, because forget everything, that supplier will get into the term that, okay, I have a monopoly. I can dictate my terms and condition because I do not have any competitor. If not sure if all of you remember, until many years, like except for last few years and all, Apple, when they manufactured the MacBook, by default, it was that Intel chip used to be there always, right? Intel was the sole provider of that chip and all. And then what happened, basically, they came up with their other Mac chip as well, right? So they have two versions and all, right? So some models are coming with the Intel chip, the other versions are coming with that Mac chip and all. So Intel was kind of getting into abrupt pricing that, okay, whatever I demand, you have to provide because you do not have option, right? So it's not a good strategy to keep one single supplier for the same item, because then they get into the monopoly. They become the dictating terms that, okay, what policy I want to put. You will not be able to put your pricing terms. You will not be able to put your delivery term. You'll not be able to put your other terms and conditions, right? Payment terms and all. So it's not a good strategy. So that's why all the companies, they will always make sure that they have multiple suppliers lined up. What if you have one supplier and everything is good, they are good relationship with you, but they run out of stock? So would you stop your production? Maybe not, because you might want to then reach out to some additional suppliers too, so that they can fulfill your orders and your manufacturing process continues, right? So it's not, to be very honest, on the costing part, it's more like making sure that, okay, you are kind of diversifying your portfolio, and in the long run, actually it brings down your cost rather than increasing the cost. Okay. Now let's see this one, that supplier price, cost, and value analysis. So I'll cover these two slides, and basically 3 slides, and then I'll give you some keep your spreadsheet and everything handy. We'll try to kind of see some numbers and see what you think, how it would behave after the cost analysis and value analysis. Okay. So what is supplier price, cost analysis, and value analysis? So these are basically, so when you talk about the supplier price and cost analysis, is that is nothing but you are evaluating supplier pricing structure to understand that, okay, what they are charging to you, how reasonable that is. That's what you are doing the cost analysis, right? So the cost analysis of the price which supplier is asking you. That's the whole point, right? So supplier is asking, say, for example, $100 per item per unit. You do the cost analysis of that price to see that whether this $100 is justifiable. If not, what we can do, what should be there, and all those things, right? So that's what basically. So that is that whole purpose of this cost analysis is, right? Why it is important, and you should continue to do always that, okay, it ensures fair pricing. It when you find some opportunity, you reach out to the supplier, change in your requirement, change your terms and condition, and eventually it brings the cost reduction, right? It brings down the cost, right? Of course, if the cost reduces, your profit margin increases, right? So it improves your profit margin. And of course, if they are transparent, these are your supplier and you are transparent on the terms and conditions and everything, then of course it builds a stronger relationship as well, right? Because reason is then you'll be in a more better position to trust your supplier that, okay, for example, you did a cost analysis and you found that, okay, yes, whatever they are charging is actually good. Not every time it will be unfair ask. They're actually charging a right set of price, which actually is the should be there. Then it improves the trust between you and your supplier that yes, whatever they are charging, it's not unfair, they are reasonable and all, and yes, they are our trusted source of suppliers, right? So there are different components, right? When we talk about, so one is the price analysis, other is the cost analysis, right? So that's what we talk, price analysis and cost analysis. So price analysis is typically what you do is you have your item, you compare that price of that item from multiple suppliers. So as we said earlier, right? You as an org, you will have, let's say, 5 suppliers. You pick up the same item, all the suppliers are supplying the same item. You compare the price from all the 5 suppliers and then do a market trend that, okay, these are my 5 suppliers who are charging this. These are additional 10 suppliers of the same item who are not my supplier, but they are in the industry. They are also supplying the same item and they are putting this. And then you kind of put together a trend, the history that, okay, year on year, are they increasing 1%, 10%, 5% and all those things. So that's what you do the price analysis, right? So this is price analysis is always between multiple suppliers. When it comes to cost analysis, this is this cost analysis would be the breakdown of the cost of one supplier. So say, for example, supplier A charges $100 per unit. So you break down that out of that 100, what is their material cost? What is their maybe logistic cost? What is their profit margin? What is their other admin cost, whatever. So different cost component you break down and you try to deep dive into that. That, okay, are they charging more for raw material? Because they are charging $100 per unit, out of which maybe let's say 4 or 5 components are there, out of which it may be that, okay, raw material they are charging correctly, admin they are charging correctly, everything they are charging correctly, only the profit they are charging maybe 50%, and which is inflating your price. So you want to break down to understand that which factor or which component within that cost of that particular supplier is being charged how much, and so that you can pinpoint when you have a discussion with the supplier that what they need to kind of look together, right? Okay, so that's basically the cost analysis, right? So price is between different suppliers, cost is for one supplier, the breakdown of that structure, right? Their cost. Now, how do you do the cost analysis? You do a direct cost analysis, examining direct material cost, labor cost, overhead cost, and all those things. There are indirect cost analysis as well, right? The admin, selling, general expense and all. And then total cost analysis, you kind of factor in both direct and indirect, and you kind of come up with that overall cost analysis, right? Including logistics, quality, services, everything all together, right? So that's basically your total cost analysis. So that's your cost analysis and price analysis, right? Now, when it comes to value analysis, so if you remember what we talked, we understood price analysis, which is between multiple suppliers, cost analysis, breakdown of one particular supplier pricing and get into the deep dive into that cost. The third element is the value analysis. So before we get into the actual question, we need to understand value analysis. So what is value analysis? Value analysis is whatever they are charging, whatever they are asking, that's okay. That the product which they are basically giving, what all value it provides to me. Does it provide some additional value? Does it eliminate some extra cost which I would have paid and all those things? So those are something like on the value analysis part as well. That, okay, fine, they are whatever they are charging, but when I pay to them, what I get in return. That's basically the value analysis. Apart from a product, you might get value added service, some possible elimination. Let's example, their quality is very high. So then that's you are eliminating some additional unnecessary costs of returning and all those things, or delayed shipments and all those things, right? So those are some of the value analysis thing, right? Why it is important? Of course, it reduces cost, because if it's you are getting some things in free, some additional value add, or it's basically eliminates some cost due to high quality, and also it overall reduces cost. It improves the quality of your product, and if the product quality is good, of course, customer satisfaction will go high, right? So you'll gain on the customer satisfaction, right? So the process, how you do the value analysis is, of course, you collect all the data, right? You evaluate, and basically you those data, you do some analysis, you do the evaluation, and then you implement that. Okay, how these need to be mapped onto the value analysis. So these are some of the subjective things. We'll quickly touch upon one example. Hopefully that will make things clear. Okay. So see here, read through the first part. What it says, a manufacturing company is purchasing a plastic component from supplier A. Okay. The component's current price is $10 per unit. So if you want to do a price analysis, what was price analysis? We compare the price from different supplier. We are not getting into a breakdown of what is this $10 per unit. So you try to do a price analysis for this component. So you say, okay, you collected all the data. So supplier A is charging $10, supplier B is charging 9.5, supplier C is charging 10.20, right? So purely based on the price analysis, what it says, okay, supplier B is my best supplier because they are charging me lowest, right? That's what like the initial analysis will come into, correct? Okay. So that was more like from the value analysis, right? Price analysis, correct? Now, let's example the cost analysis. So what we are trying to do now, we are zeroing down to only supplier A, the cost analysis. So how much supplier A was charging? $10. So we did a breakdown of the $10. So what they said, direct material, $3 per unit. Boss, this is fixed. Labor, they're charging $2 per unit. Overhead, they're charging $3 per unit. And profit margin, they are charging 20%, which is $2 per unit. So you do a cost analysis for this one. Now, you would, of course, as an industry expert and all, you would know how much the labor charges, how much overhead charges, what is the profit margin on. If all these are aligned, assuming that everything is aligned, let's say example, and supplier, whatever they are charging, it's all good. Nothing can be reduced. So then that means, of course, this is good enough. Okay. Now, do you have any control on profit margin? It's their strategy. Would you be able to control their profit margin? No. So that will be fixed. Overhead, whatever they are charging, that setup cost, office cost, blah, 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 and all. Okay, that will be also. Direct labor, of course, that's their call, how much labor and all. So direct material, this is what you are getting into, correct? So this is something, can you control? Or do you think that even this is beyond our control? While these three, let's say I'll assume that these three, they are charging it correctly. Direct material, after this cost analysis, there is one option. Think of this way. What was the original thing? We said a manufacturing company is purchasing plastic component from supplier A, correct? What we tried to do it, after this cost analysis details are there. So once we have the details on the cost analysis, what do? We have our internal value analysis start getting into. So that point of time, our value analysis kicks into picture. So what we do, we form our value analysis team to examine the plastic component, that whatever plastic component we are getting, how we can kind of bring down the cost, what value add we are getting, how it is important and all those things. So we examine the plastic component. So what they do is, okay, they'll start doing all the analysis, gather all the data and all those things, right? Different types of plastic, they will try to explore, redesign some of the component and all the other alternative and all. Can we not do plastic, or maybe can we reduce most likely there's some plastic we are procuring, more like, may think of this way, for our packaging purpose. Can we design our packaging in such a way that we use some less volume of plastic and all. So after all those factors and evaluation and all, they say that, okay, we can design our component in such a way that that will reduce my plastic uses by 10%, let's say. So that's your value add without impacting your overall product. You kind of reduce on some of the wastage, reduce some of the redesign some of the packaging things and all, and you reduce the plastic uses by 10%. So the moment you do the plastic uses by 10%, what happens? Instead of $3, it's basically 10% it reduces. So 0.3 you reduce on the direct labor cost, not by requesting the supplier to find an alternate source and all, but by reducing your consumption without, of course, impacting your overall product and all, right? So what do? You reduce the component reduction by 0.3 basically dollar, which is 10% of the material cost, right? So that's what it had, the value analysis had given. So $3 per unit was my material cost. So I reduce it by 10%, which is like 30. Yeah. So what happens? Now, say for example, if I put on supplier A, what will happen? Supplier A, instead of $10, we will start getting into 9.7, correct? Let's assume this direct material cost is the fixed irrespective of supplier A, B, and C. So supplier B was also charging 9.5, but so they might be charging, for example, this one. They might have the profit margin or overhead, they might have less, and that's why they are charging 9.5. The raw material cost was for them also, it was 3 only. So in that case, what happens, let's example, after this 10% reduction for supplier A, it will be 9.7. Instead of supplier A, let's say I would want to go to supplier B because they were charging less. So I pass that reduced consumption to supplier B. So supplier B also reduces by 0.3. So they may end up giving 0.9.2 per unit. Again, all these are hypothetical numbers, but I've just put together just to kind of give you some perspective. So what happens here? Your total basically cost reduction, because initially you are buying from supplier A, okay, who was charging $10. When you did a price analysis, you found supplier B is 9.5, supplier A is 10 and all those things. But just based on price analysis, you could have gone with 9.5, but you did not want to go with just based on price analysis. So you did a cost analysis. So you get into the most cost breakdown structure, and then you did a value analysis. And then you moved from supplier A, who was charging $10, to supplier B, not 9.5, but even with the reduced consumption, which is 9.2. So think of this way, it always goes into a combination. So you do all the three together. You do price analysis, you do cost analysis, you do value analysis, all the three together. And overall end result, what happened? That we had a cost reduction of 8%. 8% means instead of $10, which supplier A was charging, now you're getting all the products and everything from supplier B at 9.2 per unit instead of 10, which was before, right? So overall, you get a cost reduction by 8% per unit. And it's not because it's just by value analysis or just by cost analysis or just by supply analysis. If you would have done just by price analysis, you would have simply switched to supplier B. Would that suffice? Okay. Yes, you reduce the cost by 0.5, but there was more potential to further reduction. So let's do more optimum. So what you do, you club price by cost, and then from cost, you move to value, and then eventually got into the most optimum pricing. Okay. So this is just one example, what we typically do to kind of finalize do cost, price and cost analysis, and then value analysis for the supplier pricing and all. Okay. So what I wanted based on this example, right now, I was only focusing to show the example of direct material cost. So that's why I kept all these three factors constant. In other scenario, what you can do, you can keep these three as constant and you can put profit margin as a variable, right? When you compare with other suppliers. In some other example, you can put a labor cost as a variable, right? So in this case, what I did a value analysis only on the material, and assuming all the suppliers are charging these three exact same amount. So the only differentiator was the material, rest everything was same. The labor, overhead, profit margin was same. So I kept those as constant just to simplify. See, the problem that you do not want to keep everything variable, it becomes convoluted and it becomes difficult to understand. But absolutely, let's say example, raw material cost is same for all the suppliers. Labor is same. Let's example, profit margin is also same. Overhead for one supplier is $2, one supplier is $3 and all. You can start asking question that, okay, why you are charging overhead? Can you please elaborate and all? Because these are, of course, the contractual agreement and all. You need to get some insight. While they might still not be able to provide you all the details, but whatever can be shared across, they would able to share. And you can give some examples. The industry is charging $2 per unit. You are charging $3, which is kind of making my overall pricing as high. So you might want to reconsider this. Otherwise, we might have to reduce our trade volume and all those things, right? So it all depends upon what factor you want to do as part of your value analysis. So the journey begins first is, of course, the price analysis, because that's what you get a overall picture for all the suppliers. Then you do the cost analysis. You can do for one supplier, you can do for two suppliers, you can do for all the suppliers as well. And then which parameter you want to factor in. So when we did a value analysis, I took an assumption that from all supplier A, B, C, when I got the cost breakup, these three were same. So that's why my value analysis was focused only on the material details. That, okay, how can I reduce my consumption out of the material, which will bring my overall factor down. But if you think that, okay, when you are comparing supplier A, B, C on the cost breakdown, and rest everything is okay and the only overhead is different, then you start negotiating on overhead, right? That's what it depends. But in short, yes, absolutely, you can do that. It's not just that material. You can have a discussion with any parameter, doesn't matter, any parameter. Okay. These are my three suppliers, correct? What we have factored in. Okay. And this is my three numbers. Okay. So see, what we did was, so we started with supplier A and we did the cost analysis. So this is for supplier A, correct? Supplier A, right? This was the cost analysis for supplier A, what we did, which was eventually coming to total $10, correct? So what we assumed is, let's say example. So think of this way. Here, what we did from the value analysis, what we said is for the supplier A, we reduced our overall consumption by 10%. So if it is supplier A, say for example, if it is supplier A, what we said, which we saw was that instead of $10, it became basically equal to 3 into 0.11. So basically this was the reduction. And then here, say for example, if it was $10, so then our new price, had it been my supplier A, if I continue to procure from supplier A, this become 9.7. Correct? So after my analysis, if I just purely continue to be with my supplier A, the $10 reduction goes to supplier B. Supplier A, it goes to 9.7. Now, if you remember, supplier B was what? It was 9.5. So just purely based on the cost analysis, I could have shifted to supplier B. So I would have paid 9.5, and which is perfectly fine. So it would have given me a better cost. Instead of 10, I would pay 9.5. But what I did, I clubbed price analysis along with my cost analysis and value analysis. So what we did was, assumption is this material cost, the raw material cost, is a fixed across inventory. Everybody charges $3 per unit. Rest all supplier A might be charging $2 as a profit margin. Supplier B might be charging 1.5, and that's why they are charging overall 9.5. But this is a constant across industry, say for example. So if you talk about supplier B, say for example, let me put a hypothetical number here. Supplier B, if we put, right? So this continues to be here, and these three, let's say for example, here, this might be 1.5. And that's why this was coming to $10 and this was coming to $9.5. This number, I was clear based on the cost analysis only that supplier B is good. So I wanted to go to supplier B, but what I wanted to do based on the price analysis and value analysis, that do I go to supplier B with 9.5 or can I further reduce it? So what I said, based on the consumption, I saw that, okay, I can bring down by 30%. So this also gets down by 30%. So here also, basically what happens if it goes, assuming this raw material was constant because that's a fixed cost for irrespective of the supplier, because that's the same component we are talking about. So this becomes the 10% reduction. Here also it happens and this becomes 9.2. So based on the cost analysis, I wanted to go to supplier B, but when I club cost analysis with the value analysis, while still supplier B is my best bet, but I do not go to supplier B with 9.5. I go with from the value analysis, whatever the output happened. And that's why when the last slide, when I showed the number, I switched from supplier A, which was 10, to supplier B, which was 9.5 minus 30%, 10% of that, and it was 9.2. So now overall, when we say 8%, initially I was buying from supplier A. If you remember my initial statement, a manufacturing company current price is $10 per unit. Doesn't matter whatever supplier is. So $10, that means this supplier I was buying, right? $10 per unit. Now, after my cost analysis and value analysis, when I decided that I'll go to supplier B with not 9.5, but with 9.2, that gives me a overall percentage of basically 10 minus 9.4. And this is basically that, right? So you do a cost analysis, right? And then when you have finalized that, okay, yes, these are my suppliers and all, now based on the cost analysis, this may be a better supplier and you want to go. But then with what value you want to go, right? Okay, let's see a further deep dive on the value analysis. So you want to kind of get a further breakdown and then see that, okay, let's example, you want to have a discussion with these suppliers based on your material cost. So you do a value analysis for material that, okay, and this value analysis is your internal process. So you set up your internal team to make your process more streamlined to further reduce the cost. Think of this way. I'll tell you simple. I'll give you another example. Hopefully that will explain. Let's assume that all these are fine. You want to do a value analysis on overhead cost. And overhead cost, there would be majority of the things which supplier are doing and which they might not reveal. But based on certain discussion, you realize that your warehouse, the way it is designed and all those things, to unload, each supplier needs more labor. So they have to put more labor to unload into your warehouse and all. So you might want to redesign your warehouse. They say that, okay, boss, the way we will unload, instead of 5 levers, you may need just 2 levers. I'll put an automatic belt or something. You don't have to you just put your truck and then put the belt and everything kind of starts getting into my loading area and all. So instead of 5 levers, which comes on your truck to unload, you just need 1 or 2 levers and they will just keep on putting and all those things. So then you start doing the value analysis to bring down this overhead cost. And you say that by doing this, you promise that, okay, you will reduce your overhead cost from $3 per unit to maybe $2.5 per unit or something like that, right? So it's all basically that what additional cost reduction you can do internally to bring down the cost. So if you see in this case, what we did, we brought down the cost of raw material. How did we do that? We internally decided that, okay, plastic component we are procuring. Let's see where all this plastic component is being used. Can we find an alternative source? Can we find a cheaper source? Can we reduce the volume of the plastic, right? The quantity of the plastic and all. So without compromising on the quality. So the team did all the data analysis, evaluations and everything. And then they said, okay, we can bring down the plastic usage because there are 10% wastage is happening. We can reuse those wastage and we'll bring down the overall consumption of plastic by 10%. So that value analysis helped you to reduce the direct material cost, right? So the value analysis is more, think of this way, it's an internal process to further analyze and streamline your process to bring any of the one particular cost component lower, which overall brings the overall pricing also lower. So that value analysis, if you see from 10 to 9.5, you went by cost analysis. Okay. But you further went to 9.2 because of the value analysis. So that $30, 30 cents what you decrease, that was because of the value analysis which you did internally, not with the supplier. You did internally. You decided that, okay, now you will have a reduced material by 10%. You just inform that, okay, suppliers, that going forward, instead of 100 tons, I'll order only 90 tons. Your direct material cost reduce it, right? So that's what it is. So that's basically the value analysis for us. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers supply chain management course in collaboration with EICT IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you will learn technologies such as procurement, logistics, supplier management, and practical exercises, which are mentored by our industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of supply chain management.
What we are going to start is another important parameter or another important topic, and that's logistics, right? So logistics is what we are going to cover today. All right, so let's start from logistics, right? So we're talking about, so these are some of the topics which we are going to cover. We'll see how far we can go along today, and then if we are able to, my target is to cover pretty much everything today, but let's see, depending on how the discussion goes, and then we'll proceed accordingly. One request for everyone in the class. Now I'll give you 10 more seconds to just read through these topics. What are topics which we'll cover as part of logistics? Okay. So these are the topics. We'll touch upon the logistics in intro, and then we'll just quickly touch upon the forward and reverse logistics. Please do not worry about reverse logistics for now. We'll have a very detailed session on reverse logistics as well, where we'll touch upon how individual reverse logistics scenario also works. This is in itself is a big module and all, but right now just we'll touch upon forward and reverse logistics so that you do not get confused. We'll get into some of the network designs, and then we'll get into the logistic functions of transportation. We'll touch upon some of the core concepts and functions of TMS. And then even warehouse management comes as part of logistics, right? So transportation is one part, and then once the transportation comes, it delivers or it loads basically or do the loading unloading in the warehouse. So warehouse management also is very tightly coupled with the logistics concept. So we'll touch upon the warehouse and storage, and then we'll get some brief idea on the warehouse management system, that is WMS. All good so far? Okay. So if that sounds like a plan, let's go ahead. So this is what, when we talk about logistics, Himanshu, your hand is raised. Do you have any question? Okay. So you who spoke earlier, right? So logistics is, when we talk about, it's nothing but all about managing the flow of goods, information, and finances from one point of origin to the other point, right? The destination is always the point of consumption, and the source is always the point of origin, right? From where it is originating, right? So that's what basically we are managing, tracking, having the visibility of all these, and that's what it comes as part of logistics. It's, of course, as we spoke, like it plays a very vital, very critical role in end-to-end supply chain process. Any delay in the logistics directly impacts your customer satisfaction. A dissatisfied customer, that means a loss of sales. Loss of sales means loss of dollars, loss of revenue, and potential shutdown of the business if it continues to happen over time again and again at scale, right? So customer satisfaction, no business can risk this customer satisfaction, right? Because of any factor, right? So logistic plays a direct impact on customer satisfaction. Think of this way: you ordered something from Amazon, and instead of that was promised that within 2 days you'll get the delivery, and you had ordered something for some event which was maybe 3 days from today, and you were expecting that within 2 days you'll get your shipment, and it keeps on getting delayed, and instead of 2 days you get it maybe after 5 days or something, right? The purpose is defeated, right? Of course, you'll give a bad rating to the seller, you'll provide a lot of negative reviews and all. Now, over and over time, it keeps on happening. Then what your perspective is that, okay, Amazon always delays shipment and I'm not going to order from Amazon, right? Now think of this way, scale it up from one customer to 100 and 100 to 1,000 and 1,000 to kind of millions, right? Of course, it's a loss of business, right? So that's definitely logistics plays a very important role on the customer satisfaction. Cost reduction, right? So it directly impacts the costing. Think of this way that, okay, if you are planning your logistics properly, you will have a better controlled check on your cost, right? Instead of shipping it, everything's expedited. If you plan it better, you can do it with ground shipment. You can batch maybe 5 or 10 items in one box and ship it, right? Rather than individually shipping out small boxes in every time and all, right? So a better plan, better planning at the logistics side reduces the cost. And of course, at the end, each of the competition, each of the business are fighting against their competitor to stay relevant and stay front, stay ahead in the market, right? So any hiccups there, any lags there on the logistics directly impact the competitive advantage as well. We have spoken about supply chain in general. We had different stages and different stakeholders out there. When it comes to logistic, we have some of the key components, which includes suppliers, manufacturers, customers, and then of course warehouses and transportation. Now we are not going to cover suppliers, manufacturer, and customer as part of this, because these are more like, think of this way as an indirect component, and we have touched upon suppliers in detail a lot. Manufacturers definitely will cover when we come to when we discuss the operations and manufacturing part. Customer, when we get into the sales order and all, then definitely we'll kind of discuss the customer part. So from our discussion perspective, from out of all these potential custom components for logistics, we are going to cover warehouse and transportation. These two are the direct component of logistic module, have more visibility, more impact, more integration for any of our logistics solutions. Okay, so that's a quick background. Now, all right, okay. So with that, let's quickly see very high level flow, right? So this is like just wanted to make sure that how the flow is happening. Now, all these arrows you see, these are nothing but your logistics happening, right? So let's example, when you start from here, raw material, this is your nothing but the supplier. The journey begins from here, raw material supplier. From here, they'll do, let's example, they can send it to manufacturers, right? So manufacturer, what they do, they will do some fabrication. They may send to another module manufacturer to do the assembly, right? So there are assembly manufacturers and all, right? All these are basically sent to, let's example, your warehouse, in where you will have those inventory and everything maintained. And then of course it will eventually go to customer, right? It can go to retail, it can go to customers, depending on what is your process. But from the supplier going all the way till customer, that's your forward logistics, right? So this top half you see, that's basically your forward logistics. Now when it comes to returns, now return does not reverse logistics, or not return, say reverse logistics need not always start from customer. Okay, customer, yes, they do start the reverse logistics. Let's example, there can be two types of reverse logistics. One, what a customer got and it's defective, or it's they do not like the product and they want to return it. So that is also a reverse logistics. The other is, think of this way, that it can be some of the reuse and recycle thing, which we discussed on in one of the initial session as part of circular supply chain, right? So if some of the components are as part of reuse and recycle, so think of this way, you are buying a laptop from Amazon and they have a offer that, okay, if you you can exchange it with your old laptop also, and we'll give you, let's example, maybe $50 discount. So you ship back your old laptop back to, let's example, Amazon. So that is not part of it. It's not defective. It's not, you do not want to use, but it's more like a your recycle thing, or right? So those things also. So that also follows your reverse logistics. So customer initiates any kind of reverse logistics. If it is reuse, it can go back to your wherever you are maintaining your used inventory, or it can go to your repair hub as well, there where you want to repair it and then maybe use it for any other purpose. Say, for example, at the part of repair hub, you realize that, okay, it cannot be repaired. So you send it to the part assembly where you can just take down all the parts and all, right? And then, or the other option is that you can send it to the remanufacturing, that, okay, they can remanufacture and then use those things. Similarly, but eventually the bottom line is we are not going to discuss very detail on the reverse logistics now. But the bottom line is that the reverse flow also happens. And the why I wanted to bring this, that even for the reverse logistics at each stages, there is a transportation involved. So the logistics is involved, right? So you see that, okay, somebody would be shipping it out, right? From this location to this location and this location to this location, whichever flow it happens, right? So all these are basically your logistics. Doesn't matter whether it's a forward logistics or your reverse logistics, your transportation, your warehousing, and all those things will come into picture. Now, in the industry, typically what happens, majority think of this way, you pick any organization. Let's example, you pick Amazon, or you pick Procter and Gamble. Let's example, you pick Kimberly Clark, right? You pick any big brands and all. Their core function is to produce goods and sell goods. Their core competency and core job is not to transport the good, right? So majority of time what happens, they outsource these logistics functions to a third party vendor. So there are some specialized logistics partners like are there who deal with movement of items from your manufacturing plant to distribution center and distribution center to retail stores and all, right? So those things, when they outsource it, you call it at the third party logistics vendors. If again, it need not to be always like that, but there are, like example, if you say, no, I do not want to outsource it, it's my in-house logistic partner, I want to maintain my logistic operation by myself itself, then that model is called 1P basically, right? First part, one party, 1P, a logistic operation, right? The basic principle still remains same, even if it's a 3P, basically the third party logistic vendor. After every operation and all, they will keep on updating you. You will keep on receiving those data that, okay, whether item has been picked up, whether the truck has reached, whether the truck is not reached and all, how the transportation is managed and all. So those are different models. Either you can pick 1P or 3P logistics and all. But the bottom line is, irrespective of whether it's a 1P or 3P, your system has to be integrated with logistics operations, right? We'll discuss in the subsequent slide how the integration and where exactly the data flow happens, what are the key integration touch points and all those things as well. But that's a very brief on basically the forward and reverse logistics. Please do not worry about the reverse logistics. We will discuss in detail on the reverse logistics as well in some of the sessions, okay, where we'll get into a lot of systematic details, how the transactions are happening, what transaction are processed in the supply chain system, in SAP systems, on different processes and all, right? So those we'll also discuss, right? Okay, all right. All right, let's move further. So that's with that background. Let's try to understand some of the, so I think I should, okay, let's try to understand first the network design. I was thinking the order, but let's try to understand the network design before getting into the TMS. Okay, so now for the transportation, there are some industry standard, what we call as network design, right? So there are, we on a very high level, these are called as, or these are tagged as network design, or for that matter, transportation network design, right? Now, one of the very basic so think of this way, when we say network design, all what that means, that how the goods are transported from supplier to your destination location. or I should not have called supplier. Think of this way more like your origin location to the destination location, right? That's what it is, right? Or seller to buyer or source to destination, whatever you call it out, right? But that's what so there are different models and different network design. Different business select or prefers different network design. There are multiple factors which are responsible for you to take decision that what network design you might want to put it. Right. So one of the most simpler and a very basic network design, what we call is a direct shipment network, right, to a single destination. So this is your network design. It's direct shipment network to single design. As the name itself suggests, what happened? You, let's example, you have, these are the suppliers, your supplier A, B, C, D, and all, right. So these are your suppliers. So, say for example, this is your supplier 1, this is your supplier 2, this is your supplier 3, right? Now, these are your A, example, B, C, D, E, and F, right? So, what happened? You have 6 trucks going from 1 to A, 1 to B, 1 to C, 1 to D, 1 to E, 1 to F, right? So that's how your trucks would be there. So it will be 1A would be your 1 truck, 1B, 1C, 1D, and so on, right? Similarly, you have another set of trucks who will pick it up from 2. So you'll have 2A, 2B, and so on, right? So what it basically comprises that there's no hops. It picks up from your source location and it delivers it at the destination location. That's the network design. Very basic, very simple, and very easy to implement. So think of this way. Of course, what would be the advantage? Very easy to implement. There's no complications. Everybody knows from where to pick and where to deliver. There are no other hops, there are no other potential stage delays and all those things, right? In all likelihood, maybe once it picks up from here, unless any other restriction or basically the hindrance comes on the way, the chances that it will hit the destination location on time and all, right? So that's what we have, the direct shipment network to the single destination. Okay, very basic. So once that is done, the next is what we have is, read this term, milk run. Please do not think that, okay, I have made up this term. This is a standard industry term, right? So this is what we call direct shipping with milk runs. So this is a one combination, direct shipping with milk runs. Now it has 2 sub flavor. I'll just put a line here. It has 2 flavors. One is from multiple suppliers. That means it picks up from multiple suppliers. And the other flavor is to multiple buyers. So there are 2 different flavors. One is multiple buyers and other is multiple suppliers. Let's try to understand one by one. So direct shipping with milk run. What does milk run means? If any of you would have seen a morning milk vendor, let's example, in the morning when they deliver milk, right? What do they do? They'll have, let's say, a basket of full of milk bottles. They will pick up from their location and they will come to house A. They'll give you 1 bottle. Then they go to house B. They'll give another bottle. Then they go to house C and give another bottle, like that and all, right? So they do not do that, okay, they pick 1 bottle from the location and they deliver to house A. Then again, they go back to the pickup location and pick another bottle, come to house B and all. It doesn't happen like that, right? So this is what we are inferring as with milk run. So what does this mean is, example, this is a supplier 1. You have location as A, B, C. So what they do is, typically a truck starts pick up everything from supplier 1. They go to location A. Let's example, they picked up 100 quantity. They go to location A and they deliver 40. Now, from there, they directly go to location B. They again deliver 30. From here, they go to location C and they deliver another 30. And then they go back to the supplier. So what had happened, instead of 3 trucks, so if you go to the previous one, if we just encounter these 3 location only, so what we had 3 trucks from 1 to A, 1 to B, 1 to C. In this case, what happened? We just had 1 truck, 1 to A, from A to B, B to C. Now this can be possible. Let's say, for example, your A, B, C locations are, let's say, for example, in the same region. Let's say, for example, you have the 3 location. Let's say, for example, one is in United States, like one location is in, let's say, from example, from Chicago, the other location, let's say, Indianapolis, and the third is maybe St. Louis. So these 3 are in the Midwest region. It's easy for a truck which starts from New York to go to Chicago, then to maybe Indianapolis, and then to St. Louis, and then go back to New York, rather than 3 trucks starting from New York and going to 3 different locations, right? Of course, it does come with other limitation, that you should have ample space in your truck to accommodate all the 3 orders at one shot and all those things, right? So those things are there. So that's why we call it as a milk run. So it's a direct shipping with milk run to multiple buyers. So this category, what I explained is direct shipping with milk run to multiple buyers. So your supplier was just one, but you had 3 different buyer location. Okay. I see a couple of hands raised. Just give me 2 more minutes. I'll try to cover the second part and then we'll take down the questions. The second flavor of the milk run is here. Your truck does not go to multiple location, but it does picking from multiple locations. So think of this way. You have your truck and you said, okay, I want to pick up part A from supplier A, part B from supplier B, and part C from supplier C. And all the 3 parts I want to be at my location 1. So what it does, you have 3 trucks. It starts from supplier 3, picks up, let's example, 10 item, go to supplier 2, picks up another 10 item, go to supplier 1, picks up another 10. Now I have all the parts what I wanted, and then from there it goes and gives it to your buyer location A, and from there it goes back to again supplier, right? So this is again a direct shipping. So direct shipping with milk run from multiple supplier, right? So this flavor, right? Okay. Okay. All right. Let's quickly move to the next concept. So we saw 2 things here. One was basically the direct shipment network to single destination. The other is basically direct shipment with milk runs. Of course, it has 2 flavors. Now, there would be one more principle coming in. Basically, it says all shipment via DC. So here, what we so far we saw, suppliers are directly shipping it to the buyer location. Here, the scenario is all suppliers will ship to DC, right? So this is my central location, right? All suppliers will ship it to DC, and then from DC, all the things, all the buyers will get. So in this case, there are 2 different transportation parties may get involved. So think of this way. From supplier to DC, it would be your supplier logistic partner would be there. They are shipping it out. Once it has gone to DC, now it's up to this org to send from their warehouse to their buyer location. So this piece of transportation may be managed by your org, right? And this piece would be managed by maybe supplier, right? So, but the concept is that here all supplier location will centrally go to the DC location, and then from DC, it will eventually go to buyer location, right? So it's not a direct linkage from supplier to buyers, but in between you have a DC or warehouse layer come into picture, right? Now, of course, there are multiple flavors in DC, right? So there are concepts of, and we'll discuss these things as well. There is a concept of cross dock, right? So that we will come into picture, that what is this cross dock? There's something called storage location and all. We'll see some of these things, but at the end, the model is that all suppliers they will ship it out to the buyer location, but with an intermediate stage of DC as a holding place. And then DC decides where to send, what to send, when to send, and all those decisions are being taken at the DC layer. All right. Okay. Shall we quickly move to the next part? And then the next is shipping via DC using milk run, right? So again, now, so far what we saw, it was the shipment via DC, but it was direct. So from DC, it's going one-to-one and all. Now just add a flavor, like, so now, since all of you are familiar, at least at a basic level on the milk run, so think of this way, that, okay, from supplier, different suppliers are sending it to DC, but now while the shipment or the logistics are happening between DC and the location, it takes not like one-to-one, but it takes the milk run concept, right? So DC sends to location 1, then from location 2, then to location 3, and then come back, right? So that's it. So I hope that this is pretty much clear to everyone. Since we have a background on milk run, this is more like an extension of milk run with a via DC. So earlier what we have seen, supplier sending it directly to buyer 1, then buyer 2, buyer 3, and go back to supplier. Here supplier sends to DC, and that's it. We are done. Then now DC acts as a source location. So this would be like from DC to buyer 1, buyer 2, buyer 3, and then goes back to DC. All right, all good. We have a question. We'll try to do that question to relate these concepts. Pen, paper, spreadsheet, Google Sheets, whatever you prefer. I would suggest do not use pen, paper. Try to put it on sheets so that it becomes easy to calculate. And the whole intention is not to learn the calculation, but rather learn concepts, right? So sheets and all, everything would be easy. All right. Okay. Let's move to, oh, my bad. So sorry. A quick recap of what we had discussed before moving. I think we covered pretty much all these before, but a quick recap here. So these are the different, this one, the network design, and we just listed down the pros and cons, right? So direct shipping, we say that, okay, no intermediate warehouse. It's simple to coordinate, right? We discuss about this is the most simple one, very basic one. But of course, the cons would be the high inventory, right? Because every time you have to ship one truck at a time from one location to another location, right? So every time a full truck will go, or maybe a half truck will go and all, right? You can't send a maybe just 10% of the truck load you may not be able to send, because that might not be a cost efficient. So that's a cons. Direct shipping with milk run, of course, as we discussed, it has lower transportation cost for small lots. The cons would be if the lot size increases, you may not be able to fulfill via milk runs, right? And then of course the coordination changes, right? So as Samuel, you are also mentioning, right, that if had it been like you are getting individual truck from one supplier to you and all, so there was no coordination issue. But the moment you implemented milk run, you have to put up with an additional contract that, okay, once my truck reaches, you have to be ready with your goods, right? The finished goods and all. If not, what is the clause? How long I have to wait? Who would take care of the subsequent logistics and all those things, right? So those does increase the complexity, right, on the coordination side, right? Then we have all shipment via DC, right? So in the DC, what says that lower inbound transportation cost. So from supplier, instead of supplier sending it to 10 different locations, supplier will send to one centralized location, right? And then they, so you will have a consolidated one, right? So every supplier will send it to your rolled up location, which would be your DC location. That is good for you so that you can plan better. The negative aspect would be that inventory cost would be increased because you have an added layer of DC, right? That means you have to load, unload, store, labor management, everything kind of adds an additional layer. So that's of course at the cost, right? How you are handling the inventory, how you're loading the inventory and everything. So that's increases the cost of the inventory, holding cost, carrying costs, all those things as well, right? Again, all shipment via central DC with cross-dock. Cross-dock is another flavor of DC. Cross-dock, so hold on to this thought. we are going to cover cross-dock later in this today's session itself. So cross-dock is on a high level, think of this way, it's a small location within the distribution centers, which basically the whole point is that, okay, you don't keep inventory there for long. You just load, move it from there to another location like that and all. Think of this way, a very quick in and out those locations. So that's basically cross dock. So hold on to that thought. We'll discuss cross dock and hopefully that will give a more picture on that. DC via milk run, we already discussed, right? So it has the advantage of milk runs as well as DC. And of course, since the milk run is involved, the coordination and all those things adds the complexity as well, right? So that would be your that. And then you have a concept of tailored network. Tailored network is like a customized one. So it doesn't align with any of these. It all depends upon that what your product and store needs. So for some product, you may follow direct shipping. For some product, you may follow milk run. For some, you may want to get it via DC, and also it's a mix of that, basically the combinations, right? So that's what it would. Let's move to, so take some time, read this question. But the point here is that finding the solution is not the end goal. The whole point all of us want is try to understand the concept, right? How we arrive at that. It may be wrong, it may be right, doesn't matter. But what we are trying to do for everyone in the batch here is we want to understand that if we have given all these data, what is the approach how we are going to take it, right? To kind of arrive that, okay, what is the optimum way, right? So the question here, as you folks summarized, we have given some scenario, right? So it has some numbers of suppliers, number of stores, right? So if we have, think of this way, like we'll call this, right? That's how we were there, right? So what it says that it has 4 suppliers. And then of course it has how many stores? It has 8 stores, correct? So think of this way, that is what the network design we had put together, right? Initially also when we were discussing some of the theory, right? So these are our stores. And then of course there is an option of DC as well, correct? So that's what, oh sorry, no, DC was not there, correct? DC was not there, sorry, ignore that. All what we are discussing is like either direct or the milk run. There's no concept of DC so far here. So one option is basically it goes from here, here, here like this, or the other concept is goes like here to here to here, then goes like this to here to here to here, goes like this, like that. And also these 2 options are there. That's what we would want to understand, right? Some of the numbers what we see is 40,000 unit. Truck have a capacity of 40,000 units. Of course, that is the maximum capacity is 40,000 unit. And every time you load, one full load is basically 1,000 per load, right? So that load is $1,000. Per delivery is $100. That means if they do from 1 to A, they charge $100. Let's have a 1A to B also, B to C, or maybe A1 to this. Like, so every time they say that, okay, 1 to A, 1 to B, 1 to C, so 100, 100, 100, basically it will end up, right? So that way. A truck making 2 delivery. So if the truck is doing from 1A to 1B, and then, so it will charge 1200 because 100, one time it gets loaded and then 2 deliveries is making. So 100 plus 100. So basically 1200 it becomes, right? The cost of holding is 20 cents, right? So for a year, per unit is 20 cents. Okay. Now, what it says is, read out this number, total. If the annual sale for each product at each retail store is 960. Okay, that's a very strong, good or important critical number. So let's go step by step. All I want everyone to go one by one. First thing is, how many times, let's example, what it says is that 960. Okay, you have any, I see some of the raise hand. Shankar, you have any point? So basically that would signify that how many times the truck would be loaded, correct? And this is for each store. Now, how many stores you have? 8 stores. Think of this way. See, it's sales for each product at each retail, correct? Then if it is a 8 store, that means 8 times you have to multiply whatever you got, the number of truckloads, correct? And do not forget what it says is sale of each product at each retail store. That means supplier 1 is supplying, that is also 960,000. Supplier 2, because we have 4 different suppliers, right? So that means 4 different products we are talking about, right? So whatever we are getting, we might have to multiply into 4 into 8 also, right? 4 suppliers and then 8 stores. That's how it basically gets. So we'll go step by step. Okay, so let me start. I'll do one thing. I'll start for the direct supply. And from there, I want everyone to calculate the milk run. So there are 2 things, 2 calculations we have to do, right? The total cost for the direct one and the total cost for the milk run. And then whichever is lower, that would be our answer, correct? At least this part, everyone understand? No problem. Yeah, hopefully after the calculation, things will be more clear. But in case if you have any more question, we can again discuss that. Is that
Sure,
okay?
fine.
But the bottom line for everyone, based on all these numbers, we have to calculate the costing part for the direct shipment. That's our one approach. And the other is direct shipment with milk run. And whichever is lower, I will choose that. Correct? That is for sure. Everyone aligned on that part, right? Because if you see the ask is, what network do you recommend? Now, recommendation has to be attested with some facts, some numbers, right? That's how the recommendation. So, let's example, you as a transportation manager of your org, you go and say, oh, I want direct shipment. So the first question your leadership will ask, okay, why do you think is direct shipment is good? Or if you say, no, I think it's a milk run. Why is the milk run is preferred way? So you have to provide some facts. And what would be the fact? The all what fact would be that, okay, lower cost. That's it. The moment you say, okay, this costs $100, this costs $80, they'll straight away approve it. You don't have to go through hundreds of PPT and all those things to kind of put together your thought. So you are clear on the ask, what we have to do? The ask. It's very important to understand because this will clarify a lot of things for you, right? On the transport. You can clear on this so far? So let me show you the first part. Do the direct shipment. It will give you a lot of direction for those folks who are kind of little bit kind of getting confused, and it's very normal to get confused, which is perfectly fine. We all are learning, so please do not get into that okay, I'm not understanding anything and that's why I'm getting confused and all. Please do not worry about that, right? Let me show you the direct shipment part. From there, take a cue and proceed to the milk run. That will give you a sequence that okay, how you have to process. So let me just explain you what we have done and hopefully that will give you a picture. So you can see my screen, right? Okay. So what we did that when annual sale for each product at each store is 960 unit, our analysis assume that all trucks are travel full. That's one basic assumption we are taking. That one when we are saying always it would be full truck. So every time we are picking up, it would be 40,000 units at every shipment, right? So that's we are taking assumption. Otherwise, it becomes very difficult and very complex. That sometimes you say, what if 40,000 instead of I packed only 38,000? So then all those things will start adding that LTLs and all shipments and all will start adding additional complexity. So for our understanding, we are assuming that all trucks are always full, right? Now, so first we want to do is with the direct shipment, right? That's what we said. So the batch size is 40,000. This is given in the question. So some of you, I think it was Chaitanya or somebody, right? You mentioned, right? So that and Abdul also mentioned, right? So first thing, what we have to get that what is the total number of shipment from each supplier to each store? So total each truck takes 40,000 units. Total sale for each of the retail from each product is 960 divided by 4. That means 24 times every supplier will send it to every store. That is what the total number of shipment it will happen. So far, clear on 24? Okay. Now, all what we want is first, let's see we are talking about, think of this way. What we are trying to discuss is direct shipment. What does direct shipment means? When truck gets packed, it moves from 1 to 2. That's it. One shipment full. That means one trip will cost how much? 1100 is because we are making one delivery at a time. If you remember, what it says is $100 per delivery. Had it been milk run, then you would have put 100 plus 100 plus 100 if you are taking 3 deliveries, right? But here just one delivery. So that means 1100 is one trip cost of truck. So the total cost, what it comes? 24, which is like one supplier to one store is 24 into 1100. That is one truck. So that means this calculates the total price for one supplier and one retail store. How many suppliers we have? 4 suppliers. How many retail store we have? 8. That means this is your total trucking cost for all the 4 suppliers and all the 8 retail store. Is this clear so far? Perfect. Okay. Now, if you remember from the first session of inventory management, remember we had discussed that we will assume that whatever is that total demand is there, what we will do is like we will assume the average inventory is demand by 2. Remember, that is what average we had discussed. That's a principle of supply chain from the calculation perspective. So this is your average inventory at each store. This is what that we have got. That 40,000 was my per truck. It comes. So we are saying that each store for each product is the 20,000. Again, this is your assumption, and assumption based on that principle that it's always average inventory is D by 2. So that's basically your average inventory for each store for each product. So that's your assumption. Now, this is your total inventory at each store. Now, what is the inventory cost? Exactly, 0.2 per unit. So in one store, if this is my average inventory, so in one store, 20,000 into 0.2 would be my inventory cost. Correct? How many stores you have? 8 stores. Product you have 4 products. So 20,000 into 0.2 into 4 into 8. That is, this is, let me just so that at least all of you can see it. So this is your total inventory cost, inventory carrying cost or holding cost, whatever you are talking about, right? So that's basically your inventory cost. So now what is the total cost? Your logistic cost plus inventory cost, that becomes your total cost, right? So 844, 844,800 and 128,000, you add it up, that becomes your total cost of, because of if you are doing the shipment through direct network shipment. So yeah, so inventory cost, think of this way, what is your inventory cost? In the question, it's giving the holding cost of 1 unit in inventory at a retail is $0.2. That is 20 cents in a year, for a year, correct? What is your average inventory for each store? Is 20,000 into 0.2 is your per unit. That means this becomes 4,000, right? Now this is for one product in one store. How many stores you have? You have 8 stores. How many products you have? You have 4 products. So 20,000 into 0.2 into 4 into 8. That gives your total inventory holding cost or inventory cost, right? This is your transportation cost, the trucking cost, total cost. It will be logistic cost plus inventory cost. This would be, if all of you remember, we had done a problem where what there 3 components were there, right? Remember when we were trying to do the graph? So there was material cost, we had ordering cost, and we have inventory holding cost. So here we are focused on, because material cost is anyway constant, we are going to get the same number of unit, and also we are not bothered about that. So you add 1,000 here or 10,000 here or 0 here, both in direct shipment and with the milk run, the material cost will still be same. So I don't care about that. So all what I wanted is ordering cost, which is nothing but your trucking cost, right? The logistics cost comes into ordering cost and the holding cost. So I added my this one and this one, and got my total annual cost. Okay, everyone clear so far? I'll stay on this screen cell, take a cue from here. Anytime do you see a truck making 2 trips, it's just one, it picks up from here, it does one delivery. So one delivery. This truck, another delivery. This truck, another delivery, right? There's no 2 deliveries here.
Okay.
But 2 deliveries when it will come, one truck goes from here, one delivery, and it goes from here to another. That is second delivery, third delivery, fourth delivery, and then goes back. Correct? So here, that's why when we came to that question here, the question was that 1000 is fixed per load. One time you load a truck, the 1000 would be fixed. If they make one delivery, that is 100. So direct cost, it's one delivery. If it is 2 delivery, that means if they're delivering to
For the
two
milk
locations,
run.
one time you load it, and if you put it 2 locations, then it will be 1000. That's what it says also. A truck making 2 deliveries. 2 deliveries means to location 1 and location 2. It will be
Okay.
charged. If a truck gets loaded one time and it delivers to location 1, 2, and 3, it will be charged 1300 and so on. Right?
Okay.
So we are talking about here direct shipment, correct? So that's why
Yes.
nowhere 1200 came into picture. It's always 100, 1100 because it's just always one delivery, correct? So with this concept, now that 1200 will come into picture. So we jumped ahead. So because now the second option, what we have to explore or analyze or put the cost is, let's try to get the same cost, this total annual cost in case of milk run. Okay. And let's assume, for our simplicity, let's assume it's one truck will maximum do 2 deliveries only, because milk run can be done for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, any number of locations, correct? There's no way that, okay, it can do from 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 2 to 4, and then go on. So from our calculation perspective, let's assume that for milk run, a truck will do 2 deliveries. Once it is loaded and it will do 2 deliveries. Okay. With that concept, let number means this number I want for milk run with 2 deliveries. A truck making 2 deliveries, I want this number. And then the final verdict, that should I go with direct or should I go ahead with milk? That is my ask. Okay. So once you are done, okay, if you have the answer, okay. So we have 4 suppliers. That means 4 different products coming from 4 different suppliers. And you have 8 different retail stores. So the consumption becomes 8 times, right? Whatever you're getting, right? So that's how it is. So yeah, that's why you are doing it from 4 and 8. Okay. Because whatever numbers you are being given, that is like 40,000 and all, it's per product per store. So if there are 4 products, that means your consumption is 40,000 into 4. And if you have 8 more stores, that means 40,000 into 4 into 8. That's how it becomes, right? That's what it is. Sorry, not 40,000. Basically, that total number of trips, basically, we are talking about, right? The 24 and all, right? That way. That's what we had mentioned initially also, that assume that there are 4 suppliers, which is nothing but the 4 different products we are talking about here. Okay. All right. Okay, so I've got quite a bit number of is huge. The range, I have got responses right from 588,000 something to maybe 1 million as well, right? So 1,050,000. I've got 70,000, 69, sorry, 700,000, 690,000, 550,000, 928,000. So different responses are there. Of course, not everything would be right. Just there would be just one right answer. So shall we go ahead and see what it takes? All right. So let's see how and where did we miss some of us and who made it right. Okay. Again, these are all learning experience. So we are just trying to see the different things. Okay. So let me just, so this is all everybody clear that this is your direct shipment, right? So this is your 972. All what we want to know that if the milk run is coming more than it or less than it, right? All right. Okay. Let's see it. Okay, let's see how we came. Again, the answer is not important. The more important thing is we have to understand what, how, and all was done to kind of arrive at this number. And let's see, hopefully it may be the case that I might have calculated incorrectly as well. So let's see that. So this still remains same, right? So so 40,000 was the batch, basically your full truck capacity. If you remember what I had mentioned, that each truck makes 2 delivery. What does that mean? That from each supplier to each store, it would be 20,000, which we took it as 40,000 initially. This became 20,000 this time. Did anybody notice that? So one hurdle completed. So we had 20,000. That's good. Number of shipment per year from each supplier to each store. In the previous scenario, we had 960 divided by, this time it became, that means 48, because of course, what you were last scenario, the earlier scenario, each store were getting 40,000 unit shipment. This time they are getting 20,000 unit shipment because same truck is delivering to 2 store. But the total sale is still 960,000. That means instead of receiving 24 trucks per store from one supplier, now they will receive 48 trips. Here 100 per delivery. So while 1,000 was fixed, which will get split into number of stores it is delivering, 100 becomes fixed per delivery. So if it goes one store, 100, it takes 100, another store, it takes another 100 and all. So this will not be. So that's what it says, that if it makes 2 delivery, it becomes 1,200. Now,
Okay.
1,200, right? So basically what happens? This 1,000 gets split into 2. While if it is, for example, now let's assume one very important aspect here. If the truck is delivering to 2 locations, you can say 1,200. So why can't I do 1,200 divided by 2? As simple as that. It will give me 600, correct? What we have to do, this may not be right always. What we should be doing, that we have to divide this fixed cost by number of location plus add this per store. Because reason is, while if it is the 2 store locations are there, 600 might still be the right number. Make it 3, this will go for a toss. If it is 3 locations, say one truck is delivering to 3 locations, what would be the total charge? 1,300 is the total charge. If I straight away divide by 3, what it will be? 433. The right number?
Right.
So why it was put together here is that if you see, thus a truck making 2, basically it's explanation to what it has been given here. So thus a truck making 2 delivery charges 1,200. Just to make sure that people are clear, that will not be just 1,100. If it is 2 delivery, it will be 1,200. If it is 3 delivery, it becomes 1,300, like that, and so on. So this was more like a further explanation to this particular statement itself, right? Okay, so truck making 2 delivery, think of this way. This is delivery 1 and this is delivery 2. So that's what we did per store. So if you see this question, what we did was, we calculated per store, and then whatever it came, we multiplied with number of stores and number of products. If you see, this was my trucking cost, we multiplied by number of product and number of store. This was my inventory cost, and we multiplied by number of product and number of stores. Correct? That's what we did last time. This time also we are going to do the same thing. 20,000 unit, 48 trips, 2 trucks. That means 1,000 divided by 2 plus 100 is the fix. So that becomes 600. So per store, per trip, it will charge 600. How many trips per store it is happening? 48 trips. So that means 600 into 48 becomes your 1 store truck charges. Is that clear so far? Total
Yes.
stores are 8, total products are 4. So that means your total trucking cost becomes $921,000. $921,600. Okay. Which was, in this case, was $844,000. Clear so far? Now let's see the
Yeah.
inventory cost. Inventory. What we decided, whatever the size was there, D by 2 was the average inventory. So the average inventory is 10,000 per location, per store. If it is 10,000, inventory carrying cost is 10,000 plus 20 cents. And this is for one store, one product, 4 product, 8 stores, 64,000. Here it was 128,000. Okay. So the total cost, what it happens, while this, if you see this 921, here it was 844. So while the trucking cost was less in direct shipment compared to the milk run, but the inventory carrying cost here is lower because you have lesser inventory to maintain in each of the location. Here it is 64, while here it was 128. So here the total sum came to 972, while here it came to 985,000. So with that, if it was 960,000 is the annual sale, the better preferred option is direct shipment compared to the milk run. Okay. Now, a lot depends upon the number of units sold, right, per year. Let's say, example, if this number of unit, am I audible? So if the number of unit goes up or down, your answer will not be same. So let's say, for example, if the number unit is more, or say, for example, less. Let's example, what I do is here, instead of 960, if I put, say, for example, 200,000 unit, many things will change, right? So here what will happen? The number of trips will become less. So this will become less. The inventory carrying cost maybe still be on the higher side because it's still 40,000 is there. So this become much smaller. So this will take precedence and all. So it all depends upon how the numbers are coming. So while we cannot say that always it will be direct shipment is good or always the milk run is good, a lot depends upon what is the annual sale, what is the total demand and all. And then based on that, you have to take a decision that which one you have to do it. Is that clear, everyone? What I will do, I will add in the same, so hopefully everybody has access to that Google Doc. I'll add 2 more questions on the milk run, basically not milk run, basically this concept, the transportation costs as well. Please complete, or let's keep it separate. I do not want to, because for all those who have submitted, again, you have to resubmit. So let's not complicate things. So, okay, forget whatever I said in last 1 minute and all. So we'll keep it separate. We'll have another assignment for all these transportation and all separately once we cover some more topics. Okay. All right. All good so far? Okay. Second, okay.
Everything is clear.
Okay, second step also okay and all. Okay. Now tell me who got the answer right? 985 and learning here. So which is fine. I think and I got some of the some folks have got right answer, some got wrong answer, which is perfectly fine. But hopefully at least now if we try to do one more question, hopefully everybody should be okay, right? So see, so think of this way, there are of course n number of factors comes in, right? So think of this way, right? So not so here we have taken not just that, we have taken multiple things, not necessarily that some may get 10,000, some may get 30,000, some may get 15,000, like that and all as well, right? So there are n number of variables are there. What you said, that is correct. So it may be that, okay, depending on the distance and all, the delivery charges also might vary, right? And all those things. So all those variations comes into picture. These are certain assumptions which was we give in the question to make sure that at least you understand the basic, right? If you have the feeling of that skeleton that, okay, this is how it works. Okay, instead of making 100, we can make that, okay, store for first store it charges 100, for subsequent store it charges 150, then so on 200 and all. So then you can keep on playing these numbers accordingly, right? So the numbers are not important. The whole point is that what concept lies behind these, that is important. But yes, what you said is correct, that in real world it may not be fixed always 100, right? While the loading cost might be fixed, that is 1000, because one time they are loading, but the delivery charge may vary upon the location of the things, or each supplier also may not charge the same. We see that here 4 different suppliers are there. It may not be same. It might be a different loading cost, different handling cost, different inventory cost, and all those things, right? So there are multiple other things are there. Here from the calculation perspective, if you see, we are taking the inventory holding cost as average inventory. But in real world, you do not, your vendor will not charge to store the inventory based on average inventory, but based on the actual inventory. So it will be maybe 11,252 inventory into 0.2, right? Or something, right? So those things also comes into picture. But the point is that once you have the concepts around, you can put any number for that matter. Instead of 10,000, you can put 15,000. Instead of 100, you can put 58. Doesn't matter, right? Okay. All right. All good. Shall we move to the next question? Sorry, next topic. Okay. I think we have to speed up. We were planning to discuss. I was hoping that we'll cover warehouse, TMS, everything, but looks like we are still here itself. Okay, fine. As long as you folks are grasping these topics, happy to go slow. Okay. All right. One quick input. How many sessions would be there? Can anybody? 15 September, you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so then, okay, so that leaves us with, so, okay. But 15 September, your course is ending, or 15 September, till 15 September, all the class, only the classes will end. Okay, quickly. So let's move to, so in the initial slide, if you remember, I had discussed that, okay, we'll be focusing on two things. One is the transportation and the other is the warehouse management, basically that warehouse WMS. So transportation, we understood the network design related to logistics. Now let's try to understand that some of the details from the transportation. Anyone has worked on TMS? TMS is a module of supply chain, transport management systems. Anyone has worked or have any idea what exactly TMS is? Okay, no problem. Okay, so first let's understand the transportation, right? So already we discussed multiple times, right? So every time when you have the contracts with your suppliers, the orders are being placed, the procurement orders, like you are creating a purchase order and they'll supply those items, be it raw material or finished goods, or for that matter, anything, right? So you will have basically some of the things which gets defined, right? One very important thing is the mode of transportation, right? Now, whether it's a road transport, rail transport, so all these are defined when you create purchase order. It's not like at will, supplier will send anything randomly, right? Think of this way, that supplier might be getting your the procurement request or the purchase orders, not just from you, but 10 different manufacturers, right? Or 100 different manufacturers, right? So for every purchase order, all these mode of transportations and everything are defined, that how you want to ship it, whether it's a next day shipment, whether it's a ground shipment, whether it's air shipment, and all those things, right? So the mode of transportation, of course, becomes a very critical thing. These are communicated as part of your purchase order details and all to your supplier. So when you send a purchase order, if you remember the procure to pay diagram vaguely, what we have done, that once the purchase order is created, you share that purchase order with the supplier. How do we share it? Anyone remember? How do we share these purchase order? EDI format, PDF format, through API, right? Different channels are there, right? So different channels are there. So you share the purchase order with the supplier on the purchase order along with what you want to procure, by when you want to procure, where you want to get it delivered, all those details would be there. But along with this mode of transportation also is provided in that, right? Now, there's a concept of TMS. TMS is a transportation management system. Think of this way, it's a standalone application. So, which is very tightly coupled with your ERP system. So let's say, for example, if you are having a supply chain system, right? If you're having a supply chain system, let's example, SAP, your TMS system would be very tightly coupled with your ERP system. What it means is that any transactions are happening in your ERP system would be replicated. Like if it is related to logistics, right? So all these transactions and the details and all will be directly replicated in your TMS system. Anybody have heard something called Blue Yonder? Okay, so Blue Yonder is one of the TMS system. Basically, what they do is they do the transportation planning, the logistics planning, and all those things, the fleet management, the truck management, and all those things, right? So Blue Yonder, SAP, Oracle, E2 Open, right? Or these are like our some of the transportation management system, leading transportation management system. Again, these are not the only transportation management system, but these are some of the leading TMS system in the industry. And depending upon your contractual agreement, your vendor preference, your capability and all, you pick and choose those TMS systems, right? Irrespective of whatever TMS system you pick, it will be directly real-time replicated with your ERP system, coupled with ERP system. What does it mean? That your TMS system should know what order you're creating, when you are creating and all, because they do the planning of where to the truck will come, where the truck will go, all those details, right? Which would be the carrier and all those things, right? How much load it should go, whether it should be the full truckload, LTL, FTL, all those things, right? How to bill, where to bill, and all those dealings will happen via the TMS system. So it's very important for that system to know what you're ordering, what goods are moving from where and all those things, right? So that's what it is, because you do not create order in TMS system. The whole aspect for TMS system is just to manage your transportation. So if somebody is managing your transportation, you need to tell them that, okay, boss, these are my orders, which would be I'm expecting from there to here, or it will go to from here to an. So they need to be fed with the data based on which they act and they do the planning. Okay, clear on the basic concept, very basic, what is transportation management system and all. Okay, now when we talk about the transportation management system, right? So, okay, so of course, we'll discuss on transportation management system a little bit more as well. But of course, there are certain challenges in the industry from the transportation perspective. Think of this way. Controlling the cost of transportation is a big challenge, because reason is what happens at the start of the year, you say, oh, I will take maybe 200 million. I have kept a buffer for my transportation. But do you know what is going to be the gas prices tomorrow, the fuel prices tomorrow, right? Do you know whether the driver shortage would be there and all? They are drivers and all are typically not on your payroll, right? They are like outsiders and all, on not on the company payroll and all. So company will have very least control on those folks and all, right? There will be some driver union strike happens. Okay, everything comes at a standstill, right? There's some congestion has happened and the trucks are not moving properly. Okay, that becomes a challenge. The fuel prices surge due to some geopolitical issue and all. Your budgeting and estimation goes for a toss, right? So the cost management is a big challenge. While all the other things are still on the other modules and all, you still may be able to uh, uh, keep a uniform check on the costing, like inventory holding cost. It will be same because it's the same set of and all. It may not change every day and all those things, right? But the transportation, it becomes very volatile situation when it comes to costing, right? The capacity becomes very big problem, because you may have a unutilized capacity in the off season and during festival season, during Christmas and New Year time and all, you may run short of all those transport trucks and everything, right? So the peak season, it might need more trucks, more demands and all, which you may not be able to constrain it, right? So those things are definitely some challenge. The delivery time window, think of this, this is a major problem what we face in day out basis. Think of this way. I'll give you one basic scenario. A truck started from New York and it has to reach to distribution center, the DC, which is located, let's say, for example, maybe in Florida. Okay, your truck started from supplier location, which is based in New York and goes to Florida. For example, it takes maybe 30 odd hours to reach from New York to Florida. The DC is not operational 24 hours. It has a fixed window. It operates only from 8 to 5. What if the truck reaches there at 6 p.m.? What will happen? They have to wait for the entire time. They have reached, but now they cannot deliver because the DC is closed. They cannot unload. The only option is just park it there and wait for next day morning to open up. When it opens next day, then they unload it and then they move to the next delivery location. So the delivery time window is not always 24 hour available while the truck moves 24 hours, right? So it becomes a challenge, right? We do plan, but many a times it happens that, okay, it will be like mismatch and then of course you have to wait, or you reach early morning, you have to wait, or for some reason, okay, you ended up reaching there on Sunday instead of Saturday, there was some delay and your truck reached on Sunday. Okay, gone. You have to wait. Or maybe, let's example, Saturday 4 p.m. you are anticipating the truck would be reaching your DC. There were a couple of hours delay on Saturday and then you end up reaching on Saturday 7 p.m. What is the next step? Sunday, the DC would be closed and Monday it opens. So you have to wait for 36 odd hours just to unload your truck, right? So there are some challenges on the transportation side. Sustainability, a big challenge nowadays, right? Because you have to make sure that your truck is compliant, the carbon emission and all those things are happening properly and all, right? So it's not like you cannot use old trucks and all those things, right? The green fuels are being used and whole lot of aspects when it comes to sustainability, right? And then of course the supply chain disruption, right? You started from New York and there was a snowstorm and then you are stuck completely, right? While you are crossing Chicago, you are stuck because Chicago is famous for some snowstorms and all. While Florida is all up, sunny, very nice weather and all, Chicago has a very snowstorm and all, and it's completely disrupted, right? You are not able to move forward, right? So the weather disruption, some geopolitical issues, and multiple things are there. So these are definitely some challenges which becomes very difficult to manage systematically and tool. And that's why you'll all orgs will have the transport planner, the TMS, you'll have a dedicated team to kind of ad hoc make sure that these things are managed as and when these situation arises, how to deal with these on day out basis and all, right? So these are some of the things which you may get asked. Okay, I'll give you a scenario. And what would you do when so and so things happen and all? What would you do to make sure that you still are able to meet the demand and all those things? Your manufacturing is not interrupted and all those things, right? So these are some of the situational questions which you often come across during some of the discussions and everything, right? So those things you have to kind of come up with different options, right? So when you work on some of the solution designing and all, right? So these things are factors which are beyond control, but yet still you cannot give excuse, right? You still have to make sure that everything is up and running, right? Now, when it comes to integration, as I said, right, your TMS system is a central hub related to your transportation, and it is very tightly coupled and linked with your other supply chain system. It is your ERP system where the orders are created. WMS system, very important when it comes to transport. WMS is warehouse management system because your truck has started. The moment it starts, it should send a signal to WMS that, boss, I am coming. Please expect delivery to be so and so, so that the WMS, your warehouse, should make sure that the ample store space is there your loading area is free. The truck, when the truck comes, and that, okay, it can come and unload the goods and all those things, right? So those things, your warehouse management should be aware, right? Have any of you seen how the distribution center looks and how the truck loads or does the loading or unloading and all? So if you see, this is some of the pictures from Walmart distribution center. So Walmart has a DC. So you see the size of this. Just imagine the size of this. Think of this way. These are like huge truck, and just imagine these size. This is just one DC, distribution center of Walmart. And this is how the trucks would be there, the big trucks and all. And you see, not sure if you're able to see this, like if you see, so these are your loading unloading area. So each of these will have the loading unloading zone. They will just open it up, they will unload and all those things. So that's how it basically looks like, right? So the distribution center and the loading area and all those things, right? So typically they will have some of the space, like, so it's not like, okay, there would be a parking place and all those things, but rather than all these unloading zone would be there. Yeah, this gives a much better picture if you see, right? So if you see, there would be a duct here and the trucks will come, just put it here. And then basically from here, basically everything will start flowing through and all, right? So this is how the truck looks like, right? So if you see this one, right? So this is how the DC would look like, but it's huge, the sizing and all. The bottom line is huge. So now when the truck arrives, the DC should know, the warehouse person should know that, boss, a truck is coming, right? So that's why I was telling them, because the integration is very critical here, right? That, okay, once the truck movements are happening, are you able to real time track the truck, that, okay, where exactly it is, was there any delay and all those things, right? So those integration is very important when it comes to TMS and WMS system. Of course, the ERP system we already spoke about, right? The data sharing and synchronization, as we said, right? If let's think of this way, if truck has started from supplier and you get notified maybe after 10 hours, will that be any use? Maybe not, maybe, right? Because you might have done already the planning for some other things and all, and you might not have space or labor to unload or space to unload, right? So that's why the data synchronization and the data sharing across systems when it comes to transportation becomes very real time. It should be very real time as possible across other systems and all, right? Of course, we need a visibility, right? End-to-end supply chain visibility, that, okay, where the truck is there, if any disruption is there, can I do I need to do any alternate planning and all those things, right? So all those things are there. And then, of course, one very important thing, the transportation management system also are integrated with other third-party systems like carriers and partners and other stakeholders as well. Okay. So that's basically the transportation and supply chain integration, right? We talked about. All right. Okay. Have a great, and we all will connect again. Thank you.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers supply chain management course in collaboration with EICT IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you will learn technologies such as procurement, logistics, supplier management, and practical exercises, which are mentored by our industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of supply chain management.